The social evil. Illicit intercourse has been a foul blot upon humanity from the earliest periods of history. At the present moment, it is a loathsome ulcer eating at the heart of civilization, a malignant leprosy which shows its hideous deformities among the fairest results of modern culture. Our large cities abound with dens of vice, whose habitués shamelessly promenade the most public streets and flaunt their infamy in the face of every passerby. In many large cities, especially in those of continental Europe, these holds of vice are placed under the supervision of the law by the requirement that every keeper of a house of prostitution must pay for a license. In other words, must buy the right to lead his fellowmen down to the depths of hell. In smaller cities, as well as in large ones, in fact, from the great metropolis down to the country village, the haunts of vice are found. Every army is flanked by bands of courtesans. Wherever men go, loose women follow, penetrating even to the wildness of the miners' camp, far beyond the verge of civilization. But brothels and traveling strumpets do not fully represent the vast extent of this monster evil. There is a class of immoral, women probably, exceeding in numbers the grosser class just referred to who consider themselves respectable. Indeed, who are considered very respectable. Few are acquainted with their character. They live in elegant style and mingle in genteel society. Privately, they prosecute the most unbounded licentiousness, for the purpose of gain or merely to gratify their lewdness. Kept mistresses are much more numerous than common prostitutes. The numerous scandal and divorce suits, which expose the infidelity of husbands and wives, are sufficient evidence that illicit commerce is not confined to the unmarried. But so many are the facilities for covering and preventing the results of sins of this description, it is impossible to form any just estimate of their frequency. The incontinence of husbands and the unchastity of wives will only appear in their enormity at that awful day when every one shall stand before the judgment seat and hear the penalty of his guilty deeds. Unchastity of the ancients, we are prone to believe that the present is the most licentious age the world has ever known. That in the 19th century, the climax of evil has been reached, that the libidinous blood of all the ages has culminated to produce a race of men more carnal than all predecessors. It is a sickening thought that any previous epoch could have been more vile than this, but history presents facts which disclose in ancient times periods when lust was even more uncontrolled than now, when vice was universal, and when virtue was a thing unknown. A few references to historical facts will establish this point. We do not make these allusions in any way to justify the present immorality, but to show the part which vice has acted in the overthrow of nations. From the sacred record, we may judge that before the flood, a state of corruption prevailed which was even greater and more general than any that has ever since been reached. Only 8 persons were fit to survive the calamity which swept into eternity that lustful generation with their filthy deeds. But men soon fell into vice again, for we find among the early Assyrians a total disregard of chastity. Her kings reveled in the grossest sensuality. No excess of vice could surpass the licentiousness of the Ptolemies, who made of Alexandria a bagnio and all Egypt a hotbed of vice. Herodotus relates that the pyramid of Cheops was built by the lovers of the daughter of this king, and that she never would have raised this monument to such a height except by multiplying her prostitutions. History also relates the adventures of that queenly courtesan, Cleopatra, who captivated and seduced by her charms 2 masters of the world, and whose lewdness surpassed even her beauty. Tyre and Sidon, Media, Phoenicia, Syria, and all the Orient were sunk in sensuality. Fornication was made a part of their worship. Women carried through the streets of the cities the most obscene and revolting representations. Among all these nations, a virtuous woman was not to be found, for, according to Herodotus, the young women were by the laws of the land obliged, once in their lives, to give themselves up to the desires of strangers in the temple of Venus, and were not permitted to refuse anyone. St. Augustine speaks of these religious debaucheries as still practiced in his day in Phoenicia. They were even continued until Constantine destroyed the temples in which they were prosecuted in the 4th century. Among the Greeks, the same corruptions prevailed in the worship of Bacchus and Phallus, which was celebrated by processions of half-nude girls performing lascivious dances with men disguised as satyrs. In fact, as 10. Bourgeois says, prostitution was in repute in Greece. The most distinguished women were courtesans, and the wise Socrates would be justly called, in modern times, a libertine. The abandonment to lust was, if possible, still more complete in the times of the Roman emperors. Rome astonished the universe by the boldness of its turpitudes after having astonished it by the splendor of its triumphs. The great Caesar was such a rake that he has been said to have merited to be surnamed every woman's husband. Antony and Augustus were equally notorious. The same sensuality pervaded the masses as reigned in the courts, and was stimulated by the erotic poems of Ovid, Catullus, and other poets of the time. Tiberius displayed such ingenuity in inventing refinements in impudicity that it was necessary to coin new words to designate them. Caligula committed the horrid crime of incest with all his sisters, even in public. His palace was a brothel. The Roman empress, Messalina, disguised herself as a prostitute and excelled the most degraded courtesans in her monstrous debaucheries. The Roman Emperor Vitellius was accustomed to take an emetic after having eaten to repletion, to enable him to renew his gluttony. With still grosser sensuality, he stimulated his satiated passions with philters and various aphrodisiac mixtures. Nero, the most infamous of the emperors, committed rapes on the stage of the public theaters of Rome, disguised as a wild beast. If this degraded voluptuousness had been confined to royalty, some respect might yet be entertained for the virtue of the ancients. But the foul infection was not restrained within such narrow bounds. It invaded whole empires until they fell in pieces from very rottenness. What must have been the condition of a nation that could tolerate such a spectacle as its monarch riding through the streets of its metropolis in a state of nudity, drawn by women in the same condition? Such a deed did Heliogabalus in Rome. In the 13th century, virtue was almost as scarce in France as in ancient Greece. Nobles held as mistresses all the young girls of their domains. About every fifth person was a bastard. Just before the Revolution, chastity was such a rarity that a woman was actually obliged to apologize for being virtuous. In these disgusting facts, we find one of the most potent agents in effecting the downfall of the nations. Licentiousness sapped their vitality and weakened their prowess. The men who conquered the world were led captive by their own beastly passions. Thus the Assyrians, the Medes, the Grecians, the Romans successively fell victims to their lusts and gave way to more virtuous successors. Even the Jews, the most enlightened people of their age, fell more than once through this same sin, which was coupled with idolatry, of which their seduction by the Midianites is an example. Surely, modern times present no worse spectacles of carnality than these, and will it be claimed that anything so vile is seen among civilized nations at the present day? But though there may be less grossness in the sensuality of today, the moral turpitude of men may be even greater than that of ancient times. Enlightened Christianity has raised the standard of morality. Christ's commentary upon the seventh commandment requires a more rigorous chastity than ancient standards demanded, even among the Jews. For had not David, Solomon, and even the pious Jacob more wives than one? Consequently, a slight breach of chastity now requires as great a fall from virtue as a greater lapse in ages past, and must be attended with as severe a moral penalty. We have seen how universal is the social evil, that it is a vice almost as old as man himself, which shows how deeply rooted in his perverted nature it has become. The inquiry arises, what are the causes of so monstrous a vice? So gross an outrage upon nature's laws? So withering a blight upon the race? Causes of the social evil. A vice that has become so great an evil, even in these enlightened times, as to defy the most skillful legislation, which openly displays its gaudy filthiness and mocks at virtue with a lecherous stare, must have its origin in causes too powerful to be ignored. Libidinous blood in no other direction are the effects of heredity to be more distinctly traced than in the transmission of sensual propensities. The children of libertines are almost certain to be rakes and prostitutes. History affords numerous examples in illustration of this fact. The daughter of Augustus was as unchaste as her father, and her daughter was as immoral as herself. The sons of David showed evident traces of their father's failing. Witness the incest of Amnon and the voluptuousness of Solomon, who had 700 wives and 300 concubines. Solomon's son was, likewise, a noted polygamist, of whom the record says, he desired many wives. His son's son manifested the same propensity in taking as many wives as the debilitated state of his kingdom enabled him to support. But perhaps we may be allowed to trace the origin of this libidinous propensity still further back. A glance at the genealogy of David will show that he was descended from Judah through Pharez, who was the result of an incestuous union between Judah and his daughter-in-law. Is it unreasonable to suppose that the abnormal passion which led David to commit the most heinous sin of his life in his adultery with Bathsheba, and subsequently procuring the death of her husband, was really an hereditary propensity which had come down to him through his ancestors, and which, under more favorable circumstances, was more fully developed in his sons? The trait may have been kept dormant by the active and simple habits of his early years, but asserted itself in full force under the fostering influence of royal idleness and luxury. In accordance with the known laws of heredity, such a tendency would be the legitimate result of such a combination of circumstances. The influence of marital excesses, and especially sexual indulgence during pregnancy, in producing vicious tendencies in offspring, has been fully dwelt upon elsewhere in this work, and will not be reconsidered here, it being only necessary to call attention to the subject. Physiology shows conclusively that thousands of parents whose sons have become libertines and their daughters courtesans have themselves implanted in their characters the propensity which led to their unchastity. Gluttony as a predisposing cause, the influence of dietetic habits should rank next to heredity. It is an observed fact that all libertines are great eaters or famous gastronomists. The exciting influence upon the genital organs of such articles as pepper, mustard, ginger, spices, truffles, wine, and all alcoholic drinks is well known. Tea and coffee directly excite the animal passions through their influence upon the nerve centers controlling the sexual organs. When children are raised upon such articles, or upon food with which they are thoroughly mingled, what wonder that they occasionally turn out bad? How many mothers, while teaching their children the principles of virtue in the nursery, unwittingly stimulate their passions at the dinner table until vice becomes almost a physical necessity? Nothing tends so powerfully to keep the passions in abeyance as a simple diet, free from condiments, especially when coupled with a generous amount of exercise. The influence of tobacco in leading to unchastity has been referred to in another connection. This is assuredly a not uncommon cause. When a boy places the first cigar or quid of tobacco to his lips, he takes, if he has not previously done so, the first step in the road to infamy, and if he adds wine or beer, he takes a short cut to the degradation of his manhood by the loss of virtue. Precocious sexuality, the causes of a too early development of sexual peculiarities, as manifested in infantile flirtations and early signs of sexual passion, were dwelt upon quite fully in a previous connection, and we need not repeat them here. Certain it is that few things can be more dangerous to virtue than the premature development of those sentiments, which belong only to puberty and later years. It is a most unnatural, but not uncommon, sight to see a girl of tender age evincing all those characters which mark the wanton of older years. Man's lewdness, it cannot be denied that men are in the greatest degree responsible for the social evil. The general principle holds true here as elsewhere, that the supply is regulated by the demand. If the patrons of prostitution should withdraw their support by a sudden acquisition of virtue, how soon would this vilest of traffic cease? The inmates of brothels would themselves become continent, if not virtuous, as the result of such a spasm of chastity in men. Again, the ranks of fallen women, which are rapidly thinned by loathsome diseases and horrid deaths, are largely recruited from that class of unfortunates for whose fall faithless lovers, or cunning, heartless libertines are chiefly responsible. The weak girl who, through too much trust, has been deceived and robbed of her dearest treasure, is disowned by relatives, shunned by her acquaintances, and turned out upon a cold world without money, without friends, without a character. What can she do? Respectable employment she cannot find, for rumor follows her. There seems to be but one door open, the one which she herself so unintentionally opened. In despair, she enters the open road to hell, and to her first sad error adds a life of shame. Meanwhile, the villain who betrayed her still maintains his standing in society and plies his arts to win another victim. Is there not an unfair discrimination here? Should not the seducer be blackened with an infamy at least as deep as that which society casts on the one betrayed? Fashion the temptation of dress, fine clothing, costly jewelry, and all the extravagances with which rich ladies array themselves is in many cases too powerful for the weakened virtue of poor seamstresses, operatives, and servant girls, who have seen so much of vice as to have lost that instinctive loathing for it which they may have once experienced. Thinking to gain a life of ease, with means to gratify their love of show, they barter away their peace of mind for this world, all hope for the next, and only gain a little worthless tinsel, the scorn of their fellow creatures, and a host of loathsome diseases. Lack of early training it is needless to demonstrate a fact so well established, as that the future character of an individual depends very largely upon his early training. If purity and modesty are taught from earliest infancy, the mind is fortified against the assaults of vice. If, instead, the child is allowed to grow up untrained, if the seeds of vice, which are sure to fall sooner or later in the most carefully kept ground, are allowed to germinate, if the first buds of evil are allowed to grow and unfold instead of being promptly nipped, it must not be considered remarkable that in later years rank weeds of sin should flourish in the soul and bear their hideous fruit in shameless lives. Neglect to guard the avenues by which evil may approach the young mind, and to erect barriers against vice by careful instruction and a chaste example, leaves many innocent souls open to the assaults of evil and an easy prey to lust. If children are allowed to get their training in the street, at the corner grocery, or hovering around saloons, they will be sure to develop a vigorous growth of the animal passions. The following extract is from the writings of one whose pen has been an inestimable blessing to American youth. Among the first lessons which boys learn of their fellows are impurities of language, and these are soon followed by impurities of thought. When this is the training of boyhood, it is not strange that the predominating ideas among young men in relation to the other sex are too often those of impurity and sensuality. We cannot be surprised, then, that the history of most young men is that they yield to temptation in a greater or less degree and in different ways. With many, no doubt, the indulgence is transient, accidental, and does not become habitual. It does not get to be regarded as venial. It is never yielded to without remorse. The wish and the purpose are to resist, but the animal nature bears down the moral. Still, transgression is always followed by grief and penitence. With too many, however, it is to be feared it is not so. The mind has become debauched by dwelling on licentious images and by indulgence in licentious conversation. There is no wish to resist. They are not overtaken by temptation, for they seek it. With them the transgression becomes habitual, and the stain on the character is deep and lasting. Sentimental literature in another connection, we have referred particularly to the bawdy, obscene books and pictures which are secretly circulated among the youth of both sexes, and to their corrupting influence. The hope is not entirely a vain one that this evil may be controlled, but there seems no possible practicable remedy for another evil which ultimately leads to the same result, though by less gross and obscene methods. We refer to the sentimental literature which floods the land. City and school libraries, circulating libraries, and even Sunday school libraries are full of books which, though they may contain good moral teaching, contain, as well, an element as incompatible with purity of morals as is light with midnight darkness. Writers for children and youth seem to think a tale of courtship, love, and matrimony entirely indispensable as a medium for conveying their moral instruction. Some of these religious novels are actually more pernicious than the fictions of well-known novelists who make no pretense to having religious instruction a particular object in view. Sunday school libraries are not often wholly composed of this class of works, but anyone who takes the trouble to examine the books of such a library will be able to select the most pernicious ones by the external appearance. The covers will be well worn, and the edges begrimed with dirt from much handling. Children soon tire of the shallow sameness which characterizes the moral parts of most of these books, and skim lightly over them, selecting and devouring with eagerness those portions which relate the silly narrative of some love adventure. This kind of literature arouses in children premature fancies and queries, and fosters a sentimentalism which too often occasions most unhappy results. Through their influence, young girls are often led to begin a life of shame long before their parents are aware that a thought of evil has ever entered their minds. The following words from the pen of a forcible writer present this matter in none too strong a light. You may tear your coat or break a vase and repair them again, but the point where the rip or fracture took place will always be evident. It takes less than an hour to do your heart a damage, which no time can entirely repair. Look carefully over your child's library. See what book it is that he reads after he has gone to bed, with the gas turned upon the pillow. Do not always take it for granted that a book is good because it is a Sunday school book. As far as possible, know who wrote it, who illustrated it, who published it, who sold it. It seems that in the literature of the day, the 10 plagues of Egypt have returned, and the frogs and lice have hopped and skipped over our parlor tables. Parents are delighted to have their children read, but they should be sure as to what they read. You do not have to walk a day or two in an infested district to get the cholera or typhoid fever, and one wave of moral unhealth will fever and blast the soul forever. Perhaps, knowing not what you did, you read a bad book. Do you not remember it altogether? Yes. And perhaps you will never get over it. However strong and exalted your character, never read a bad book. By the time you get through the first chapter, you will see the drift. If you find the marks of the hoofs of the devil in the pictures, or in the style, or in the plot, away with it. But there is more danger, I think, from many of the family papers, published once a week, in those stories of vice and shame, full of infamous suggestions, going as far as they can without exposing themselves to the clutch of the law. I name none of them, but say that on some fashionable tables there lie family newspapers that are the very vomit of the pit. The way to ruin is cheap. It costs $3 to go to Philadelphia, $6 to Boston, $33 to Savannah. But by the purchase of a bad paper for 10 cents, you may get a through ticket to hell, by express, with few stopping places, and the final halting like the tumbling of the lightning train down the drawbridge at Norwalk Sudden, terrific, deathful, never to rise. Poverty, the pressing influence of poverty, has been urged as one cause of prostitution. It cannot be denied that in many cases, in large cities, this may be the immediate occasion of the entrance of a young girl upon a life of shame. But it may still be insisted that there must have been in such cases a deficiency in previous training, for a young woman educated with a proper regard for purity would sooner sacrifice life itself than virtue. Again, poverty can be no excuse, for in every city there are made provisions for the relief of the needy poor, and none who are really worthy need suffer. Ignorance, perhaps, nothing fosters vice more than ignorance. Prostitutes come almost entirely from the more ignorant classes, though there are, of course, many exceptions. Among the lowest classes, vice is seen in its grossest forms and is carried to the greatest lengths. Intellectual culture is antagonistic to sensuality. As a general rule, in proportion as the intellect is developed, the animal passions are brought into subjection. It is true that very intellectual men have been great libertines, and that the licentious Borgias and Medicis of Italy encouraged art and literature. But these are only apparent exceptions, for who knows to what greater depths of vice these individuals might have sunk had it not been for the restraining influence of mental culture. Says Deslins, in proportion as the intellect becomes enfeebled, the generative sensibility is augmented. The animal passions seem to survive when all higher intelligence is lost. We once saw an illustration of this fact in an idiot who was brought before a medical class in a clinic at Bellevue Hospital, New York. The patient had been an idiot from birth and presented the most revolting appearance, seemingly possessing scarcely the intelligence of the average dog. But his animal propensities were so great as to be almost uncontrollable. Indeed, he showed evidences of having been a gross debauchee, having contracted venereal disease of the worst form. The general prevalence of extravagant sexual excitement among the insane is a well-known fact. Various diseases which cause local irritation and congestion of the reproductive organs are the causes of unchastity in both sexes, as previously explained. It not unfrequently happens that by constantly dwelling upon unchaste subjects, until a condition of habitual congestion of the sexual organs is produced, young women become seized with a furor for libidinous commerce which nothing but the desired object will appease, unless active remedial measures are adopted under the direction of a skillful physician. This disease, known as nymphomania, has been the occasion of the fall of many young women of the better classes who have been bred in luxury and idleness, but were never taught even the first lessons of purity or self-control. Constipation, piles, worms, pruritus of the genitals, and some other less common diseases of the urinary and genital systems have been causes of sexual excitement which has resulted in moral degradation. Results of licentiousness apparently as a safeguard to virtue, nature has appended to the sin of illicit sexual indulgence. As penalties, the most loathsome, deadly, and incurable diseases known to man. Some of these, as gonorrhea and chancroid, are purely local diseases, and though they occasion the transgressor a vast amount of suffering, they may be cured and leave no trace of their presence except in the conscience of the individual. Such a result, however, is by no means the usual one. Most frequently, the injury done is more or less permanent. Sometimes it amounts to loss of life or serious mutilation, as in cases we have seen. And one attack secures no immunity from subsequent ones, as a new disease may be contracted upon every exposure. By far the worst form of venereal disease is syphilis, a malady which was formerly confounded with the two forms of disease mentioned, but from which it is essentially different. At first, a very slight local lesion, of no more consequence except from its significance than a small boil, it rapidly infects the general system, poisoning the whole body, and liable forever after to develop itself in any one or more of its protean forms. The most loathsome sight upon which a human eye can rest is a victim of this disease who presents it well developed in its later stages. In the large charity hospital upon Blackwell's Island, near New York City, we have seen scores of these unfortunates of both sexes, exhibiting the horrid disease in all its phases. To describe them would be to place before our readers a picture too revolting for these pages. No pen can portray the woebegone faces, the hopeless air, of these degraded sufferers whose repentance has come, alas, too late. No words can convey an adequate idea of their sufferings. What remorse and useless regrets add to the misery of their wretched existence as they daily watch the progress of a malignant ulceration which is destroying their organs of speech, or burrowing deep into the recesses of the skull, penetrating even to the brain itself. Even the bones become rottenous. Foul running sores appear on different portions of the body and may even cover it entirely. Perhaps the nose, or the tongue, or the lips, or an eye, or some other prominent organ is lost. Still the miserable sufferer lingers on, life serving only to prolong the torture. To many of them, death would be a grateful release, even with the fires of retributive justice before their eyes, for hell itself could scarcely be more awful punishment than that which they daily endure. Thousands of victims the venturesome youth need not attempt to calm his fears by thinking that these are only exceptional cases, for this is not the truth. In any city, one who has an experienced eye can scarcely walk a dozen blocks on busy streets without encountering the woeful effects of sexual transgression. Neither do these results come only from long-continued violations of the laws of chastity. The very first departure from virtue may occasion all the worst effects possible. Effects of vice ineradicable. Another fearful feature of this terrible disease is that when once it invades the system, its eradication is impossible. No drug, no chemical, can antidote its virulent poison or drive it from the system. Various means may smother it, possibly for a lifetime, but yet it is not cured and the patient is never safe from a new outbreak. Prof. Bumstead, an acknowledged authority on this subject, after observing the disease for many years, says that he never, after treatment, however prolonged, promises immunity for the future. Dr. Van Buren, professor of surgery at Bellevue Hospital Medical College, New York, bears the same testimony. Prof. Van Buren also says that he has often seen the disease occur upon the lips of young ladies who were entirely virtuous, but who were engaged to men who had contracted the disease and had communicated it to them by the act of kissing. Virtuous wives have not infrequently had their constitutions hopelessly ruined by contracting the disease from husbands who had themselves been inoculated either before or after marriage, by illicit intercourse. Several such unfortunate cases have fallen under our observation, and there is reason to believe that they are not infrequent. The only hope for one who has contracted this disease is to lead a life of perfect continence ever after, and by a most careful life, by conforming strictly to the laws of health, by bathing and dieting, he may possibly avoid the horrid consequences of the later stages of the malady. Mercury will not cure, nor will any other poison, as before remarked. The following strong testimony on this subject we quote from an admirable pamphlet by Prof. Fred A. Jerish 1500. The diseases dependent upon prostitution are appallingly frequent, a distinguished surgeon recently declaring that 1 person in 20 in the United States has syphilis, a malady so ineradicable that a profound observer has remarked that a man who is once thus poisoned will die a syphilitic, and in the day of judgment he will be a syphilitic ghost. Prof. Gross says, what is called scrofula, struma, or tuberculosis is, I have long been satisfied from careful observation of the sick and a profound study of the literature of the subject, in a great majority of cases, if not invariably, merely syphilis in its more remote stages. Though there are doubtless many of us who believe that a not inconsiderable proportion of scrofulous and tisical cases are clearly due to other causes than syphilis, we must admit that this statement contains a very large element of truth. Hereditary effects of venereal disease the transgressor is not the only sufferer. If he marries, his children, if they survive infancy, will in later years show the effects of their father's sin, exhibiting the forms of the disease seen in its later stages. Scrofula, consumption, cancer, rickets, diseases of the brain and nerves, decay of the bones by caries or necrosis, and other diseases arise in this way. But it generally happens that the child dies before birth, or lingers out a miserable existence of a few days or weeks thereafter. A most pitiable sight these little ones are. Their faces look as old as children of 10 or 12. Often their bodies become reduced before death to the most wretched skeletons. Their hollow, feeble cry sends a shudder of horror through the listener and impresses indelibly the terrible consequences of sexual sin. Plenty of these scrawny infants may be seen in the lying-in hospitals. No one can estimate how much of the excessive mortality of infants is owing to this cause. In children who survive infancy, its blighting influence may be seen in the notched, deformed teeth and other defects. And very often it will be found, upon looking into the mouth of the child, that the soft palate, and perhaps the hard palate as well, is in a state of ulceration. There is more than a suspicion that this disease may be transmitted for several generations, perhaps remaining latent during the lifetime of one and appearing in all its virulence in the next. Man, the only transgressor man, is the only animal that abuses his sexual organization by making it subservient to other ends than reproduction. Hence, he is the only sufferer from this foul disease, which is one of the penalties of such abuse. Attempts have been made to communicate the disease to lower animals, but without success, even though inoculation was practiced. Origin of the foul disease where, or when the disease originated, is a mystery. It is said to have been introduced into France from Naples by French soldiers. That it originated spontaneously at some time can scarcely be doubted, and that it might originate under circumstances of excessive violation of the laws of chastity is rendered probable by the fact that gonorrhea, or an infectious disease exactly resembling it, is often caused by excessive indulgence, from which cause it not infrequently occurs in the newly married, giving rise to unjust suspicion of infidelity on both sides. Read the following from a noted French physician. The father, as well as the mother, communicates the syphilitic virus to the children. These poor little beings are attacked sometimes at their birth. More often it is at the end of a month or two, before these morbid symptoms appear. I recall the heart-rending anguish of a mother, whom I assisted at her 5th confinement. She related to me her misfortune. I have already brought into the world 4 children. Alas, they all died during the first months of their existence. A frightful eruption wasted them away and killed them. Save me the one that is about to be born, cried she in tears. The child that I delivered was sickly and puny. A few days after its birth, it had purulent ophthalmia. Then, crusted and ulcerated pustules, a few at first, numerous afterward, covered the entire surface of the skin. Soon this miserable little being became as meager as a skeleton, hideous to the sight, and died. Having questioned the husband, he acknowledged to me that he had had syphilis. Cure of the social evil. With rare exceptions, the efforts of civil legislation have been directed toward controlling or modifying this vice, rather than extirpating it. Among other devices adopted with a view to effect this, and to mitigate in some degree the resulting evils, the issuing of licenses for brothels has been practiced in several large cities. One of the conditions of the license makes it obligatory upon the keepers of houses of ill repute and their inmates to submit to medical examination at stated intervals. By this means, it is expected to detect the cases of foul disease at the outset, and thus to protect others by placing the infected individuals under restraint and treatment. It will be seen that for many reasons such examinations could not be effective, but even if they were, the propriety of this plan of dealing with the vice is exceedingly questionable, as will appear from the following considerations. 1. The moment that prostitution is placed under the protection of law by means of a license, it at once loses half its disrepute and becomes respectable, as do gambling and liquor selling under the same circumstances. 2. Why should so vile a crime as fornication be taken under legal protection more than stealing or the lowest forms of gambling? Is it not a lesser crime against human nature to rob a man of his money by theft or by deceit and trickery than to snatch from him at one fell swoop his health, his virtue, and his peace of mind? Why not as well have laws to regulate burglary and assassination, allowing the perpetrators of those crimes to ply their chosen avocations with impunity under certain prescribed restrictions? If robbery, for instance, requiring the thief to leave his victim money enough to make his escape to another country. Or, if murder, directing the assassin to allow his intended victim time to repeat a sufficient number of Ave Marias to ensure his safe transit through purgatory, or to pay a priest for doing the same. Such a course would not be inconsistent with the policy which legalizes that infamous traffic in human souls, prostitution. 3. By the use of certain precautionary measures, the fears of many will be allayed, so that thousands whose fear of the consequences of sin would otherwise have kept them physically virtuous, at least, erroneously supposing that the cause for fear has been removed, will rush madly into a career of vice, and will learn only too late the folly of their course. Prevention, the only cure. Those who have once entered upon a career of sensuality are generally so completely lost to all sense of purity and right that there is little chance for reforming them. They have no principle to which to appeal. The gratification of lust so degrades the soul and benumbs the higher sensibilities that a votary of voluptuousness is a most unpromising subject for reformatory efforts. The old adage that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure is strikingly exemplified in this case. The remedy must be applied before the depths have been reached. It was well said by a celebrated physician to a young man beginning a life of vice: "You are entering upon a career from which you will never turn back." Early training. The remedy, to be effective, must be applied early, the earlier the better. Lessons on chastity may be given in early infancy. The remedy may be applied even further back than this. Children must be virtuously generated. The bearing of this point will be fully appreciated in connection with the principles established in the preceding pages of this work, and which have already been sufficiently elucidated. Children should be early taught to reverence virtue, to abhor lust, and boys should be so trained that they will associate with the name of woman only pure, chaste, and noble thoughts. Few things are more deeply injurious to the character of woman, and more conducive to the production of foul imaginations in children than the free discussion of such subjects as the Beecher scandal and like topics. The inquisitive minds and lively imaginations of childhood penetrate the rotten mysteries of such foul subjects at a much earlier age than many persons imagine. The inquiring minds of children will be occupied in some way, and it is of the utmost importance that they should be early filled with thoughts that will lead them to noble and pure actions. Teach self-control. One important part of early training is the cultivation of self-control and a habit of self-denial, whenever right demands it. Another most essential part of a child's moral training is the cultivation of right motives. To present a child no higher motives for doing right than the hope of securing some pleasant reward or the fear of suffering some terrible punishment is the surest way to make of him a supremely selfish man, with no higher aim than to secure good to himself, no matter what may become of other people. And if he can convince himself that the pleasure he will secure by the commission of a certain act will more than counterbalance the probable risk of suffering, he will not hesitate to commit it, leaving wholly out of the consideration the question, is it right? Or noble? Or pure? A love of right for its own sake is the only solid basis upon which to build a moral character. Children should not be taught to do right in order to avoid a whipping, or imprisonment in a dark closeted horrid kind of punishment sometimes resorted to or even to escape, the lake of fire and brimstone. Neither should they be constantly coaxed to right doing by promised rewards, a new toy, a book, an excursion, nor even the pleasures of heaven. All of these incentives are selfish, and invariably narrow the character and belittle life when made the chief motives of action. But rather begin at the earliest possible moment to instill into the mind a love for right and truth and purity and virtue, and an abhorrence for their contraries. Then will he have a worthy principle by which to square his life. Then will he be safe from the assaults of passion, of vice, of lust. A mind so trained stands upon an eminence from which all evil men and devils combined cannot displace it so long as it adheres to its noble principles. Mental culture. The cultivation of the physical organization must not be neglected. Healthful mental discipline should receive equal attention. By healthful mental discipline is not meant that kind of superficial, cramming, and memorizing which constitute the training of the average school, but sound culture. A directing of the mind from facts to underlying principles. A development of the reasoning powers so as to bring the emotions and passions into subjection. The acquirement of the power to concentrate the mind. One of the best methods of cultivating self-control. These are some of the objects and results of sound culture of the mind. To supply the mind with food for pure thoughts, the child should be early inspired with a love for nature. The perceptives should be trained, the child taught to observe closely and accurately. The study of the natural sciences is a most valuable means of elevating the mind above grossness and sensuality. To be successful in this direction, parents must cultivate a love for the same objects themselves. Take the little ones into the country, if they are not so fortunate as to live there, and in the midst of nature's glories, point their impressible minds upward to the author of all the surrounding loveliness. Gather flowers and leaves and call attention to the peculiarities and special beauties of each, and thus arouse curiosity and cultivate habits of close observation and attention. Early associations. As children grow older, watch their associations. Warn them of evil influences and evil practices. Make homes so attractive that they will enjoy it better than any other place. Cultivate music. Its mellowing, harmonizing, refining influence is too great to be prudently withheld. Children naturally love music, and if they cannot hear it at home, they will go where they can hear it. Supply attractive books of natural history, travels, interesting and instructive biographies, and almost any other books but lovesick novels and sentimental religious storybooks. Guard against bad books and bad associates as carefully as though they were deadly serpents, for they are, indeed, the artful emissaries of the old serpent himself. A taste once formed for reading light literature destroys the relish for solid reading, and usually the taste, once lost, is never regained. The fascination of bad companionship once formed around a person is broken with the greatest difficulty. Hence the necessity for watching for the very beginnings of evil and promptly checking them. The mind should be thus fortified against the trifles and follies of fashionable life. It should be elevated into a sphere far above that occupied by those who pass their time in fashionable drawing rooms in silly twaddle, with thrumming a piano, with listless daydreaming, or in the gratification of perverted tastes and depraved instincts in any other of the ways common to fashionable life. Solitary vice. If illicit commerce of the sexes is a heinous sin, self-pollution or masturbation is a crime doubly abominable. As a sin against nature, it has no parallel except in sodomy, see Gen. 19:5, Judges 19:22. It is the most dangerous of all sexual abuses because the most extensively practiced. The vice consists in any excitement of the genital organs produced otherwise than in the natural way. It is known by the terms self-pollution, self-abuse, masturbation, onanism, manustupration, voluntary pollution, solitary or secret vice, and other names sufficiently explanatory. The vice is the more extensive because there are no bounds to its indulgence. Its frequent repetition fastens it upon the victim with a fascination almost irresistible. It may be begun in earliest infancy and may continue through life. Even though no warning may have been given, the transgressor seems to know, instinctively, that he is committing a great wrong, for he carefully hides his practice from observation. In solitude he pollutes himself, and with his own hand blights all his prospects for both this world and the next. Even after being solemnly warned, he will often continue this worse than beastly practice, deliberately forfeiting his right to health and happiness for a moment's mad sensuality. Alarming prevalence of the vice the habit is by no means confined to boys. Girls also indulge in it, though it is to be hoped to a less fearful extent than boys, at least in this country. A Russian physician, quoted by an eminent medical professor in New York, states that the habit is universal among girls in Russia. It seems impossible that such a statement should be credible, and yet we have not seen it contradicted. It is more than probable that the practice is far more nearly universal everywhere than even medical men are willing to admit. Many young men who have been addicted to the vice have, in their confessions, declared that they found it universal in the schools in which they learned the practice. Dr. Gardner speaks of it as the secret cause of much that is perverting the energies and demoralizing the minds of many of our fairest and best. He further says, much of the worthlessness, lassitude, and physical and mental feebleness attributable to the modern woman are to be ascribed to these habits as their initial cause. Foreigners are especially struck with this fact as the cause of much of the physical disease of our young women. They recognize it in the physique, in the sodden, colorless countenance, the lackluster eye, in the dreamy indolence, the general carriage, the constant demeanor indicative of distrust, mingled boldness and timidity, and a series of anomalous combinations which mark this genus of physical and moral decay. The extent to which the vice is practiced by an individual is in some cases appalling. 3 or 4 repetitions of the act daily are not uncommon, and the following from Dr. Copeland is evidence of much deeper depravity. There can be no doubt that the individual who has once devoted himself to this Moloch of the species becomes, but too frequently, its slave to an almost incredible degree. A patient who was sent to London for my advice confessed that he had practiced this vice 7 or 8 times daily from the age of 13 until 24, and he was then reduced to the lowest state of mental weakness, associated with various bodily infirmities. Indeed, both mental power and physical existence were nearly extinguished. Testimony of eminent authors, says a medical writer, in my opinion, neither the plague, Nor war, nor smallpox, nor similar diseases have produced results so disastrous to humanity as the pernicious habit of onanism. It is the destroying element of civilized societies, which is constantly in action and gradually undermines the health of a nation. The sin of self-pollution, which is generally considered to be that of onan, is one of the most destructive evils ever practiced by fallen man. In many respects, it is several degrees worse than common whoredom, and has in its train more awful consequences, though practiced by numbers who would shudder at the thought of criminal connection with a prostitute. However revolting to the feelings it may be to enter upon such a subject, it cannot be passed over in silence without a great violation of duty. Unhappily, it has not been hitherto exhibited in the awful light in which it deserves to be shown. The worst of it is that it is seldom suspected. There are many pale faces and languid and nervous feelings attributed to other causes, when all the mischief lies here. We scarcely need add further evidence of the fearful extent of this evil, but will conclude with the following. The pernicious and debasing practice of masturbation is a more common and extensive evil with youth of both sexes than is usually supposed. A great number of the evils which come upon the youth at and after the age of puberty arise from masturbation, persisted in, so as to waste the vital energies and enervate the physical and mental powers of man. Many of the weaknesses commonly attributed to growth and the changes in the habit by the important transformation from adolescence to manhood are justly referable to this practice. Not a modern vice that, this vice is not entirely, a modern one is proved by the fact that in many ancient writings directions are given for treating its effects. Even Moses seems to have recognized disorders of this class. Hippocrates and others devoted considerable attention to them. Victims of all ages, the ages at which the habit may be practiced include almost the whole extent of human life. We have seen it in infants of only 3 or 4 years, and in old men scarcely less than 60, in both extremes marked by the most unmistakable and lamentable consequences. Cases have been noted in which the practice was begun as early as 2 years of age. It is common among African boys at 9 and 10 years of age, according to Dr. Copeland. Unsuspected rottenness parents who have no suspicion of the evil, who think their children the embodiment of purity, will find by careful observation and inquiry, though personal testimony cannot be relied upon, that in numerous instances their supposed virtuous children are old in corruption. Such a revelation has brought dismay into many a family, only too late in some cases. Not long since a case came under our care, which well illustrates the apathy and blindness of parents with respect to this subject. The parents of a young man whose mind seemed to be somewhat disordered sent word to us through a friend respecting his condition, asking advice. We suspected from the symptoms described the real cause of the disease and urged prompt attention to the case. In a short time, the young man was placed under our immediate care without encouragement of a cure, and we gave the case still closer study. The characteristic symptoms of disease from self-abuse were marked, but the father was positive that no influence of that kind could have been at work. He had watched his son narrowly from infancy and did not believe it possible for him to have been guilty. In addition, the young man had long been remarkable for his piety, and he did not believe there could be any possibility of his being guilty of so gross a crime. A short time sufficed, however, to secure the indisputable evidence of the fact by his being caught in the act by his nurse. This young man was a sad example of what havoc is made with the human form divine by this debasing vice. Once a bright boy, kind, affectionate, active, intelligent, the pride of a loving mother and the hope of a doting father, his mind had sunken to driveling idiocy. His vacant stare and expressionless countenance betokened almost complete imbecility. If allowed to do so, he would remain for hours in whatever position his last movement left him. If his hand was raised, it remained extended until placed in a position of rest by his attendant. Only with the utmost difficulty could he be made to rise in the morning, to eat, drink, or walk. Only by great efforts could he be aroused from his lethargy sufficiently to answer the most simple question. The instinctive demands of decency in regarding the calls of nature were not respected. In short, the distinguishing characteristics of a human being were almost wholly obliterated, leaving but a physical semblance of humanity. A mind completely wrecked, a body undergoing dissolution while yet alive, a blasted life, no hope for this world, no prospect for the next. In the insane asylums of the country may be seen hundreds of these poor victims in all stages of physical and mental demoralization. Causes of the habitat is needless to recapitulate all the causes of unchastity which have previously been quite fully dwelt upon, nearly all of which are predisposing or exciting causes of solitary as well as of social vice. Sexual precocity, idleness, pernicious literature, abnormal sexual passions, exciting and irritating food, gluttony, sedentary employment, libidinous pictures, and many abnormal conditions of life are potent causes in exciting the vile practice. But by far the most frequent causes are evil associations, wicked or ignorant nurses, and local disease or abnormality. These latter we will consider more particularly, as they have not been so fully dwelt upon elsewhere. Evil associations. A child may have been reared with the greatest care. From infancy, he may have been carefully shielded from all pernicious influences, so that at the age of 10 or 12, when he is for the first time sent away to school, he may be free from vice. But when he associates with his fellow students, he soon finds them practicing a habit new to him, and being unwarned, he speedily follows their filthy example and quickly becomes fascinated with the vice. Thousands have taken their first lessons in this debasing habit at school. Teachers and scholars testify that it is often practiced even in school hours, almost under the teacher's eyes. But where the infection most quickly spreads is in the sleeping apartments, where more than one occupy the same bed or where several sleep in the same room. Nothing is more indispensable to purity of body and of morals than a private sleeping room and single bed for each student. Such an arrangement would protect the youth from the reception of much evil, and would allow an opportunity for privacy, which every young man or youth needs for his spiritual as well as physical benefit. Not the least benefit of the latter class is the opportunity for a thorough cleansing of the whole body every morning, which is almost as indispensable to purity of morals as cleanliness of body. The same suggestion is fully as applicable to the sleeping arrangements of girls. The exceptional cases in which this plan would not be the best are very few indeed. Corruption in schools. Says Dr. Acton, I cannot venture to print the accounts patients have given me of what they have seen or even been drawn into at schools. I would fain hope that such abominations are things of the past. The entrance of a single corrupt boy into a school which may have been previously pure, though such schools must be extremely rare, will speedily corrupt almost the entire membership. The evil infection spreads more rapidly than the contagion of smallpox or yellow fever, and it is scarcely less fatal. This danger exists not in public or city schools alone, but in the most select and private schools. A father who had kept his 2 sons under the care of a private governess for several years, and then placed them in a small school taught by a lady, and composed of a few small children from the most select families, was greatly astonished when informed by a physician that his sons showed symptoms of the effects of self-abuse. He was totally incredulous, but an investigation showed that they had already practiced the vile habit for several years, having learned it of an infantile schoolmate. We were acquainted with one instance in which a primary school in a secluded and select community was nearly broken up by the introduction of this vile habit through a corrupt student. Many a watchful teacher has seen the light of growing intelligence suddenly dim and wane in the eye of his favorite student, just when he was giving the most promise of developing unusual talents in literature, mathematics, or some one of the natural or physical sciences, and has been compelled to watch the devastating influence of this deadly upas tree that often claims the best and fairest human flowers as its victims. Wicked nurses. In those cases in which the habit is acquired at a very early age, the work of evil is usually wrought by the nurse, perhaps through ignorance of the effects of the habit. Incredible as it seems, it is proved by numerous instances that it is not an uncommon habit for nurses to quiet small children by handling or titillating their genital organs. They find this a speedy means of quieting them, and resort to it regardless or ignorant of the consequences. Not an uncommon case prof. Lusk of Bellevue Hospital College, New York, related to his medical class in our hearing a case, which came under his observation, in which all of the children in a large family had been taught the habit by a wicked nurse, for the purpose of keeping them quiet after they were put to bed. The vileness that would lead a person to thus rob childhood of its innocence, and blast its prospects for this life and the next, is base enough for the commission of almost any crime. Indeed, the crime could hardly have been a worse one had the nurse referred to in the above case in cold blood cut the throats of those innocent children. Perhaps it might have been better for the children. A gentleman once declared that if he should detect a person teaching this crime to his child, he would shoot him on the spot. And if homicide is allowable under any circumstances, it seems to us it would be extenuated by such an aggravation. If occasional bad associations will work an immense damage to the youthful character, what terrible injury may be wrought by an agent of sin, an instructor in vice who is within the household, who presides in the nursery, and exerts a constant influence. No one can estimate it. Acton remarks on this point, I need hardly point out how very dangerous this is. There seems hardly any limit to the age at which a young child can be initiated into these abominations, or to the depth of degradation to which it may fall under such hideous teaching. Books treating of this subject are unfortunately too full of accounts of the habits of such children. In not a few instances, the hired man has been the means of communicating to innocent little boys the infamous knowledge which, fortunately, they had not acquired in babyhood. With no knowledge of the evil they are committing, they begin the work of physical damnation which makes a hell of life and leads to endless death. The hired girl is often an equally efficient agent for evil in the instruction of little girls in this debasing vice. Some time ago, the very intelligent parents of a bright family of children were awakened to the importance of this subject from the perusal of the first edition of this work, and upon investigation were horrified to find that their oldest child, a promising daughter of 10, was already a victim to the vile practice, having been initiated by a hired girl. After using in vain every means he could bring to bear upon the case, the father brought her to us, and with tears in his eyes gave his story. After telling of his unsuccessful attempts to effect a reform, he declared that he would far prefer to place his daughter in the grave than to see her grow up a wretched victim of this vice. We were most happy to be able, after a few weeks' treatment, to restore her to her parents, as we hope, permanently reformed. Not a few such cases are constantly coming to the attention of the medical profession. The instructor in vice are these lines perused by anyone who has ever taught another this vice so vile, and so certainly followed by penalties, so terrible penalties, not upon the instigator, but upon the hapless victim. Let such a person clothe himself in sackcloth and ashes, and do penance for the remainder of his life. The only way in which he can hope to atone even in some small degree for such a heinous crime is by doing all in his power to warn those in danger against this sin. When all men receive their just deserts, what will be the punishment of such a one who has not, by thorough repentance and a life spent in trying to undo the work of ruin so foully wrought, in some measure disburdened himself of the consequences of his act? Sending children very early to bed before they are weary, to get them out of the way, or for punishment, is a grave error, as this may give rise to the vice. Confining children alone in a room by themselves is an equally reprehensible practice, as it favors the commission of the act, at least, and may afford a favorable opportunity for its discovery. Allowing children to form a habit of seeking solitude is an evil of the same nature. Local disease in the male, a tight or long foreskin, is a frequent cause of the habit. The constant contact of the prepuce with the most sensitive part of the organ increases its sensibility. The secretion is retained and accumulates, often becoming hardened. In this manner, irritation is set up, which occasions uncomfortable feelings and attracts the hands to the part. Owing to the great degree of excitement due to irritation, but a slight provocation is necessary to arouse voluptuous sensations, and then the terrible secret is revealed. The child readily discovers how to reproduce the same and is not slow to commit a frequent repetition of the act, and thus the habit is formed. An illustrative case in which the vice originated in this manner was recently under our observation. The patient was a man of considerable intellectual power and some culture, but showed unmistakable signs of his early indiscretion. He stated that although he mingled quite freely with other boys of his age, he obtained no knowledge of the habit from others. He often heard allusions which he did not understand, and of which he did not, fortunately, discover the meaning. But he was afflicted with congenital phimosis, the prepuce being so tight that retraction was impossible. This, together with urinal irritation which occasioned nocturnal incontinence of urine, constipation, and highly seasoned food, produced so much local irritation as to occasion frequent erections and an increased secretion. He soon noticed that there was an accumulation of hardened secretion beneath the foreskin, and in attempting to remove this, he accidentally provoked voluptuous sensations. He speedily abandoned himself to the habit, often repeating it several times a day. Beginning at the age of 12 years, he continued it for 3 or 4 years. Soon after acquiring the habit, he became aware of its tendencies through reading books upon the subject, but he found himself so completely enslaved that abstinence seemed impossible. One resolution to reform after another was formed, only to be speedily broken. His unwholesome diet, habitual constipation, and especially the unfortunate organic difficulty in his genital organs, produced an almost constant priapism, which was only relieved, and then but temporarily, by the act of pollution. His sedentary habits increased the difficulty to an extreme degree. In the meantime, his constitution, naturally weak, was being gradually undermined. He suffered from constant headache, heartburn, pains in the back and limbs, weakness, and lassitude. Yet he attributed none of these ailments to the true cause. After the lapse of 3 or 4 years thus spent, and after repeated ineffectual attempts, by a powerful effort of the will, by the aid of prayer, and by adopting a more wholesome diet, he succeeded in getting the mastery of his vice. But the local difficulties still continued in a great degree, and under particularly aggravating circumstances occasioned a relapse at long intervals. After a time, the local difficulties grew less and less, and enabled him to gain a complete victory over the habit, though the results of previous sins still remained, for which he desired treatment. This case will serve as a fair illustration of many of similar character, in which the child accidentally makes the discovery which leads him to work his own ruin. Other physical causes: constipation, piles, irritable bladder, fissure of the anus, local uncleanliness, and pruritus of the genital organs, will produce the habit in both males and females in the manner described. Sleeping on feather beds increases the local congestion, and thus favors the exciting influences of any of the above-named causes. It may perhaps itself be the exciting cause. We once treated a patient who was affected with stone in the bladder, and who asserted that the constant irritation which he suffered in the end of the penis was only relieved by friction. This might readily be the cause of masturbation, though in this case the vice had been acquired many years before and was still continued in spite of all efforts to reform. Lying upon the back or upon the abdomen frequently leads to self-abuse by provoking sexual excitement. Certain kinds of exercises, as climbing in particular, have been attended by the same results. It is said that children sometimes experience genital excitement amounting to pleasure as the result of whipping. Influence of stimulants: the use of stimulants of any kind is a fruitful cause of the vice. Tea and coffee have led thousands to perdition in this way. The influence of tobacco is so strongly shown in this direction that it is doubtful if there can be found a boy who has attained the age of puberty and has acquired the habit of using tobacco, who is not also addicted to this vile practice. Candies, spices, cinnamon, cloves, peppermint, and all strong essences powerfully excite the genital organs and lead to the same result. It should be further added that there is evidence that a powerful predisposition to this vice is transmitted to the children of those who have themselves been guilty of it. Signs of self-abuse: the net which this vice weaves around its victims is so strong, and its meshes are so elaborately interwoven with all his thoughts, his habits, and his very being, when it has been long indulged, that it is important to be able to detect it when first acquired, as it may then be much more easily overcome than at any subsequent period. It is often no easy matter to do this, as the victim will resort to all manner of cunning devices to hide his vice, and will not scruple to falsify concerning it when questioned. To be able to accomplish this successfully requires a careful study, first, of the signs by which those who indulge in the practice may be known, and, secondly, of the habits of the individuals. In considering the subject, it will be found that there are two classes of signs, as follows. 1. Those which may arouse suspicion, but any one of which, taken singly, would not be an evidence of the practice. 2. Those which may be regarded as positive. Several suspicious signs together may constitute a positive sign. Under these two heads, we will consider the signs of this vile habit. It is well to bear in mind the fact that one or two suspicious signs are not evidence of the disease. It is likewise well to remember that the habit may be found where least looked for, and where one would have a right to expect perfect purity. Prejudice must be allowed no voice upon either side. A writer has said that every young person under puberty ought to be suspected of the disease. We can hardly endorse this remark in full, but it would be at least wise for every guardian of children to criticize most carefully their habits, and to quickly detect the first indications of sinful practices. Parents must not think that their children, at least, are too good to engage in such sinful abuses. It is most probable that their children are very like those of their neighbors, and any amount of natural goodness is not a protection against this insidious vice when it presents itself as a harmless pleasure to the unwarned and ignorant child. Suspicious signs the following symptoms, occurring in the mental and physical character and habits of a child or young person, may well give rise to grave suspicions of evil, and should cause parents or guardians to be on the alert to root it out if possible. 1. General debility coming upon a previously healthy child, marked by emaciation, weakness, and unnatural paleness, colorless lips and gums, and the general symptoms of exhaustion when it cannot be traced to any other legitimate cause, as internal disease, worms, grief, overwork, poor air, or poor food, and when it is not speedily removed by change of air or appropriate remedial measures, may safely be attributed to solitary vice. No matter how far above natural suspicion the individual may be, mistakes will be rare indeed when such a judgment is pronounced under the circumstances named. 2. Early symptoms of consumption, or what are supposed to be such as cough, and decrease in flesh, with short breathing and soreness of the lungs or muscles of the chest are, not infrequently, solely the result of this vice. That such is the case may be considered pretty surely determined if physical examination of the lungs reveals no organic disease of those organs. But it should be remembered that solitary vice is one of the most frequent causes of early consumption. Several cases which strikingly prove this have fallen under our own observation. 3. Premature and defective development is a symptom closely allied to the two preceding. When it cannot be traced to such natural causes as overstudy, overwork, lack of exercise, and other influences of a similar nature, it should be charged to self-abuse. The early exercise of the genital organs hastens the attainment of puberty, in many cases, especially when the habit is acquired early, but at the same time saps the vital energies so that the system is unable to manifest that increased energy in growth and development, which usually occurs at this period. In consequence, the body remains small, or does not attain that development which it otherwise would. The mind is dwarfed as well as the body. Sometimes the mind suffers more than the body in lack of development, and sometimes the reverse is true. This defective development is shown in the physical organization of males, in the failure of the voice to increase in volume and depth of tone as it should, in deficient growth of the beard, in failure of the chest to become full and the shoulders broad. The mind and character show the dwarfing influence by failure to develop those qualities which especially distinguish a noble manhood. In the female, defective development is shown by menstrual derangements, by defective growth either in stature or as shown in unnatural slimness, and in a failure to develop the graces and pleasing character which should distinguish early womanhood. Such signs deserve careful investigation, for they can only result from some powerfully blighting influence. 4. Sudden change in disposition is a sign which may well arouse suspicion. If a boy who has previously been cheerful, pleasant, dutiful, and gentle suddenly becomes morose, cross, peevish, irritable, and disobedient, be sure that some foul influence is at work with him. When a girl, naturally joyous, happy, confiding, and amiable, becomes unaccountably gloomy, sad, fretful, dissatisfied, and unconfiding, be certain that a blight of no insignificant character is resting upon her. Make a careful study of the habits of such children, and if there is no sudden illness to account for the change in their character, it need not require long deliberation to arrive at the true cause, for it will rarely be found to be anything other than solitary indulgence. 5. Lassitude is as unnatural for a child as for a young kitten. A healthy child will be active, playful, full of life and animal spirits. If a young child manifests indisposition to activity, a dislike for play, lifelessness, and languor, suspect his habits, if there is no other reasonable cause to which to attribute his unnatural want of childish sprightliness. 6. In connection with the preceding symptom will generally be found, instead of that natural brilliance of expression in the eyes and countenance, an unnatural dullness and vacantness altogether foreign to childhood. This is a just ground for suspicion. 7. Sleeplessness is another symptom of significance. Sound sleep is natural for childhood, and if sleeplessness be not occasioned by dietetic errors, as eating indigestible food, eating between meals, or eating late suppers, it may justly be a cause for suspicion of evil habits. 8. Failure of mental capacity without apparent cause should occasion suspicion of evil practices. When a child who has previously learned readily, mastered his lessons easily, and possessed a retentive memory shows a manifest decline in these directions, fails to get his lessons, becomes stupid, forgetful, and inattentive, he has probably become the victim of a terrible vice, and is on the road to speedy mental as well as physical ruin. Watch him. 9. Fickleness is another evidence of the working of some deteriorating influence, for only a weak mind is fickle. 10. Untrustworthiness appearing in a child should attract attention to his habits. If he has suddenly become heedless, listless, and forgetful, so that he cannot be depended upon, though previously not so, lay the blame upon solitary indulgence. This vice has a wonderful influence in developing untruthfulness. A child previously honest, under its baneful influence, will soon become an inveterate liar. 11. Love of solitude is a very suspicious sign. Children are naturally sociable, almost without exception. They have a natural dread of being alone. When a child habitually seeks seclusion without a sufficient cause, there are good grounds for suspecting him of sinful habits. The barn, the garret, the water closet, and sometimes secluded places in the woods are the favorite resorts of masturbators. They should be carefully followed and watched, unobserved. 12. Bashfulness is not infrequently dependent upon this cause. It would be far from right to say that every person who is excessively modest or timid is a masturbator. But there is a certain timorousness which seems to arise from a sense of shame or fear of discovery that many victims of this vice exhibit, and which may be distinguished from natural modesty by a little experience. One very common mode of manifestation of this timidity is the inability to look a superior, or any person who is esteemed pure, in the eye. If spoken to, instead of looking directly at the person to whom he addresses an answer, the masturbator looks to one side, or lets his eyes fall upon the ground, seemingly conscious that the eye is a wonderful telltale of the secrets of the mind. 13. Unnatural boldness, in marked contrast with the preceding sign, is manifested by a certain class of victims. It can be as easily distinguished, however, as unnatural timidity. The individual seems to have not the slightest appreciation of propriety. He commits openly the most uncouth acts, if he does not manifest the most indecent unchastity of manner. When spoken to, he stares rudely at the person addressing him, often with a very unpleasant leer upon his countenance. In some few cases, there seems to be a curious combination of conditions. While mentally fearful, timid, and hesitating, the individual finds himself, upon addressing a person, staring at him in the most ungainly manner. He is conscious of his ill manners, but is powerless to control himself. This sign is one which could hardly be of use to any, except a very close observer, however, as few can read upon the countenance the operations of the mind. 14. Mock piety, or perhaps we should more properly designate it as mistaken piety, is another peculiar manifestation of the effects of this vicious practice. The victim is observed to become transformed, by degrees, from a romping, laughing child full of hilarity and frolic, to a sober and very sedate little Christian, the friends think, and they are highly gratified with the piety of the child. Little do they suspect the real cause of the solemn face. Not the slightest suspicion have they of the foul orgies practiced by the little sinner. By the aid of friends, he may soon add hypocrisy to his other crimes, and find in assumed devotion a ready pretense for seeking solitude. Parents will do well to investigate the origin of this kind of religion in their children. 15. Easily frightened children are abundant among young masturbators, though all easily frightened persons are not vicious. It is certain, however, that the vice greatly exaggerates natural fear and creates an unnatural apprehensiveness. The victim's mind is constantly filled with vague forebodings of evil. He often looks behind him, looks into all the closets, peeps under the bed, and is constantly expressing fears of impending evil. Such movements are the result of a diseased imagination, and they may justly give rise to suspicion. 16. Confusion of ideas is another characteristic of the devotee of this artful vice. If he attempts to argue, his points are not clearly made. He may be superficially quick and cute, but is incapable of deep thought or abstruse reasoning, is often very dull of apprehension. Ideas are not presented in logical order, but seem to fall out promiscuously and fairly represent the condition of a disordered brain. Attempts at joking are generally failures, as the jest is sure to be inappropriate or vulgar, and no one but himself sees any occasion for laughter except at his stupidity. Such individuals are not scarce. 17. Boys in whom the habit has become well developed sometimes manifest a decided aversion to the society of girls, but this is not nearly so often the case as some authors seem to indicate. It would rather appear that the opposite is more often true. Girls usually show an increasing fondness for the society of boys, and are very prone to exhibit marked evidences of real wantonness. 18. Round shoulders and a stooping posture in sitting are characteristics of young masturbators of both sexes. Whenever a child seats himself, the head and shoulders droop forward, giving to the spine a curved appearance. 19. Weak backs, pains in the limbs, and stiffness of the joints in children are familiar signs of the habit. To the first of these conditions is due the habitual stooping posture assumed by these children. The habit referred to is not the only cause of these conditions, but its causative occurrence is sufficiently frequent to give it no small importance as a suspicious indication. 20. Paralysis of the lower extremities, coming on without apparent cause, is not infrequently the result of solitary indulgence, even in very small children. We have seen several cases in which this condition was traced to the habit of masturbation in children under 6 years of age. 21. The gait of a person addicted to this vice will usually betray him to one who has learned to distinguish the peculiarities which almost always mark the walk of such persons. In a child, a dragging, shuffling walk is to be suspected. Boys, in walking rapidly, show none of that elasticity which characterizes a natural gait, but walk as if they had been stiffened in the hips, and as though their legs were pegs attached to the body by hinges. The girl wriggles along in a style quite as characteristic, though more difficult to detect with certainty, as females are often so affected in their walk. Unsteadiness of gait is an evidence seen in both sexes, especially in advanced cases. 22. Bad positions in bed are evidences which should be noticed. If a child lies constantly upon its abdomen, or is often found with its hands about the genitals, it may be at least considered in a fair way to acquire the habit if it has not already done so. 23. Lack of development of the breasts in females, after puberty, is a common result of self-pollution. Still, it would be entirely unsafe to say that every female with small mammary glands had been addicted to this vice, especially at the present time when a fair natural development is often destroyed by the constant pressure and heat of pads. But this sign may well be given a due bearing. 24. Capricious appetite particularly characterizes children addicted to secret vice. At the commencement of the practice, they almost invariably manifest great voracity for food, gorging themselves in the most gluttonous manner. As the habit becomes fixed, digestion becomes impaired, and the appetite is sometimes almost wanting, and at other times almost unappeasable. 25. One very constant peculiarity of such children is their extreme fondness for unnatural, hurtful, and irritating articles. Nearly all are greatly attached to salt, pepper, spices, cinnamon, cloves, vinegar, mustard, horseradish, and similar articles, and use them in most inordinate quantities. A boy or girl who is constantly eating cloves or cinnamon, or who will eat salt in quantities without other food, gives good occasion for suspicion. 26. Eating clay, slate pencils, plaster, chalk, and other indigestible articles is a practice to which girls who abuse themselves are especially addicted. The habit sometimes becomes developed to such a wonderful extent that the victims almost rival the clay eaters of the Amazon in gratifying their propensity. 27. Disgust for simple food is one of the traits which a victim of this vice is sure to possess. He seems to loathe any food which is not rendered hot and stimulating with spices and other condiments, and cannot be induced to eat it. 28. The use of tobacco is good presumptive evidence that a boy is also addicted to a practice still more filthy. Exceptions to this rule are very rare indeed, if they exist, which we somewhat doubt. The same influences which would lead a boy to the use of tobacco would also lead him to solitary vice, and each sin would serve to exaggerate the other. 29. Unnatural paleness and colorless lips, unless they can be otherwise accounted for, may be attributed to secret sin. The face is a great telltale against this class of sinners. Justice demands, however, that an individual should be given the benefit of a doubt so long as there is a chance for the production of these symptoms by any other known cause, as overwork, mental anxiety, or dyspepsia. 30. Acne or pimples on the face are also among the suspicious signs, especially when they appear upon the forehead as well as upon other portions of the face. Occasional pimples upon the chin are very common in both sexes at puberty and for a few years afterward, but are without significance, except that the blood may be somewhat gross from unwholesome diet or lack of exercise. 31. Biting the fingernails is a practice very common in girls addicted to this vice. In such persons there will also be found, not infrequently, slight soreness or ulceration at the roots of the nails, and warts, one or more, upon one or both the first two fingers of the hand, usually the right. 32. The eyes often betray much. If, in addition to want of luster and natural brilliancy, they are sunken, present red edges, are somewhat sore perhaps, and are surrounded by a dark ring, the patient, especially if a child, should be suspected and carefully watched. It should be observed, however, that dyspepsia, debility from any cause, and especially loss of sleep, will produce some or all of these signs, and no one should be accused of the vice upon the evidence of these indications alone. Neither could he be justly suspected so long as his symptoms could be accounted for by legitimate causes. 33. An habitually moist, cold hand is a suspicious circumstance in a young person who is not known to be suffering from some constitutional disease. 34. Palpitation of the heart, frequently occurring, denotes a condition of nervous disturbance which has some powerful cause, and which may often be found to be the vice in question. 35. Hysteria in females may be regarded as a suspicious circumstance when frequently occurring on very slight occasions, and especially if there is no hereditary tendency to the disease. 36. Chlorosis, or green sickness, is very often caused by the unholy practice under consideration. It is very commonly attributed, when occurring in young women, to menstrual derangements. But it is only necessary to remember that these menstrual irregularities are in many cases the result of the same habit, as has been already pointed out. 37. Epileptic fits in children are not infrequently the result of vicious habits. 38. Wetting the bed is an evidence of irritation which may be connected with the practice. It should be looked after. 39. Unchastity of speech and fondness for obscene stories betray a condition of mind, which does not exist in youth who are not addicted to this vice. As previously remarked, no single one of the above signs should be considered as conclusive evidence of the habit in any individual, but any one of them may, and should, arouse suspicion and watchfulness. If the habit really exists, but a short time will elapse before other signs will be noticed, and when several point in the same direction, the evidence may be considered nearly, if not quite, conclusive. But persistent watching will enable the positive signs to be detected sooner or later, and then there can no longer be doubt. It is, of course, necessary to give the individual no suspicion that he is being watched, as that would put him so effectually on his guard as, possibly, to defy detection. Positive signs, the absolutely positive signs of solitary vice, are very few. Of course, the most certainly positive of all is detection in the act. Sometimes this is difficult. With such consummate cunning do the devotees of this Moloch pursue their debasing practice. If a child is noticed to seek a certain secluded spot with considerable regularity, he should be carefully followed and secretly watched, for several days in succession if need be. Many children pursue the practice at night after retiring. If the suspected one is observed to become very quickly quiet after retiring, and when looked at appears to be asleep, the bedclothes should be quickly thrown off under some pretense. If, in the case of a boy, the penis is found in a state of erection, with the hands near the genitals, he may certainly be treated as a masturbator without any error. If he is found in a state of excitement, in connection with the other evidences, with a quickened circulation as indicated by the pulse, or in a state of perspiration, his guilt is certain, even though he may pretend to be asleep. No doubt he has been addicted to the vice for a considerable time to have acquired so much cunning. If the same course is pursued with girls, under the same circumstances, the clitoris will be found congested, with the other genital organs, which will also be moist from increased secretion. Other conditions will be as nearly as possible the same as those in the boy. Stains upon the night shirt or sheets, occurring before puberty, are certain evidences of the vice in boys, as they are subject, before that time, to no discharge which will leave a stain resembling that from the seminal fluid, except the rare one from piles. In the very young, these stains do not occur. But when the habit is acquired before puberty, a discharge resembling semen takes place before the ordinary period. Of course, the stains from urine will be easily distinguished from others. The frequent occurrence of such stains after puberty is a suspicious circumstance. A discharge in some respects similar may occur in girls. Before puberty, the effect of the vice upon the genital organs is to cause an unnatural development, in both sexes, of the sensitive portions. When this is marked, it is pretty conclusive evidence of the vice. In girls, the vagina often becomes unnaturally enlarged, and leukorrhea is often present. After puberty, the organs usually diminish in size and become unnaturally lax and shrunken. All of these signs should be thoroughly mastered by those who have children under their care, and if not continually watching for them, which would be an unpleasant task, such should be on the alert to detect the signs at once when they appear, and then carefully seek for others until there is no longer any doubt about the case. Results of secret vice. The physician rarely meets more forlorn objects than the victims of prolonged self-abuse. These unfortunate beings he meets every day of his life, and listens so often to the same story of shameful abuse and retributive suffering that he dreads to hear it repeated. In these cases, there is usually a horrid sameness, the same cause, the same inevitable results. In most cases, the patient need not utter a word, for the physician can read in his countenance his whole history, as can most other people at all conversant with the subject. In order to secure the greatest completeness consistent with necessary brevity, we will describe the effects observed in males and those in females under separate heads, noticing the symptoms of each morbid condition in connection with its description. Effects in MALES. We shall describe first the local effects, then the general effects, physical and mental. Local effects: excitement of the genital organs produces the most intense congestion. No other organs in the body are capable of such rapid and enormous engorgement. When the act is frequently repeated, this condition becomes permanent in some of the tissues, particularly in the mucous membrane lining the urethra. This same membrane continues into and lines throughout the bladder, kidneys, and all the urinary organs, together with the vesiculae seminals, the ejaculatory ducts, the vasa deferentia, and the testes. In consequence of this continuity of tissue, any irritation affecting one part is liable to extend to another, or to all the rest. We mention this anatomical fact here as a help to the understanding of the different morbid conditions which will be noticed. Urethral irritation: the chronic congestion of the urethra, after a time, becomes chronic irritability. The tissue is unusually sensitive, this condition being often indicated by a slight smarting in urination. It often extends throughout the whole length of the urethra and becomes so intense that the passage of a sound, which would occasion little if any sensation in a healthy organ, produces the most acute pain, as we have observed in numerous instances, even when the greatest care was used in the introduction of the instrument. Shooting pains are often felt in the organ due to this irritation. Pain is in some cases most felt at the root, in others at the head. It often darts from one point to another. Just before and just after urination, the pain is most severe. Stricture: long continued irritation of the mucous membrane of the urethra produces, ultimately, inflammation and swelling of the same in some portion of its extent. This condition may become permanent and then constitutes real stricture, a most serious disease. More often the swelling is but transient, being due to some unusual excess, and will subside. Sometimes, also, a temporary stricture is produced by spasmodic contraction of the muscular fibers surrounding the urethra, which is excited by the local irritation. This kind of stricture is often met in the treatment of spermatorrhea. Enlarged prostate: this painful affection is a frequent result of the chronic irritation in the urethra, which the gland surrounds, the morbid action being communicated to it by its proximity. A diseased action is set up, which results in enlargement and hardening. It is felt as a hard body just anterior to the anus, and becomes by pressure the source of much additional mischief. Sometimes the disease progresses to dangerous ulceration. It is attended by heat, pressure, and pain between the anus and the root of the penis. Urinary diseases: the same congestion and irritability extend to the bladder and thence to the kidneys, producing irritation and inflammation of those organs. Mucus is often formed in large quantities, sometimes much is retained in the bladder. Earthy matter is deposited, which becomes entangled in the mucus, and thus a concretion or stone is produced, occasioning much suffering and perhaps death. We saw, not long since, a case of this kind. The patient was nearly 60 years of age and had practiced masturbation from childhood. In consequence of his vice, a chronic irritation of the urethra had been produced, which was followed by enlargement of the prostate, then by chronic irritation of the bladder and the formation of stone. His sufferings were most excruciating whenever he attempted to urinate, which was only accomplished with the greatest difficulty and suffering. One of the unpleasant results of irritation of the lining membrane of the bladder is inability to retain the urine long, which requires frequent urination and often causes incontinence of urine. Priapism: this same morbid sensitiveness may produce priapism, or continuous and painful erection, one of the most terrible and humiliating conditions, as Dr. Acton says, to which the human body is subject. The horrid desperation of patients suffering under this condition is almost inconceivable. It is, fortunately, rare in its most severe forms, but hundreds suffer from it to a most painful degree as one of the punishments of transgression of nature's laws, and a most terrible punishment it is. Piles, prolapsus of rectum, etc. As the result of the straining caused by stricture, piles, prolapsus of the rectum, and fissure of the anus are not infrequently induced, as the following case observed at Charity Hospital, New York, illustrates. The patient had a peculiar deformity of the genital organs, hypospadias, which prevented sexual intercourse, in consequence of which he gave himself up to the practice of self-abuse. He had become reduced to the most deplorable condition of both mind and body, and presented a most woebegone countenance. In addition to his general ailments, he suffered from extreme prolapsus of the rectum and a most painful anal fissure. His condition was somewhat bettered by skillful surgical treatment. Extension of irritation serious and painful, as are the affections already noticed. Those which arise from the extension of the congestion and irritation of the urethra to those other organs, most intimately connected with the function of generation, are still more dreadful in themselves, and far more serious in their consequences. The irritation extends into the ejaculatory ducts, thence backward into the seminal vesicles, and downward through the vasa deferentia to the testes. These organs become unnaturally excited, and their activity is increased. The testicles form an abnormal amount of spermatozoa. The seminal vesicles secrete their peculiar fluid too freely. From these two sources combined, the vesicles become loaded with seminal fluid, and this condition gives rise to a great increase of sexual excitement. In cases of long-standing, the irritation of the urethra at the openings of the ejaculatory ducts, a point just in front of the bladder, advances to inflammation and ulceration. Here is now established a permanent source of irritation, by which the morbid activity of the testes and seminal vesicles is kept up and continually increased. This condition is indicated by frequent twitchings of the ejaculatory and compressor muscles in the perineum. It is also indicated by a burning sensation at the root of the penis after urination, which, in severe cases, amounts to very serious pain. Atrophy or wasting of the testes, the first result of the irritation communicated to the testes, is, as already remarked, increased activity. But this is attended by swelling in some cases, more or less pain, tenderness, and, after a time, diminution in size. This degenerative process likewise affects the seminal fluid, which becomes more or less deteriorated and incapable of producing healthy offspring, even while it retains the power of fecundating the ovum, which it also ultimately loses if the disease is not checked by proper treatment, when the individual becomes hopelessly impotent, a happy result for the race, for it prevents the possibility of his imparting to another being his debilitated constitution. Varicocele. This morbid condition consists in a varicose state of the spermatic veins. It is almost always found upon the left side, owing to an anatomical peculiarity of the spermatic vein of that side. It has been supposed to be a result of masturbation and its effects, but is certainly caused otherwise in many cases. It is not infrequently found in these patients, but Prof. Bartholow contends that even in such cases we should consider its presence, in general, as accidental. Atrophy of the left testicle is often produced by the pressure of the distended veins, but this does not produce impotence. It occasionally occurs simultaneously on both sides and greatly aggravates the effects of self-abuse, if it is not itself an effect of the vice. Nocturnal emissions. Seminal emissions during sleep, usually accompanied by erotic dreams, are known as nocturnal pollutions or emissions, and are often called spermatoria, though there is some disagreement respecting the use of the latter term. Its most proper use is when applied to the entire group of symptoms which accompany involuntary seminal losses. The masturbator knows nothing of this disease so long as he continues his vile practice. But when he resolves to reform and ceases to defile himself voluntarily, He is astonished and disgusted to find that the same filthy pollutions occur during his sleep, without his voluntary participation. He now begins to see something of the ruin he has wrought. The same nightly loss continues, sometimes being repeated several times in a single night, to his infinite mortification and chagrin. He hopes the difficulty will subside of itself, but his hope is vain. Unless properly treated, it will probably continue until the ruin which he voluntarily began is completed. This disease is the result of sexual excesses of any kind. It is common in married men who have abused the marriage relation, when they are forced to temporary continence from any cause. It also occurs in those addicted to mental unchastity, though they may be physically continent. It is not probable that it would ever occur in a person who had been strictly continent and had not allowed his mind to dwell upon libidinous imaginations. Exciting causes. The exciting causes which serve to perpetuate this difficulty are chiefly two, viz., local irritation and lewd thoughts. The first cause is usually chiefly located in the urethra, and especially at the mouths of the ejaculatory ducts. Distension of the seminal vesicles with a superabundance of seminal fluid also acts as a source of irritation. Constipation, worms, and piles have an irritative influence, which is often very seriously felt. Unchaste thoughts act detrimentally in a twofold way. They first stimulate the activity of the testes, thus increasing the overloading of the seminal vesicles. Lascivious thoughts during wakefulness are the chief cause of lascivious dreams. Emissions do not usually occur during the soundest sleep, but during that condition which may be characterized as dozing, which is most often indulged in early in the morning after the soundest sleep is past. This fact has an important bearing upon treatment, as will be seen hereafter. At first, the emissions are always accompanied by dreams, the patient usually awaking immediately afterward. But after a time, they take place without dreams and without awaking him, and are unaccompanied by sensation. This denotes a greatly increased gravity of the complaint. Certain circumstances greatly increase the frequency of the emissions, and thus hasten the injury which they are certain to accomplish if not checked. As neglect to relieve the bladder and bowels at night, late suppers, stimulating foods and drinks, and anything that will excite the genital organs. Of all causes, amorous or erotic thoughts are the most powerful. Tea and coffee, spices and other condiments, and animal food have a special tendency in this direction. Certain positions in bed also serve as exciting or predisposing causes, as sleeping upon the back or abdomen. Feather beds and pillows, and too warm covering in bed, are also injurious for the same reason. In frequency, emissions will vary in different persons from an occasional one at long and irregular intervals to 2 or 3 a week, or several as many as 4 in one case we have met in a single night. The immediate effect of an emission will depend somewhat upon the frequency of occurrence and the condition of the individual. If very infrequent, and occurring in a comparatively robust person, after the seminal vesicles have become distended with seminal fluid, the immediate effect of an emission may be a sensation of temporary relief. This circumstance has led certain persons to suppose that emissions are natural and beneficial. This point will receive attention shortly. If the emissions are more frequent, or if they occur in a person of a naturally feeble constitution, the immediate effect is lassitude, languor, indisposition, and often inability to perform severe mental or physical labor, melancholy, amounting often to despair and even leading to suicide, and an exaggeration of local irritation, and of all the morbid conditions to be noticed under the head of general effects. Headache, indigestion, weakness of the back and knees, disturbed circulation, dimness of vision, and loss of appetite are only a few of these. Are occasional emissions necessary or harmless? That an individual may suffer for years an involuntary seminal loss as frequently as once a month, without apparently suffering very great injury, seems to be a settled fact with physicians of extensive experience, and is well confirmed by observation. Yet there are those who suffer severely from losses no more frequent than this. But when seminal losses occur more frequently than once a month, they will certainly ultimate in great injury, even though immediate ill effects are not noticed, as in exceptional cases they may not be. If argument is necessary to sustain this position, as it hardly seems to be, we would refer to the fact that seminal losses do not occur in those who are, and always have been, continent both mentally and physically, when such rare individuals can be found. They occur the most rarely in those who the most nearly approach the standard of perfect chastity, so that whenever they occur, they may be taken as evidence of some form of sexual excess. This fact clearly shows that losses of this kind are not natural. Emission not necessary to health. If it be argued that an occasional emission is necessary to relieve the overloaded seminal vesicles, we reply, the same argument has been used as an apology for unchastity, but it is equally worthless in both instances. It might be as well argued that vomiting is a necessary physiological and healthful act, and should occur with regularity, because a person may so overload his stomach as to make the act necessary as a remedial measure. Vomiting is a diseased action, a pathological process, and is occasioned by the voluntary transgression of the individual. Hence, it is as unnecessary as gluttony, and must be wasteful of vitality, even though rendered necessary under some circumstances. So with emissions, if a person allows his mind to dwell upon unchaste subjects, indulges in erotic dreams, and riots in mental lasciviousness, he may render an emission almost necessary as a remedial effort. Nevertheless, he will suffer from the loss of the vital fluid just the same as though he had not, by his own concupiscence, rendered it in some degree necessary. And as it would have been infinitely better for him to have retained and digested food in his stomach, instead of ejecting it, provided it were wholesome food, so it would have been better for him to have retained in his system the seminal fluid, which would have been disposed of by the system and probably utilized to very great advantage in the repair of certain of the tissues. Eminent testimony and eminent English physician, Dr. Milton, who has treated many thousands of cases of this disease, remarks in a work upon the subject as follows: anything beyond one emission a month requires attention. I know this statement has been impugned, but I am quite prepared to abide by it. I did not put it forward till I considered I had quite sufficient evidence in my hands to justify me in doing so. An opinion prevails, as most of my readers are aware, among medical men, that a few emissions in youth do good instead of harm. It is difficult to understand how an unnatural evacuation can do good, except in the case of unnatural congestion. I have, however, convinced myself that the principle is wrong. Lads never really feel better for emissions. They very often feel decidedly worse. Occasionally they may fancy there is a sense of relief, but it is very much the same sort of relief that a drunkard feels from a dram. In early life, the stomach may be repeatedly overloaded with impunity, but I suppose few would contend that overloading was therefore good. The fact is that emissions are invariably more or less injurious, not always visibly so in youth, nor susceptible of being assessed as to the damage inflicted by any given number of them, but still contributing, each in its turn, a mite toward the exhaustion and debility which the patient will one day complain of. Diurnal emissions. As the disease progresses, the irritation and weakness of the organs becomes so great that an erection and emission occur upon the slightest sexual excitement. Mere proximity to a female, or the thought of one, will be sufficient to produce a pollution, attended by voluptuous sensations. But after a time, the organs become so diseased and irritable that the slightest mechanical irritation, as friction of the clothing, the sitting posture, or riding horseback, will produce a discharge which may or may not be attended by sensation of any kind. Frequently a burning or more or less painful sensation occurs. Erection does not take place. Even straining at stool will produce the discharge, or violent efforts to retain the feces when there is unnatural looseness. The amount of the discharge may vary from a few drops to 1 or 2 drams, or even more. The character of the discharge is of considerable importance. When it occurs under the circumstances last described, viz., without erection or voluptuous sensations, it may be of a true seminal character, or it may contain no spermatozoa. This point can be determined by the microscope alone. The discharge is the result of sexual excitement or irritation, nevertheless, and indicates a most deplorable condition of the genital organs. The patient is sometimes unnecessarily frightened by it and often exaggerates the amount of the losses and the symptoms arising from them. However, when a single nocturnal emission occasions such detrimental results, what must be the effect of repeated discharges occurring several times a day, or every time an individual relieves his bowels, urinates, or entertains an unvirtuous thought? If the losses were always seminal, the work of ruin would soon be complete. Fortunately, those discharges which are the most frequent are only occasionally of a true seminal character. It is not true, however, as has been claimed by some writers, one at least, that they are never seminal, as we have proved by repeated microscopic examinations. Cause of diurnal emissions. The causes of these discharges are spasmodic action of the muscles involved in ejaculation, which is occasioned by local irritation, and pressure upon the seminal vesicles by the distended rectum or bladder. They denote a condition of debility and irritation, which may well occasion grave alarm. In occasional instances, the internal irritation reaches such a height that blood is discharged with the seminal fluid. Internal emissions. As the disease progresses, external discharges finally cease, in some cases, or partially so, and the individual is encouraged by that circumstance to think that he is recovering. He soon discovers his error, however, for he continues to droop even though the discharges apparently cease altogether. This seems a mystery until some medical friend or a medical work calls his attention to the fact that the discharges now occur internally instead of externally, the seminal fluid passing back into the bladder and being voided with the urine. An examination of the urine reveals the presence of cloudy matter appearing much like mucus or a whitish sediment. A microscopic examination shows this matter to be composed largely of zoosperms, which decides its origin. An important caution is necessary, however, to caution the reader not to pronounce every whitish sediment or flocculent matter found in the urine to be a seminal discharge, for the great majority are of a different character. They are, most frequently, simply mucus or phosphates from the bladder. Seminal fluid cannot be distinguished from mucus by any other than a careful microscopic examination. A microscope of good quality and capable of magnifying at least 150 diameters is required, together with considerable skill in the operator. Quacks have done an immense amount of harm by frightening patients into the belief that they were suffering from discharges of this kind, when there was, in fact, nothing more than a copious deposit of phosphates, which is not at all infrequent in nervous people, especially after eating. When the condition described does really exist, however, the patient cannot make too much haste to put himself under the care of a competent physician for treatment. If there is even a reasonable suspicion that it may exist, he should have his urine carefully examined by one competent to criticize it intelligently. By many authors, the term spermatorrhea is confined entirely to this stage of the disease. It is said that the forcible interruption of ejaculation has been the cause of this unfortunate condition in many cases. Such a proceeding is certainly very hazardous. One more caution should be offered, viz., that the occasional presence of spermatozoa in the urine is not a proof of the existence of internal emissions, as a few zoosperms may be left in the urethra after a voluntary or nocturnal emission, and thus find their way into the urine as it is discharged from the bladder. Impotence in the progress of the disease, a point is finally reached when the victim not only loses all desire for the natural exercise of the sexual function, but when such an act becomes impossible. This condition may have been reached even before all of the preceding symptoms have been developed. Ultimately, it becomes impossible to longer practice the abominable vice itself, on account of the great degeneration and relaxation of the organs. The approach of this condition is indicated by increasing loss of erectile power, which is at first only temporary, but afterward becomes permanent. Still, the involuntary discharges continue, and the victim sees himself gradually sinking lower and lower into the pit which his own hands have dug. The misery of his condition is unimaginable, manhood lost, body a wreck, and death staring him in the face. This is a brief sketch of the local effects of the horrid vice of self-abuse. The description has not been at all overdrawn. We have yet to consider the general effects, some of which have already been incidentally touched upon in describing nocturnal emissions, with their immediate results. General effects: the many serious effects which follow the habit of self-abuse, in addition to those terrible local maladies already described, are the direct results of two causes in the male, viz. 1. Nervous exhaustion. 2. Loss of the seminal fluid. There has been much discussion as to which one of these was the cause of the effects observed in these cases. Some have attributed all the evil to one cause, and some to the other. That the loss of semen is not the only cause, nor, perhaps, the chief source of injury, is proved by the fact that most deplorable effects of the vice are seen in children before puberty, and also in females in whom no seminal discharge nor anything analogous to it occurs. In these cases, it is the nervous shock alone which works the evil. Again, that the seminal fluid is the most highly vitalized of all the fluids of the body, and that its rapid production is at the expense of a most exhaustive effort on the part of the vital forces, is well attested by all physiologists. It is further believed by some eminent physicians that the seminal fluid is of great use in the body for building up and replenishing certain tissues, especially those of the nerves and brain, being absorbed after secretion. Though this view is not coincided in by all physiologists, it seems to be supported by the following facts. 1. The composition of the nerves and that of spermatozoa is nearly identical. 2. Men from whom the testes have been removed before puberty, as in the case of eunuchs, are never fully developed as they would otherwise have been. The nervous shock accompanying the exercise of the sexual organs, either natural or unnatural, is the most profound to which the system is subject. The whole nervous system is called into activity, and the effects are occasionally so strongly felt upon a weakened organism that death results in the very act. The subsequent exhaustion is necessarily proportionate to the excitement. It need not be surprising, then, that the effects of the frequent operation of two such powerful influences combined should be so terrible as they are found to be. General debility, nervous exhaustion, and the loss of the vivifying influence of the seminal fluid produce extreme mental and physical debility, which increases as the habit is practiced and is continued by involuntary emissions after the habit ceases. If the patient's habits are sedentary, and if he had a delicate constitution at the start, his progress toward the grave will be fearfully rapid, especially if the habit were acquired young, as it most frequently is by such boys, they being generally precocious. Extreme emaciation, sallow or blotched skin, sunken eyes, surrounded by a dark or blue color, general weakness, dullness, weak back, stupidity, laziness, or indisposition to activity of any kind, wandering and illy defined pains, obscure and often terrible sensations, pain in back and limbs, sleeplessness, and a train of morbid symptoms too long to mention in detail, attend these sufferers. Consumption. It is well recognized by the medical profession that this vice is one of the most frequent causes of consumption. At least such would seem to be the declaration of experience, and the following statistical fact adds weight to the conclusion. Dr. Smith read a paper before a learned medical association a few years since, in which he pointed out the startling fact that in 1,000 cases of consumption, 518 had suffered from some form of sexual abuse, and more than 400 had been addicted to masturbation or suffered from nocturnal emissions. Most of those who early become addicted to self-pollution are soon afterward the subjects, not merely of one or more of the ailments already noticed, but also of enlargements of the lymphatic and other glands, ultimately of tubercular deposits in the lungs and other viscera, or of scrofulous disease of the vertebrae or bones, or of other structures, more especially of the joints. Many young men waste away and die of symptoms resembling consumption, which are solely the result of the loathsome practice of self-abuse. The real number of consumptives whose disease originates in this manner can never be known. Dyspepsia, indigestion, is frequently one of the first results. Nervous exhaustion is always felt by the stomach very promptly. When dyspepsia is once really established, it reacts upon the genital organs, increasing their irritability as well as that of all the rest of the nervous system. Now there is no end to the ills which may be suffered, for an impaired digestion lays the system open to the inroads of almost any and every malady. Heart disease, functional disease of the heart, indicated by excessive palpitation on the slightest exertion, is a very frequent symptom. Though it unfits the individual for labor and causes him much suffering, he would be fortunate if he escaped with no disease of a more dangerous character. Throat affections. There is no doubt that many of the affections of the throat in young men and older ones, which pass under the name of clergyman's sore throat, are the direct results of masturbation and emissions. Dr. Acton cites several cases in proof of this and quotes the following letter from a young clergyman. When I began the practice of masturbation at the age of 16, I was in the habit of exercising my voice regularly. The first part in which I felt the bad effects of that habit was in the organs of articulation. After the act, the voice wanted tone, and there was a disagreeable feeling about the throat which made speaking a source of no pleasure to me as it had been. By and by, it became painful to speak after the act. This arose from a feeling as if a morbid matter was being secreted in the throat, so acrid that it sent tears to the eyes when speaking, and would have taken away the breath if not swallowed. This, however, passed away in a day or two after the act. In the course of years, when involuntary emissions began to impair the constitution, this condition became permanent. The throat always feels very delicate, and there is often such irritability in it, along with this feeling of the secretion of morbid matter, as to make it impossible to speak without swallowing at every second or third word. This is felt even in conversation, and there is a great disinclination to attempt to speak at all. In many instances in which the throat has been supposed to give way from other causes, I have known this to be the real one. May it not be that the general irritation always produced by the habit referred to shows itself also in this organ, and more fully in those who are required habitually to exercise it? Nervous diseases. There is no end to the nervous affections to which the sufferer from this vice is subject. Headaches, neuralgias, symptoms resembling hysteria, sudden alternations of heat and cold, irregular flushing of the face, and many other affections, some of the more important of which we will mention in detail, are his constant companions. Epilepsy. This disease has been traced to the vile habit under consideration in so many cases that it is now very certain that in many instances this is its origin. It is of frequent occurrence in those who have indulged in solitary vice or any other form of sexual excess. We have seen several cases of this kind. Failure of special senses, dimness of vision, amaurosis, spots before the eyes, with other forms of ocular weakness, are common results of this vice. The same degeneration and premature failure occur in the organs of hearing. In fact, sensibility of all the senses becomes in some measure diminished in old cases. Spinal irritation of the spinal cord, with its resultant evils, is one of the most common of the nervous affections originating in this cause. Tenderness of the spine, numerous pains in the limbs, and spasmodic twitching of the muscles are some of its results. Paralysis, partial or complete, of the lower limbs, and even of the whole body, is not a rare occurrence. We have seen 2 cases in which this was well marked. Both patients were small boys and began to excite the genital organs at a very early age. In one, the paralytic condition was complete when he was held erect. The head fell forward, the arms and limbs hung down helpless, the eyes rolled upward, and the saliva dribbled from his mouth. When lying flat upon his back, he had considerable control of his limbs. In this case, a condition of priapism seems to have existed almost from birth, owing to congenital phimosis. His condition was somewhat improved by circumcision. In the other case in which phimosis also existed, there was paralysis of a few of the muscles of the leg, which produced clubfoot. Circumcision was also performed in this case, and the child returned in a few weeks completely cured without any other application, though it had previously been treated in a great variety of ways without success, all the usual remedies for clubfoot proving ineffectual. Both of these cases appeared in the clinic of Dr. Sayer at Bellevue Hospital and were operated upon by him. We have recently observed several cases of spinal disease, which could be traced to no origin but masturbation. Two patients were small boys, naturally quite intelligent. They manifested all the peculiarities of locomotor ataxia in older persons, walking with the characteristic gait. The disease was steadily progressing, in spite of all attempts to stay it. An older brother had died of the same malady, paralysis extending over the whole body, and finally preventing deglutition, so that he really starved to death. Insanity, that solitary vice, is one of the most common causes of insanity, is a fact too well established to need demonstration here. Every lunatic asylum furnishes numerous illustrations of the fact. Authors are universally agreed, from Galen down to the present day, about the pernicious influence of this enervating indulgence, and its strong propensity to generate the very worst and most formidable kinds of insanity. It has frequently been known to occasion speedy, and even instant, insanity. Religious insanity, so called, may justly be attributed to this cause in a great proportion of cases. The individual is conscience-smitten in view of his horrid sins, and a view of his terrible condition ruined for both worlds, he fears goads him to despair, and his weakened intellect fails. Reason is dethroned, and he becomes a hopeless lunatic. His friends, knowing nothing of the real cause of his mysterious confessions of terrible sin, think him over-conscientious, and lay the blame of his insanity upon religion, when it is solely the result of his vicious habits, of which they are ignorant. In other cases, the victim falls into a profound melancholy from which nothing can divert him. He never laughs, does not even smile. He becomes more and more reserved and taciturn, and perhaps ends the scene by committing suicide. This crime is not at all uncommon with those who have gone the whole length of the road of evil. They find their manhood gone, the vice in which they have so long delighted is no longer possible, and, in desperation, they put an end to the miserable life which nature might lengthen out a few months, if not thus violently superseded. If the practice is continued uninterruptedly from boyhood to manhood, imbecility and idiocy are the results. Demented individuals are met in no small numbers inside of hospitals and asylums, and outside as well, who owe to this vice their awful condition. Plenty of half-witted men, whom one meets in the everyday walks of life, have destroyed the better half of their understanding by this wretched practice. A victim's mental condition, pictured the mental condition of a victim of this vice, cannot be better described than is done in the following paragraphs by one himself a victim, though few of these unfortunate individuals would be able to produce so accurate and critical a portrait of themselves as is here drawn by 1,000. Rousseau, as quoted by Mr. Acton. One might say that my heart and my mind do not belong to the same person. My feelings, quicker than lightning, fill my soul, but instead of illuminating, they burn and dazzle me. I feel everything. I see nothing. I am excited but stupid. I cannot think except in cold blood. The wonderful thing is that I have sound enough tact, penetration, even finesse, if people will wait for me. I make excellent impromptus at leisure, but at the moment I have nothing ready to say or do. I should converse brilliantly by post, as they say the Spaniards play at chess. When I read of a Duke of Savoy who turned back after starting on his journey to say, "In your teeth." "You Paris shopkeeper," I said, "that is like me." But not only is it a labor to me to express, but also to receive ideas. I have studied men, and I think I am a tolerably good observer, yet I can see nothing of what I do see. I can hardly say that I see anything except what I recall. I have no power of mind but in my recollection. Of all that is said, of all that is done, of all that passes in my presence, I feel nothing, I appreciate nothing. The external sign is all that strikes me. But after a while, it all comes back to me. Effects in ephem alias. Local effects. The local diseases produced by the vice in females are, of course, of a different nature from those seen in males, on account of the difference in organization. They arise, however, in the same way, congestions at first temporary ultimately becoming permanent, and resulting in irritation and various disorders. Leukorrhea. The results of congestion first appear in the mucous membrane lining the vagina, which is also injured by mechanical irritation, and consists of a catarrhal discharge which enervates the system. By degrees, the discharge increases in quantity and virulence, extending backward until it reaches the sensitive womb. Contact with the acrid, irritating secretions of the vagina produces soreness of the fingers at the roots of the nails, and also frequently causes warts upon the fingers. Hence the value of these signs, as previously mentioned. Uterine disease congestion of the womb is also produced by the act of abuse, and as the habit is continued, it also becomes permanent. This congestion, together with the contact of the acrid vaginal discharge, finally produces ulceration upon the neck, together with other diseases. Another result of congestion is all kinds of menstrual derangements after puberty, the occurrence of which epoch is hastened by the habit. Prolapsus and various displacements are produced in addition to menstrual irregularities. Cancer of the womb, degeneration of this delicate organ, also occurs as the result of the constant irritation and congestion, and is often of a malignant nature, occasioning a most painful death. Sterility, dependent on a total loss of sexual desire and inability to participate in the sexual act, is another condition which is declared by medical authors to be most commonly due to previous habits of self-abuse. In consequence of overexcitement, the organs become relaxed. Atrophy of mammy, closely connected with other local results, is the deficient development of the breasts when the vice is begun before or at puberty, and atrophy if it is begun or continued after development has occurred. As previously remarked, this is not the sole cause of small mammy, but it is one of the great causes. Pruritus, this is an affection not infrequent in these subjects. Continued congestion produces a terrible itching of the genitals, which increases until the individual is in a state of actual frenzy, and the disposition to manipulate the genitals becomes irresistible and is indulged even in the presence of friends or strangers, and though the patient be at other times a young woman of unexceptionable modesty. In cases of this kind, great hypertrophy of the organ of greatest sensibility has been observed, and in some cases amputation of the part has been found the only cure. General effects. The general effects in the female are much the same as those in the male. Although women suffer no seminal loss, they suffer the debilitating effects of leukorrhea, which is in some degree injurious in the same manner as seminal losses in the male. But in females, the greatest injury results from the nervous exhaustion, which follows the unnatural excitement. Nervous diseases of every variety are developed. Emaciation and debility become more marked even than in the male, and the worst results are produced sooner, being hastened by the sedentary habits of these females, generally. Insanity is more frequently developed than in males. Spinal irritation is so frequent a result that a recent surgical author has said that spinal irritation in girls and women is, in a majority of cases, due to self-abuse. A common cause of hysteria. This, too, is one of the most frequent causes of hysteria, chorea, and epilepsy among young women, though not often recognized. A writer, quoted several times before in this work, remarks as follows: "This is not a matter within the scope of general investigation. Truth is not to be expected from its habitus. Parents are deceived respecting it, believing rather what they wish than what they fear. Even the physician can but suspect, till time develops more fully by hysterias, epilepsies, spinal irritations, and a train of symptoms unmistakable, even if the finally extorted confession of the poor victim did not render the matter clear. Marriage does, indeed, often arrest this final catastrophe, and thus apparently shifts the responsibility upon other shoulders, and to the injurious effects of early marriages, to the ills of maternity, are ascribed the results of previous personal abuse. For statistics and further information on this all-important subject, we must refer the reader to the opinions of physicians who have the charge of our retreats for the insane, lunatic asylums, and the like, to the discriminating physicians of the families of the upper classes stimulated alike by food, drinks, scenes where ease is predominant, where indolence is the habit and novel reading is the occupation, for further particulars on a subject here but barely alluded to. Effects upon offspring. If sterility does not result, children are liable to be delicate, puny, decrepit, or subject to various congenital maladies, especially of the nervous system, to idiocy from deficient development of the brain, to hydrocephalus, to epilepsy, convulsions, palsy. The scrofulous diathesis, tubercular and glandular maladies, diseases of the vertebrae and of the joints, softening of the central portions of the brain, and tuberculous formations in the membranes, palsy and convulsions, chorea, inflammations of the membranes or substance of the brain or spinal cord, and numerous other affections to which infants and children are liable, very commonly result from the practice of self-pollution by either of the parents previous to marriage. But the evil does not always stop at this epoch of existence. It often extends throughout the life of the offspring, or it appears only with puberty and mature age. Too frequently, the victim of self-abuse, when he finds himself suffering from the first results of his sin, neglects to adopt any measures for the cure of the disease. Not understanding its inveterate character, he labors under the delusion that it will cure itself in time. This is a fatal mistake. The diseased conditions induced by this vice never improve themselves. Their constant tendency is to increase in virulence and inveteracy. The necessity of taking prompt measures for relief is too apparent to need a special emphasis. Treatment of self-abuse and its effects. After having duly considered the causes and effects of this terrible evil, the question next in order for consideration is, how shall it be cured? When a person has, through ignorance or weakness, brought upon himself the terrible effects described, how shall he find relief from his ills, if restoration is possible? To the answer of these inquiries, most of the remaining pages of this work will be devoted. But before entering upon a description of methods of cure, a brief consideration of the subject of prevention of the habit will be in order. Prevention of secret vice. For the rising generation, those yet innocent of the evil practices so abundant in this age of sensuality, how the evil habit may be prevented is the most important of all questions connected with this subject. This topic should be especially interesting to parents, for even those who are themselves sensual have seen enough of the evils of such a life to wish that their children may remain pure. There are, indeed, rare exceptions to this rule, for we sometimes learn of parents who have deliberately led their own children into vice, as though they desired to make them share their shame and damnation. Cultivate chastity from earliest infancy. All of those influences and agencies which cultivate chastity should be brought into active exercise. These we need not repeat here, having previously dwelt upon them so fully. The reader is recommended to reperuse the portion of the work devoted to this subject, in connection with the present section. If parents have themselves indulged in this vice, they should use special care that all of the generative and gestative influences brought to bear upon their children are the purest possible, so that they may not inherit a predisposition to sin in this direction. Special care should be exercised to avoid corrupt servants and associates. Every servant not known to be pure should be suspected until proof of innocence has been established. They should be especially instructed of the evil arising from manipulation of the genitals even in infants, as they may do immense harm through simple ignorance. Timely warning but, in spite of chaste surroundings and all other favorable circumstances, if the child is left in ignorance of his danger, he may yet fall a victim to the devices of servants or corrupt playmates, or may himself make a fatal discovery. Hence arises the duty of warning children of the evil before the habit has been formed. This is a duty that parents seldom perform, even when they are not unaware of the danger. They in some way convince themselves that their children are pure, at least, even if others are corrupt. It is often the most difficult thing in the world for parents to comprehend the fact that their children are not the best children in the world, perfect paragons of purity and innocence. There is an unaccountable and unreasonable delicacy on the part of parents about speaking of sexual subjects to their children. In consequence, their young, inquisitive minds are left wholly in ignorance unless, perchance, they gain information from some vile source. Objections are raised against talking to children or young persons about matters in any degree pertaining to the sexual organs or functions. Some of the more important of them are considered in the introduction to this work, and we need not repeat here. The little one should be taught from earliest infancy to abstain from handling the genitals, being made to regard it as a very improper act. When the child becomes old enough to understand and reason, he may be further informed of the evil consequences. Then, as he becomes older, the functions of the organs may be explained with sufficient fullness to satisfy his natural craving for knowledge. If this course were pursued, how many might be saved from ruin? It is, of course, necessary that the parents shall themselves be acquainted with the true functions of the organs before they attempt to teach anyone else, especially children. Many parents might receive benefit from being obliged to study up, for it is a lamentable fact, the ill effects of which are every day seen, that a great many people have spent a very large portion of their lives without ever ascertaining the true function of the reproductive organs, though living in matrimony for many years. Some of the consequences of this ignorance have been portrayed in previous pages. Oh, why did not some kind friend tell me of the harm I was doing myself? Has been the exclamation of many an unfortunate sufferer from this vice. A warning voice should be raised to save those who are ignorantly working their own destruction. Parents, teachers, ministers, all who have access to the youth, should sound the note of alarm in their ears, that if possible they may be saved from the terrible thraldom pictured by a writer in the following lines. The waters have gone over me. But out of the black depths, could I be heard, I would cry to all those who have set a foot in the perilous flood. Could the youth look into my desolation, and be made to understand what a dreary thing it is when a man shall feel himself going down a precipice with open eyes and passive will to see his destruction and have no power to stop it, and yet to feel it all the way emanating from himself, to perceive all goodness emptied out of him, and yet not be able to forget a time when it was otherwise, to bear about with him the spectacle of his own self-ruin? Could he feel the body of death, out of which I cry hourly with feebler and feebler outcry to be delivered? Curative treatment of the effects of self-abuse. When the habit and its effects are of very short duration, a cure is very readily accomplished, especially in the cases of children and females, as in them the evils begun are not continued in the form of involuntary pollutions. In cases of longer standing in males, the task is more difficult, but still the prospect of recovery is very favorable, provided the cooperation of the patient can be secured. Without this, little can be done. But in these cases, the patient may as well be told at the outset that the task of undoing the evil work of years of sin is no easy matter. It can only be accomplished by determined effort, by steady perseverance in right doing, and in the application of necessary remedies. Those who have long practiced the vice, or long suffered severely from its effects, have received an injury which will inevitably be lifelong to a greater or lesser extent in spite of all that can be done for them. Yet such need not despair, for they may receive inestimable benefit by the prevention of greater damage, which they are sure to suffer if the disease is allowed to go unchecked. Cure of the habit. The preliminary step in treatment is always to cure the vice itself if it still exists. The methods adopted for this purpose must differ according to the age of the individual patient. In children, especially those who have recently acquired the habit, it can be broken up by admonishing them of its sinfulness and portraying in vivid colors its terrible results if the child is old enough to comprehend such admonitions. In addition to faithful warnings, the attention of the child should be fully occupied by work, study, or pleasant recreation. He should not be left alone at any time, lest he yield to temptation. Work is an excellent remedy, work that will really make him very tired, so that when he goes to bed he will have no disposition to defile himself. It is best to place such a child under the care of a faithful person of older years, whose special duty it shall be to watch him night and day until the habit is thoroughly overcome. In younger children, with whom moral considerations will have no particular weight, other devices may be used. Bandaging the parts has been practiced with success. Tying the hands is also successful in some cases, but this will not always succeed, for they will often contrive to continue the habit in other ways, as by working the limbs or lying upon the abdomen. Covering the organs with a cage has been practiced with entire success. A remedy which is almost always successful in small boys is circumcision, especially when there is any degree of phimosis. The operation should be performed by a surgeon without administering an anesthetic, as the brief pain attending the operation will have a salutary effect upon the mind, especially if it be connected with the idea of punishment, as it may well be in some cases. The soreness which continues for several weeks interrupts the practice, and if it had not previously become too firmly fixed, it may be forgotten and not resumed. If any attempt is made to watch the child, he should be so carefully surrounded by vigilance that he cannot possibly transgress without detection. If he is only partially watched, he soon learns to elude observation, and thus the effect is only to make him cunning in his vice. In adults or youths, a different plan must be pursued. In these cases, moral considerations and the inevitable consequences to health of body and mind are the chief influences by which a reform is to be effected, if at all. These considerations may be urged with all possible eloquence and earnestness, but should not be exaggerated. The truth is terrible enough. If there are any special influences which may be brought to bear upon a particular individual end, there always will be something of this sort owing to peculiarities of temperament or circumstances. These should be promptly employed and applied in such a manner as to secure for them their full bearing. But after all, the most must be done by the individual himself. All that others can do for him is to surround him with favoring circumstances and arouse him to a proper sense of his real condition and danger. If this can be thoroughly accomplished, there is much reason to hope. But if the individual has become so lost to all sense of purity, all aspirations toward good and noble objects, that he cannot be made to feel the need of reformation, his case is hopeless. How may a person help himself? The following suggestions will be found useful in fighting the battle with vice and habit. 1. Begin by a resolution to reform, strengthened by the most solemn vows. 2. Resolve to reform now, not tomorrow or next week, but this very minute. Thousands have sunk to perdition, while resolving to indulge only this once. 3. Begin the work of reform by purging the mind. If a lewd thought enters the mind, dispel it at once. Cultivate a loathing for concupiscence. Never harbor such ideas for an instant, for they will surely lead to the overt act. If, perchance, the physical sin should not be committed, the thought itself is sin, and it leaves a physical as well as a moral scar almost as deep and hideous as that inflicted by the grosser crime. 4. As a help to purity of mind, whenever impure thoughts enter, immediately direct the mind upon the purest object with which you are acquainted. Flee from the special exciting cause, if there is one, and engage in some active labor or other exercise that will divert the mind into another channel. 5. Avoid solitude, for then it is that temptation comes, and you are most likely to fail. Avoid equally all other causes which may lead to the act. 6. Strictly comply with all the rules laid down for the cultivation of chastity and the maintenance of continence. 7. Above all, seek for grace and help from the source of all spiritual strength in every time of temptation, relying upon the promise, "Seek, and ye shall find." Hopeful courage an individual who will earnestly set himself about the work of purifying his mind and redeeming his body, if he will conscientiously adopt and perseveringly apply the remedies pointed out, may be sure of success. There can be no possible chance for failure. Triumph is certain. Patience may be tried and faith tested, but unwavering trust in God and nature, and an executed determination to do all on his part, will bring to every such one certain recovery. There may be some scars left, a few traces of the injury wrought, but the deliverance will be none the less triumphant. Faith and perseverance will work wonders. General regimen and treatment after long abuse of the sexual organs, and in many cases after a short course of sin, the whole system becomes deteriorated. Digestion is impaired, the muscles are weakened, the circulation is unbalanced, the nerves are irritable, the brain, especially the back and lower portion of it, is congested, the skin is torpid, the bowels are inactive, the general health is deranged in almost every particular. All of these morbid conditions serve to keep up the very difficulty which has produced and is increasing them. Any curative effort, to be effective then, must be directed to these as well as to local conditions. And it is pretty certainly established that local remedies or applications alone will rarely accomplish any appreciable good, at least of a permanent character. Many of the observations on treatment are equally applicable to both sexes, but particular directions have been especially adapted to males, and chiefly with the cure of seminal emissions as the object in view. This remark will explain any seeming lack of completeness. Mental and moral treatment, the greatest impediment to recovery, is usually found in the mind of the patient. His hopeless despair, melancholy, sullen apathy in many cases, want of energy, and fickleness of mind thwart all attempts that are made for him. In other cases, the want of willpower or neglect to exercise the will in controlling the thoughts completely counteracts all that can be done for him. He must be made to understand this well, and then all possible means must be employed to attract his attention from himself, from brooding over his ills. Occupy him, interest him, or teach him to occupy and interest himself. The enthusiastic study of some one of the natural sciences is a most excellent auxiliary in effecting this. The thing of first importance is that the patient should obtain command of his thoughts. By this means, he can do more for himself than all the doctors can do for him. "But I cannot control my thoughts," says the patient. A young man said to me, "Oh, doctor, you don't know how I feel. I despise myself, I hate myself, I often feel inclined to kill myself. My mind is always full of abominable images, my thoughts run away with me, and I cannot help myself." The tears ran down his face in streams as he told me of his slavery. He solemnly affirmed that he had never performed the act of self-pollution but once in his life. And yet for years he had been a constant sufferer from nocturnal emissions until his manhood was nearly lost. Evidently the result of the mental onanism which he had practiced without imagining the possibility of harm. But it is not true that control of the thoughts is impossible. Thoughts are the result of the action of the brain, and the action of the brain may be controlled as well as the movements of a voluntary muscle. It may be more difficult, especially when the resolution is weakened, as it is by this vice. But so long as there are left any remnants of will and reason, control is possible. To strengthen the will must be one of the objects of mental treatment, and exercise is the method by which it may be accomplished. The thing for a sufferer to say is not, "I can't," but "I can and I will control my thoughts." Suggestions which will aid in accomplishing this have already been given under the heading, Cure of the Habit. We cannot forbear to add a word further, respecting the worth of religion in aiding these sufferers. If there is any living creature who needs the help of true religion, of faith in God, in Christ, and in the efficacy of prayer, it is one of these. If there is any poor mortal who cannot afford to be deprived of the aid of a sympathizing Savior, it is one who has enervated his will, degraded his soul, and depraved his body by the vile habit of self-abuse. A compassionate Redeemer will succor even these defiled ones, if they truly hunger and thirst after purity, and if they set about the work of reforming themselves in good earnest and with right motives. Physical exercise, is a most powerful aid to pure thoughts. When unchaste ideas intrude, engage at once in something which will demand energetic muscular exercise. Pursue the effort until fatigued, if necessary, making, all the while, a powerful mental effort to control the mind. Of course, evil thoughts will not be expelled by thinking of them, but by displacing them by pure thoughts. Exercise aids this greatly. Exercise is also essential to balance the circulation, and thus relieve congestion of internal organs. Sedentary persons especially need systematic exercise. No single form of exercise is so excellent as walking. 4 or 5 miles a day are none too many to secure a proper amount of muscular exercise. Gymnastics, the health lift, Indian clubs, dumbbells, rowing, and other forms of exercise are all good, but none of them should be carried to excess. Ball playing is likely to be made a source of injury by exciting, in vigorous competition to violent and spasmodic action. Daily exercise should be taken to the extent of fatigue. It is better that those who are still strong enough should have some regular employment which will secure exercise. Those who prefer may secure exercise and recreation in the pursuit of some study that involves necessary physical exertion, as botany, geology, or entomology. The collection of natural history specimens is one of the most pleasant diversions and may be made very useful as well. Pleasant companionship is essential to the best progress of these patients, especially in their walks, as much more exercise may be taken without an unpleasant sense of fatigue with a cheerful companion than when alone. Solitude should be avoided at all times as much as possible. So much has already been said upon the relation of diet to chastity and its influence upon the sexual organs that it is unnecessary to add many remarks here. Nothing could be more untrue than the statement made by some authors that the nature of the diet is of no consequence. The science of physiology teaches that our very thoughts are born of what we eat. A man that lives on pork, fine flour bread, rich pies and cakes and condiments, drinks tea and coffee and uses tobacco, might as well try to fly as to be chaste in thought. He will accomplish wonders if he remains physically chaste, but to be mentally virtuous would be impossible for him without a miracle of grace. One whose thoughts have been so long trained in the filthy ruts of vice that they run there automatically, and naturally gravitate downward, such a one must exercise especial care to secure the most simple, pure, and unstimulating diet. The following precautions are necessary to be observed in relation to diet. 1. Never overeat. If too much food is taken at one meal, fast the next meal to give the system a chance to recover itself and to serve as a barrier against future transgressions of the same kind. Gluttony is fatal to chastity, and overeating will be certain to cause emissions, with other evils, in one whose organs are weakened by abuse. 2. Eat but twice a day, or if supper is eaten, let it be very light, and of the most simple food as fruit or fruit and bread. Nothing should be eaten within 4 or 5 hours of bedtime, and it is much better to eat nothing after 3 o'clock. The ancients ate but 2 meals a day. Why should moderns eat 3 or 4? If the stomach contains undigested food, the sleep will be disturbed, dreams will be more abundant, and emissions will be frequent. A most imperative rule of life should be, never go to bed with a loaded stomach. The violation of this rule is the great cause of horrid dreams and nightmare. 3. Discard all stimulating food. Under this head must be included spices, pepper, ginger, mustard, cinnamon, cloves, essences, all condiments, salt, pickles, etc., together with animal food of all kinds, not excepting fish, fowl, oysters, eggs, and milk. It is hardly to be expected that all who have been accustomed to use these articles all their lives will discard them wholly at once, nor, perhaps, that many will ever discard them entirely. But it would be better for them to do so, nevertheless. The only ones which should be tolerated under any circumstances should be lean beef or mutton, salt in very moderate quantities, and a moderate use of milk. Use as little of these as possible, the less the better. 4. Stimulating drinks should be abstained from with still greater strictness. Wine, beer, tea, and coffee should be taken under no circumstances. The influence of coffee in stimulating the genital organs is notorious. Chocolate should be discarded also. It is recommended by some who suppose it to be harmless, being ignorant of the fact that it contains a poison practically identical with that of tea and coffee. Hot drinks of all kinds should be avoided. Tobacco, another stimulant, though not a drink, should be totally abandoned at once. 5. In place of such articles as have been condemned, eat fruits, grains, and vegetables. There is a rich variety of these kinds of food, and they are wholesome and unstimulating. Graham flour, oatmeal, and ripe fruit are the indispensables of a dietary for those who are suffering from sexual excesses. Further remarks upon diet, with a few useful recipes for preparing healthful food, will be found in works devoted to the subject of diet. The patient must carefully comply with all the rules of a healthy diet if he would be sure of recovery. Footnote 54. See Healthful Cookery, Good Health Publishing Company, Battle Creek, Mich. Sleeping it is from accidents which happen during sleep that the great majority of sufferers complain. Hence, there is no little importance attaching to this subject. The following suggestions present in a very brief manner some of the more practical ideas connected with this part of the subject. 1. From 7 to 9 hours sleep are required by all persons. The rule should be, retire early and sleep until rested. Early rising is not beneficial unless it has been preceded by abundant sleep. 2. Arise immediately upon waking in the morning, if it is after 4 o'clock. A second nap is generally unrefreshing and is dangerous, for emissions most frequently occur at this time. 3. If insufficient sleep is taken at night, sleep a few minutes just before dinner. Half an hour's rest at this time is remarkably refreshing, and even 15 minutes spent in sleep will be found very reviving. Do not sleep after dinner, as a pollution will be very likely to occur, and, as a rule, after-dinner naps are unrefreshing and productive of indigestion. 4. Never go to bed with the bowels or bladder loaded. The bladder should be emptied just before retiring. It is also a good plan to form the habit of rising once or twice during the night to urinate. 5. The position in sleeping is of some importance. Sleeping upon the back or upon the abdomen favors the occurrence of emissions. Hence, it is preferable to sleep on one side. If supper has been taken, the right side is preferable, as that position will favor the passage of food from the stomach into the intestines in undergoing digestion. Various devices are employed, sometimes with advantage, to prevent the patient from turning upon his back while asleep. The most simple is that recommended by Acton, and consists in tying a knot in the middle of a towel, and then fastening the towel about the body in such a way that the knot will come upon the small of the back. The unpleasant sensations arising from pressure of the knot, if the sleeper turn upon his back, will often serve as a complete preventive. Others fasten a piece of wood upon the back for a similar purpose. Still others practice tying one hand to the bedpost. None of these remedies should be depended upon, but they may be tried in connection with other means of treatment. 6. Soft beds and pillows must be carefully avoided. Feather beds should not be employed when possible to find a harder bed. The floor, with a single folded blanket beneath the sleeper, would be preferable. Soft pillows heat the head, as soft beds produce heat in other parts. A hair mattress, or a bed of corn husks, oat straw, or excelsior covered with 2 or 3 blankets or a quilted cotton mattress makes a very healthy and comfortable bed. 7. Too many covers should be avoided with equal care. The thinnest possible covering in summer, and the lightest consistent with comfort in winter, should be the rule. Sleeping too warm is a frequent exciting cause of nocturnal losses. 8. Thorough ventilation of the sleeping room, both while occupied and during the daytime, must not be neglected. It should be located in a position to admit the sunshine during the morning hours. It is a good plan to keep in it a number of houseplants, as they will help to purify the air, besides adding to its cheerfulness. 9. If wakeful at night, instead of lying in bed trying to go to sleep, get up at once, open the bed, air the sheets, remove the night clothing and walk about the room for a few minutes, rubbing the body briskly with the bare hand at the same time. A tepid sponge bath, followed by a vigorous rubbing kept up until really tired, will conduce to sleep in many cases. Sometimes a change of bed, or pulling the bed to pieces and arranging it again, is just the thing needed to bring sleep. 10. One of the most effectual panaceas for certain varieties of sleeplessness is going to bed at peace with all the world, and with a conscience void of offense toward God as well as man. Dreams. This is a subject of much interest to those suffering from nocturnal pollutions, for these occurrences are almost always connected with dreams of a lascivious nature. In perfectly natural sleep, there are no dreams. Consciousness is entirely suspended. In the ordinary stage of dreaming, there is a peculiar sort of consciousness, many of the faculties of the mind being more or less active, while the power of volition is wholly dormant. Carpenter describes another stage of consciousness between that of ordinary dreaming and wakefulness, a condition in which the dreamer has a consciousness that he is dreaming, being aware of the unreliability of the images which present themselves before his mind. He may even make a voluntary and successful effort to prolong them if agreeable, or to dissipate them if unpleasing, thus evincing a certain degree of that directing power, the entire want of which is characteristic of the true state of dreams. Can dreams be controlled? Facts prove that they can be, and to a remarkable extent. A large share of emissions occur in the state described by Dr. Carpenter, in which a certain amount of control by the will is possible. This is the usual condition of the mind during morning naps. And if a person resolutely determines to combat unchaste thoughts whenever they come to him, whether asleep or awake, he will find it possible to control himself not only during this semi-conscious state, but even during more profound sleep. The following case, related by an eminent London surgeon, illustrates what may be done by strong resolution. The patient was an Italian gentleman of very great respectability. He had been inconvenienced 5 years before with frequent emissions, which totally unnerved him. He determined resolutely that the very instant the image of a woman or any libidinous idea presented itself to his imagination, he would wake, and to ensure his doing so, dwelt in his thoughts on his resolution for a long time before going to sleep. The remedy, applied by a vigorous will, had the most happy results. The idea, the remembrance of its being a danger, and the determination to wake, closely united the evening before, were never dissociated even in sleep, and he awoke in time. And this reiterated precaution, repeated during some evenings, absolutely cured the complaint. Several other cases of the same kind have been recorded. Doubtless the plan would be found successful in many cases when coupled with a proper regimen. A still greater control is exerted over the thoughts during sleep by their character during hours of wakefulness. By controlling the mind during entire consciousness, it will also be controlled during unconsciousness or semi-consciousness. Dr. Acton makes the following very appropriate remarks on this subject. Patients will tell you that they cannot control their dreams. This is not true. Those who have studied the connection between thoughts during waking hours and dreams during sleep know that they are closely connected. The character is the same sleeping or waking. It is not surprising that, if a man has allowed his thoughts during the day to rest upon libidinous subjects, he should find his mind at night full of lascivious dreams. The one is a consequence of the other, and the nocturnal pollution is a natural consequence, particularly when diurnal indulgence has produced an irritability of the generative organs. A will which in our waking hours we have not exercised in repressing sexual desires will not, when we fall asleep, preserve us from carrying the sleeping echo of our waking thought farther than we dared to do in the daytime. Bathing a daily bath is indispensable to health under almost all circumstances. For patients of this class, it is especially necessary. A general bath should be taken every morning immediately upon rising. General cold bathing is not good for any person, especially in the morning, though some may tolerate it remarkably well, being of exceptionally hardy constitutions. But the advice to try cold bathing, often given to sufferers from seminal weakness, is very pernicious, for most of them have been reduced so low in vitality by their disease that they cannot endure such violent treatment. Sun baths, electric baths, spray, plunge, and other forms of bath are of greatest value to those suffering from the effects of indiscretions. These are described, with additional observations concerning temperature of baths, etc., etc., in works devoted to this subject. Improvement of general health. Patients suffering from emissions and other forms of seminal weakness are almost always dyspeptic, and most of them present other constitutional affections which require careful and thorough treatment according to the particular indications of the case. The wise physician will not neglect these if he desires to cure his patient and make his recovery as complete as possible. Prostitution as a remedy, said a leading physician in New York to us when interrogated as to his special treatment of spermatoria. When a young man comes to me suffering from nocturnal emissions, I give him tonics and send him to a woman. That this is not an unusual method of treatment, even among regular physicians, is a fact as true as it is deplorable. There are hundreds of young men whose morals have been ruined by such advice. Having been educated to virtuous habits, at least so far as illicit intercourse is concerned, they resist all temptations in this direction, even though their inclinations are very strong. But when advised by a physician to commit fornication as a remedial measure, they yield their virtue, far too readily sometimes, and begin a life of sin from which they might have been prevented. There are good grounds for believing that many young men purposely seek advice from physicians whom they know are in the habit of prescribing this kind of remedy. Few know how commonly this course is recommended, and not by quacks, but by members of the regular profession. A medical friend informed us that he knew a case in which a country physician advised a young man of continent habits to go to a neighboring large city and spend a year or so with prostitutes, which advice he followed. Of his subsequent history, we know nothing, but it is most probable that, like most other young men who adopt this remedy, he soon contracted diseases which rendered his condition 10 times worse than at first, without at all improving his former state. In pursuing this course, one form of omission is only substituted for another, at the best. But more than this, an involuntary result of disease is converted into a voluntary sin of the blackest character, a crime in which two participate, and which is not only an outrage upon nature, but against morality as well. A final argument against this course is that it is not a remedy and does not effect a cure of the evil, as will be shown by the following medical testimonies. The vexed question of connection is one which may be decided out of hand. It has no power of curing bad spermatoria. It may cause a diminution in the number of emissions, but this is only a delusion. The semen is still thrown off. The frame still continues to be exhausted. The genital organs and nervous system generally are still harassed by the incessant tax, and the patient is all the while laying the foundation of impotence. In all solemn earnestness, I protest against such false treatment. It is better for a youth to live a continent life. There is a terrible significance in the wise man's words, "None that go to her return again, neither take they hold of the paths of life." This hazardous and immoral mode of treatment is the result of the common opinion that emissions are necessary and natural, which we have previously shown to be a falsity. Marriage. Another class of practitioners, with more apparent regard for morality, recommend matrimony as the sure panacea for all the ills of which the sufferers from self-abuse complain, with the possible exception of actual impotence. Against this course, several objections may be urged. We offer the following. 1. It is not a remedy, since, as in the case of illicit intercourse, legalized prostitution is only a substitution of one form of emissions for another, the ill effects of which do not differ appreciably. 2. If it were a remedy, it would not be a justifiable one, for its use would necessitate an abuse of the marriage relation, as elsewhere shown. 3. As another reason why the remedy would not be a proper, even if a good, one, it may well be asked, what right has a man to treat a wife as a vial of medicine? Well does Mr. Acton inquire, what has the young girl, who is thus sacrificed to an egotistical calculation, done that she should be condemned to the existence that awaits her? Who has the right to regard her as a therapeutic agent, and to risk thus lightly her future prospects, her repose, and the happiness of the remainder of her life? In cases in which seminal emissions occur frequently, the most reliable writers upon this subject, Copeland, Acton, Milton, and others, advise, with reference to marriage, that the complaint should be removed before the married life is commenced. Independent of the considerations already presented, the individual affected in this manner and contemplating marriage should carefully consider the possible and probable effects upon offspring, the legitimate result of marriage. These have been already described and need not be recapitulated. Local treatment. While it is true that general treatment alone is occasionally successful in curing the diseases under consideration, and that local treatment alone is very rarely efficient, it is also true that in many cases skillful local treatment is required to supplement the general remedies employed. While there has been a tendency on the part of the profession generally to depend wholly upon general treatment, on the part of a less numerous body of specialists, there has been an opposite tendency to depend wholly, or nearly so, upon local measures. Both extremes are evidently wrong. The object of local treatment for the relief of emissions, especially, is to remove the local cause of irritation, which, as previously shown, is one of the most active exciting causes of seminal losses. To effect this, both internal and external applications are useful. We will now consider some of these agents. Cool sitz bath. The cool or cold sitz bath is one of the most efficacious of all remedies. It should be taken daily and may often be repeated with benefit several times a day. Its effect is to relieve the local congestion and thus allay the irritability of the affected parts. When but one bath is taken daily, it should be just before retiring at night. Full directions for this and other baths are given in works devoted to the subject of bathing. Ascending douche. This is also a very useful means of allaying irritation, especially the reflex excitability, which is often present in the muscles in the vicinity of the perineum and prostate gland, and when there is pain and fullness in these parts. Abdominal bandage. This may be worn nights to very great advantage by most patients. It not only allays the irritability of the nerve centers, which are closely connected with the genital apparatus, but serves to keep the bowels in a healthy condition. It should not be applied so continuously as to produce a very profuse eruption on the skin. If such a symptom should appear, discontinue the bandage for a time. When worn during the daytime, it should be changed once in 3 or 4 hours. It is generally best to wear it only nights. Wet compress. This is an application to be made to the lower part of the spine for the purpose of allaying the excessive heat and irritation which often exist there. It may also be worn nights, as it, in some degree, prevents the danger arising from sleeping upon the back. Hot and cold applications to the spine. These are powerful remedies under appropriate conditions. Hot applications relieve congestion of the genital organs and allay irritation. Cold applications are useful when a condition of debility and relaxation is present. Alternate applications of heat and cold are very valuable when skillfully applied as a means of allaying reflex excitability and promoting healthy action. These applications are especially useful in cases in which there is heat and pain in the lower portion of the back. Their effects are greatly enhanced by administering a foot or leg bath at the same time. Local fomentations. When great local irritation exists, with considerable pain and spasmodic muscular action, the application of hot fomentations to the perineum will be found the most effectual means of giving relief. The hot douche and hot sitz bath are useful under the same circumstances. In some cases, alternate hot and cold applications are more effectual in allaying local irritation than hot fomentations alone. Local cold bathing. The genital organs should be daily bathed in cold water just before retiring. Simply dashing water upon the parts for 2 or 3 minutes is insufficient. More prolonged bathing is necessary. A short application of cold occasions a strong and sudden reaction which increases local congestion. Hence, the bath should be continued until the sedative effect is fully produced, which will require at least 15 minutes. The water must be cold. About 60 degrees is the best temperature. Ice should be used to cool the water in warm weather. It should be applied thoroughly, being squeezed from a sponge upon the lower part of the abdomen and allowed to run down. Enemata. The use of the enema is an important means of aiding recovery, but it has been much abused and must be employed with caution. When the bowels are very costive, relieve them before retiring by a copious injection of tepid water. The fountain syringe is the best instrument to employ. Useful as is the syringe when needed, nothing could be much worse than becoming dependent upon it. The bowels must be made to act for themselves without such artificial assistance, by the use of proper food, especially gram flour and oatmeal, and the avoidance of hot drinks, milk, sugar, and other clogging and constipating articles, by wearing the abdominal bandage, by thorough kneading and percussion of the abdomen several times daily for 5 minutes at a time, by taking 1 or 2 glasses of cold water half an hour before breakfast every morning, and by plenty of muscular exercise daily. The enema should be used occasionally, however, rather than allow the bowels to continue costive, and to avoid severe straining at stool. A small, cold enema taken just before retiring and retained will often do much to allay local irritation. Electricity probably, no single agent will accomplish more than this remedy when skillfully applied. It needs to be carefully used and cannot be trusted in the hands of those not acquainted with the physical properties of the remedy and scientific methods of applying it. Internal application's complete and rapid success greatly depends upon skillful internal treatment in a large number of cases. We are aware that there is considerable prejudice, in certain quarters, against internal treatment. But having had the opportunity of observing the effects of careful treatment applied in this way, and having put to the test of practical experience this method, we feel justified in recommending that which is approved on both theoretical and practical grounds. For it is rational to suppose that proper treatment applied directly to the seat of disease must be at least equally efficacious with methods less direct. As heretofore explained, in the more severe cases the urethra is found in a very irritable condition. It is hypersensitive, especially in that portion just in front of the bladder, where the ejaculatory ducts open into it. We have also seen how this condition is one of the chief exciting causes of emissions. The remedies described for allaying this irritation are all excellent and indispensable, but there is another method of great value. This consists in the passage of a suitable instrument, a sound or bougie of proper size, 2 or 3 times a week. By the aid of this means, the abnormal irritation will often diminish with magical rapidity. The passage of the instrument, of course, needs to be done with great delicacy, so as to avoid increasing the irritation. Hence, it should not be attempted by a novice. Lack of skill in catheterism is doubtless the reason why some have seemed to produce injury rather than benefit by this method of treatment, they not recognizing the fact asserted by Prof. Gross in his treatise on surgery, that skillful catheterism is one of the most delicate operations in surgery. The use of electricity, in connection with that of the sound, adds greatly to its utility. By means of the metallic instrument, also, electricity may be applied directly to the point of greatest irritation, and its soothing effect is sometimes really wonderful, as the following case will show. The patient, a man of unusual physical development, was suffering from nocturnal emissions and diminished sexual power, the result of early indiscretions and marital excesses. One of his most unpleasant symptoms was severe pain in the portion of the urethra near the openings of the ejaculatory ducts. After he had been suffering more than usual for a few days, we applied the Faradaic electric current in the manner indicated above, for about 15 minutes. At the end of that time, the pain was entirely removed, though considerable suffering had been caused by the passage of the instrument, so sensitive was the congested membrane. The pain did not return again for 2 or 3 weeks, though treatment was necessarily suspended on account of absence. In another case, that of a young man, a student, at the beginning of treatment emissions occurred nightly, and sometimes as many as 4 in a single night, according to his statement, which we had no reason to doubt. Under the influence of these local applications, combined with other measures of treatment and a measurably correct regimen, the number of emissions was in a few weeks reduced to 1 in 2 or 3 weeks. Numerous other cases, nearly as remarkable, might be detailed, if it were necessary to do so. In quite a considerable number of cases in which we have employed this plan of treatment, the results have been uniformly excellent. A very slight increase of irritation sometimes occurs at first, but this quickly subsides. The galvanic as well as the Faradaic current is to be used under proper circumstances. The application of electricity to the nerve centers by means of central galvanization, and also general and local external faradization, are necessary methods to be employed in electrical treatment. Circumcision in cases of phimosis, in which irritation is produced by retained secretions, division of the prepuce or circumcision, is the proper remedy. These cases are not infrequent, but the exciting cause of much of the difficulty is often overlooked. The same remedy is often useful in cases of long prepuce. When the glans penis is unusually tender and sensitive, This condition will usually be removed by the daily washing with soap and water necessary for cleanliness. If this does not suffice, or if there are slight excoriations caused by acrid secretions, apply, in addition, a weak solution of tannin in glycerine once a day. Impotence, loss of sexual power arising from any form of sexual excess should be treated on the same general plan laid down for the treatment of emissions and other weaknesses. Cold to the spine and short but frequent local cold applications are among the most useful remedies. But probably electricity, discreetly used, is by far the most valuable of all remedies. It should be applied both internally and externally. The use of cantharides and other aphrodisiac remedies to stimulate the sexual organs is a most pernicious practice. The inevitable result is still greater weakness. They should never be used under any circumstances whatever. On the contrary, everything of a stimulating character must be carefully avoided, even in diet. Varicocele patients suffering from this difficulty should wear a proper suspensory bag, as the continued pressure of the distended veins upon the testes, if unsupported, will ultimately cause degenerative changes and atrophy. A surgical operation, consisting of the removal of a portion of the skin of the scrotum, is proper if the patient desires an operation. No other operation is advisable. The wearing of a suspensory bag is also advisable for those whose testicles are unusually pendulous. Drugs, rings, etc. If drugs per se will cure invalids of any class, they are certainly worthless in this class of patients. The whole materia medica affords no root, herb, extract, or compound that alone will cure a person suffering from emissions. Thousands of unfortunates have been ruined by long-continued drugging. One physician will purge and salivate the patient. Another will dose him with phosphorus, quinine, or ergot. Another feeds him with iron. Another plies him with lupulin, camphor, and digitaline. Still another narcotizes him with opium, belladonna, and chloral. Purgatives and diuretics are given by another, and some will be found ready to empty the whole pharmacopoeia into the poor sufferer's stomach if he can be got to open his mouth wide enough. The way that some of these poor fellows are blistered and burned and cauterized and tortured in sundry other ways is almost too horrible to think of. Yet they endure it, often willingly, thinking it but just punishment for their sins, and perhaps hoping to expiate them by this cruel penance. By these procedures, the emissions are sometimes temporarily checked, but the patient is not cured, nevertheless, and the malady soon returns. The employment of rings, pessaries, and numerous other mechanical devices for preventing emissions is entirely futile. No dependence can be placed upon them. Some of these contrivances are very ingenious, but they are all worthless, and time and money spent upon them are thrown away. Quacks, the victims of self-abuse, fall an easy prey to the hordes of harpies, fiends in human shape, who are ready at every turn to make capital out of their misfortunes. From no other class of persons do quacks and charlatans derive so rich a harvest as from these erring ones. It is not uncommon to find a man suffering from seminal weakness who has paid to sundry parties hundreds of dollars for specifics, which they advertised as sure cures. We have seen and treated scores of these patients, but never yet met a single case that had received benefit from patent medicines. The newspapers are full of the advertisements of these heartless villains. They advertise under the guise of clergymen, charitable institutions, cured invalids, and similar pretenses. Usually they offer for sale some pill or mixture which will be a sure cure, in proof of which they cite the testimonials of numerous individuals who never lived, or, at least, never saw either them or their filthy compounds, or they promise to send free a recipe which will be a certain cure. Here is a specimen recipe, which was sent by a reverend gentleman who claims to be a returned missionary from South America, so intent on doing good that he charges nothing for his invaluable information. Extract of Carossia pimis, Celarmo umbellifera, powdered Alkermes latifolia, extract of Carcidoc herbalis. This remarkable recipe is warranted to cure all the evils arising from self-abuse, with no attention to diet and no inconvenience of any kind, to prevent consumption and insanity, and to cure venereal diseases. It is also declared to be a perfectly safe remedy for all female difficulties, which means that it will aid nefarious purposes. Along with the recipe comes the suggestion that the druggist may not be able to furnish all the ingredients in a perfectly pure state. And so, for the accommodation of suffering humanity, this noble philanthropist has taken infinite pains to secure them direct from South America, and has them put up in neat little packages, which he will send, post-paid, for the trifle of $3.50, just 1 cent less than actual cost. Then he tells what purports to be the history of his own nastiness, with a generous spicing of pious cant, and closes with a benediction on all who have fallen into the same slough, and especially those who will send for his fabulous foreign weeds to help them out. A young man sees the advertisement of a book which will be sent free, postage paid, if he will only send his address. The title of the book being of some such character as Manhood Regained or Nervous Debility, he imagines it may suit his case and sends his name. Return mail brings the book, which is a wretched jargon of confused terms and appalling descriptions of the effects of self-abuse, with the most shameful exaggerations of the significance of the most trivial symptoms. The ignorant youth reads what he supposes to be a description of his own case, and is frightened nearly to death. He is most happily relieved, however, to find that the generous publishers of the book have a remedy which is just adapted to his case, but which is so precious that it cannot be afforded at less than $50 for a sufficient quantity to effect a cure. He willingly parts with his hard-earned dollars, and gets, in return, some filthy mixture that did not cost a shilling. Another trap set is called an anatomical museum. The anatomical part of the exhibition consists chiefly of models and figures calculated to excite the passions to the highest pitch. At stated intervals, the proprietor, who is always a doctor, and by preference a German, delivers lectures on the effects of masturbation, in which he resorts to every device to excite the fears and exaggerate the symptoms of his hearers, who are mostly young men and boys. Thus he prepares his victim, and when he once gets him within his clutches, he does not let him go until he has robbed him of his last dollar. We might present almost any number of illustrations of the ways in which these human sharks pursue their villainy. If there were a dungeon deep, dark, and dismal enough for the punishment of such rascals, we should feel strongly inclined to petition to have them incarcerated in it. They defy all laws, civil as well as moral, but are cunning enough to keep outside of prison bars, and thus they wax rich by robbery and thrive by deceit. A terrible recompense awaits them at the final settlement, though they escape so easily now. Closing advice: we cannot finish this chapter without a few closing words of advice to those who are suffering in any way from the results of sexual transgression. We are especially anxious to call attention to a few points of practical and vital interest to all who are suffering in the manner indicated. 1. Give the matter prompt attention. Do not delay to adopt curative measures under the delusive idea that the difficulty will disappear of itself. Thousands have procrastinated in this way until their constitutions have been so hopelessly undermined as to make treatment of little value. The intrinsic tendency of this disease is to continue to increase. It progresses only in one direction. It never gets well of itself, as some have imagined that it may do. Something must be done to effect a cure, and the longer treatment is delayed, the more difficult the case will become. 2. Set about the work of getting well with a fixed determination to persevere, and never to give over the struggle until success is attained, no matter how difficult may be the obstacles to be surmounted. Such an effort will rarely be unsuccessful. One of the greatest impediments to recovery from diseases of this class is the vacillating dispositions of nearly all patients suffering from disorders of this character. Make up your mind what course of treatment to pursue, then adhere to it rigidly until it has received a thorough trial. Do not despair if no very marked results are seen in a week, a month, or even a longer period. The best remedies are among those which operate the most slowly. 3. Avoid watching for symptoms. Ills are greatly exaggerated by dwelling upon them. One can easily imagine himself getting worse when he is really getting better. Indeed, one can make himself sick by dwelling upon insignificant symptoms. Fix upon a course to pursue for recovery, firmly resolve to comply with every requirement necessary to ensure success, and then let the mind be entirely at rest respecting the result. 4. Never consult a quack. The newspapers abound with lying advertisements of remedies for diseases of this character. Do not waste time and money in corresponding with the ignorant, unprincipled charlatans who make such false pretensions. Do not consult traveling doctors. Physicians of real merit have plenty of business at home. They are not obliged to go abroad in order to secure practice. Persons who resort to this course are, without exception, pretentious quacks. Consult only some well-known and reliable physician in whom you have confidence. If your physician treats the matter lightly and advises marriage as a means of cure, you will not judge him harshly if you decide that, although he may be thoroughly competent to treat other diseases, he is ignorant of the nature and proper treatment of this. It is an unfortunate fact that there are many physicians who are not thoroughly acquainted with the nature of spermatoria and the proper mode of treating the disease. Hence the importance of making a judicious selection in choosing a medical advisor. If possible, employ one whom you know to have treated successfully numerous similar cases, and give him your entire confidence. It is far better to consult your family physician than to trust yourself in the hands of someone whom you do not know, and especially one who makes great pretensions to knowledge. 5. Do not despair of ever recovering from the effects of past transgression, and plunge into greater depths of sin. Persevering, skillful treatment will cure almost every case. Even the worst cases can be greatly benefited if the earnest cooperation of the patient can be secured. This is indispensable, and the patient should be so instructed at the outset of a course of treatment. 6. Every sufferer from sexual disease must make up his mind to live, during the remainder of his life, as closely in accord with the laws of life and health as circumstances under his control will allow him to do. One who pursues this course, with a genuine regard for principle and a love for right, may confidently expect to receive the reward of obedience for his faithfulness. We would recommend such to obtain and study the best works upon hygiene, put in practice every new truth as soon as learned, and become missionaries of the saving truths of hygiene to others who are suffering from the same cause as themselves, or who may be in danger of falling into the same evil. A chapter for boys. Boys, this chapter is for you. It is written and printed purposely for you. If you do not read another word in the book, read these few pages if you are old enough to do so. Read each line carefully and thoughtfully. You may not find anything to make you laugh, possibly you may, but you will be certain to find something of almost inestimable value to you in every line. Who are boys? Boys are scarce nowadays. In the days of Methuselah, male human beings were still boys when nearly a century old. 25 years ago, boys were still such until well out of their teens. Now the interval between infancy and the age at which the boy becomes a young man is so brief that boyhood is almost a thing of the past. The happy period of carefree, joyous innocence, which formerly intervened between childhood and early manhood, is now almost unobservable. Boys grow old too fast. They learn to imitate the vices and the manners of their seniors before they reach their teens, and are impatient to be counted as men. No matter how great may be their deficiencies, their unfitness for the important duties and responsibilities of life. The consequence of this inordinate haste and impatience to be old is premature decay. Unfortunately, the general tendency of the young members of the rising generation is to copy the vices of their elders, rather than the virtues of true manliness. A strong evidence of this fact, if there were no other, is the unnaturally old-looking faces which so many of our boys present. At the present time, the average boy of 12 knows more of vice and sin than the youth of 20 of the past generation. It is not so much for these human mushrooms, which may be not inaptly compared to toadstools which grow up in a single night and almost as speedily decay, that we write, but for the old-fashioned boys, the few such there may be, those who have not yet learned to love sin, those whose minds are still pure and uncontaminated. Those who have already begun a course of vice and wickedness, we have little hope of reforming. But we are anxious to offer a few words of counsel and warning, which may possibly help to save as brands plucked from a blazing fire, those whose moral sense is yet alive, who have quick and tender consciences, who aspire to be truly noble and good. What are boys for? This question was answered with exact truthfulness by a little boy who, when contemptuously accosted by a man with the remark, "What are you good for?" replied, "Men are made of such as we. Boys are the beginnings of men. They sustain the same relation to men that the buds do to full-blown flowers. They are still more like the small green apples which first appear when the blossoms drop from the branches, compared with the ripe, luscious fruit which in autumn bends the heavy-laden boughs almost to breaking. Often, like the young apples, boys are green, but this is only natural and should be considered no disgrace to the boys. If they grow up naturally, they will ripen with age, like the fruit, developing at each successive stage of life additional attractions and excellent qualities. Boys, the hope of the world-a nation's most valuable property, is its boys. A nation which has poor, weakly, vicious boys will have still weaker, more vicious and untrustworthy men. A country with noble, virtuous, vigorous boys is equally sure of having noble, pious, brave, and energetic men. Whatever debases, contaminates, or in any way injures the boys of a country, saps and undermines the very foundation of the nation's strength and greatness. Save the boys from vice and crime, give them good training, physically, mentally, and morally, and the prosperity of the nation is assured. Man, the masterpiece. When a skillful artist perfects a work of art, a painting, a drawing, a statue, or some other work requiring great talent and exceeding all his other efforts, it is called his masterpiece. So man is the noblest work of God, the masterpiece of the Almighty. Numerous anecdotes are told of the sagacity of dogs, horses, elephants, and other animals, of their intelligence and ingenious devices in overcoming obstacles, avoiding difficulties, etc. Our admiration and wonder are often excited by the scarcely less than human wisdom shown by these lowly brothers of the human race. We call them noble animals, but they are only noble brutes at best. Compared with man, even in his most humble form, as seen in the wild savage that hunts and devours his prey like a wild beast, a lion, or a tiger, they are immeasurably inferior. And in his highest development, man civilized, cultivated, Christianized, learned, generous, pious, certainly stands at the head of all created things. Boys, do you love what is noble, what is pure, what is grand, what is good? You may each, if you will, become such yourselves. Let us consider for a moment how a noble character is ruined. A noble character is formed by the development of the good qualities of an individual. A bad character is formed by the development of bad traits or evil propensities. In other words, sin is the cause of the demoralization of character, the debasing of the mind, the loss of nobility of which we see so much around us in the world. Sin is the transgression of some law. There are two kinds of sins, those which are transgressions of the moral law and those which are transgressions of physical laws. Both classes of sins are followed by penalties. If a person violates the laws of health, he is just as certain to suffer as though he tells a falsehood, steals, murders, or commits any other crime. Perfect obedience to all of nature's laws, including, of course, all moral laws, is necessary to perfect health and perfect nobleness of character. The nature of these laws and the results of transgression will be understood after we have taken a hasty glance at the marvelous human machine, which we call the body. All the inventions and devices ever constructed by the human hand or conceived by the human mind, no matter how delicate, how intricate and complicated, are simple, childish toys compared with that most marvelously wrought mechanism, the human body. Let us proceed to take this wonderful machine in pieces and study its various parts and the manner in which they are put together. The two objects of human existence, the objects of this wonderfully formed mechanism, are two. 1. The maintenance of an individual life. 2. The production of similar individuals, which shall also have the power of maintaining individual lives. The same may be said of every plant that grows and every animal. Each tree, plant, and shrub has some useful service to perform while it lives, in addition to the production of seed from which other plants may grow. For example, the object of the majestic oak, which towers high and broadly spreads its leafy branches, is not to produce acorns merely, but to give place for birds to build their nests, to present an inviting shade for cattle, and to afford protection in a variety of ways to numerous living creatures which need such aid. The same may be said of all vegetable growths, each particular plant having its peculiar purposes to fulfill, and all together acting as purifiers of the air for the benefit of man and lower animals. The principle is equally true as applied to lower animals, as is evidenced by the numerous ways in which domestic animals are utilized. Indeed, it seems that the prime purpose of life, not only with all lowly living creatures, as plants and animals, but with man as well, is to live and act as individuals. But the important function of reproduction, or producing other similar individuals, though incidental, is necessary to the perpetuation of the race or species. In order that an individual human being may live and develop, it is necessary that he should eat, drink, digest, and assimilate, and that he should be able to move about. To perceive, that is, to hear, see, feel, smell, taste, determine weight, and distinguish temperature, to think, and to express ideas in language. In order to keep his vital machinery in order, it is necessary that the body should also be able to repair injuries, which may occur in consequence of wear or accident, and to remove out of the way worn-out material, which would otherwise obstruct the working of the delicate machinery of which his body is constructed. Each of these functions requires special organs and apparatuses to carry on the work, and these we will now briefly consider. The nutritive apparatus this consists of organs for the purpose of taking in food or nourishment, digesting it, and distributing it throughout the body wherever it is needed. These are chiefly the mouth and teeth for receiving and chewing the food, the stomach and intestines for digesting and absorbing it, and the heart and blood vessels for distributing it to the body. The moving apparatus for the purpose of producing motion, we have the muscles and the bones, by which the food is received, masticated, and swallowed, the blood circulated, the body moved about from place to place, and speech, expression, respiration, and many other important functions performed. The thinking and feeling apparatus, the brain and nerves, afford the means of thinking and feeling, also giving rise to all the activities of the body by the production of nerve force. To aid the brain and nerves, we have special organs provided, termed the organs of special sense, as the eye for sight, the ear for hearing, the nose for the detection of odors, the tongue for tasting, the skin and the mucous membrane for the sense of touch. The purifying apparatus waste matter accumulates in the body so rapidly that it is necessary to have abundant and efficient means to remove the same, and prevent death by obstruction. This work is performed by the lungs, liver, kidneys, skin, and mucous membrane. Each organ and tissue possesses the power to repair itself. Animal heat, which is also necessary to life, is not produced by any special set of organs, but results incidentally from the various other processes named. The reproductive apparatus, as there is a stomach to digest, a brain to think, a pair of lungs to breathe, etc. So there are special organs for reproducing the species or producing new individuals. These organs have been carefully described in the preceding portion of this volume, so that we do not need to repeat the description here. Unlike all the other organs of the body, they are intended for use only after full development or manhood has been attained. Consequently, they are only partially developed in childhood, becoming perfected as the person becomes older, especially after about the age of 14 to 18, when puberty occurs. The lungs, the stomach, the muscles, and other organs must be used constantly from the earliest period of infancy. Hence, they are developed sufficiently for efficient use at birth. The fact that the sexual or reproductive organs are only fully developed later on in life is sufficient evidence that they are intended for use only when the body has become fully mature and well developed. How a noble character and a sound body must be formed by obeying all the laws which relate to the healthy action of the body and the mind, a noble character and a healthy body may be formed. Any deviation from right will be sure to be followed by suffering. A boy who carefully heeds the advice of good and wise parents, who avoids bad company, who never indulges in bad habits of any sort, who cultivates purity, honesty, and manliness, is certain to grow up into a noble, lovely youth, and to become an intelligent, respected, virtuous man. The downhill road in every large city, and in small ones too, even in little villages, we can scarcely step upon the street without being pained at meeting little boys who have perhaps scarcely learned to speak distinctly, but whose faces show very plainly that they have already taken several steps down the steep hillside of vice. All degrees of wickedness are pictured on the faces of a large proportion of the boys we meet upon the streets, loitering about the corners, loafing in hotels, groceries, and about bar-room doors. Everywhere we meet small faces upon which sin and vice are as clearly written as though the words were actually spelled out. Lying, swearing, smoking, petty stealing, and brazen impudence are among the vices which contaminate thousands and thousands of the boys who are by and by to become the men of this country, to constitute its legislators, its educators, its supporters, and its protectors. Is it possible that such boys can become good, useful, noble, trustworthy men? Scarcely. If the seeds of noxious weeds can be made to produce useful plants or beautiful flowers, or if a barren, worthless shrub can be made to bear luscious fruit, then may we expect to see these vicious boys grow up into virtuous, useful men. But the vices mentioned are not the worst, the traces of which we see stamped upon the faces of hundreds of boys, some of whom, too, would scorn to commit any one of the sins named. There is another vice, still more terrible, more blighting in its effects, a vice which defiles, diseases, and destroys the body, enervates, degrades, and finally dethrones the mind, debases, and ruins the soul. It is to this vice that we wish especially to call attention. It is known as self-abuse, secret vice, masturbation, and self-pollution are other names applied to this same awful sin against nature and against God. We shall not explain here the exact nature of the sin, as very few boys are so ignorant or so innocent as to be unacquainted with it. To this sin and its awful consequences, we now wish to call the attention of all who may read these lines. A dreadful sin, the sin of self-pollution, is one of the vilest, the basest, and the most degrading that a human being can commit. It is worse than beastly. Those who commit it place themselves far below the meanest brute that breathes. The most loathsome reptile, rolling in the slush and slime of its stagnant pool, would not bemean itself thus. It is true that monkeys sometimes have the habit, but only when they have been taught it by vile men or boys. A boy who is thus guilty ought to be ashamed to look into the eyes of an honest dog. Such a boy naturally shuns the company of those who are pure and innocent. He cannot look with assurance into his mother's face. It is difficult for anyone to catch his eye, even for a few seconds. He feels his guilt and acts it out, thus making it known to everyone. Let such a boy think how he must appear in the eyes of the Almighty. Let him only think of the angels, pure, innocent, and holy, who are eyewitnesses of his shameful practices. Is not the thought appalling? Would he dare commit such a sin in the presence of his father, his mother, or his sisters? No, indeed. How, then, will he dare to defile himself in the presence of him from whose all-seeing eye nothing is hid? The Bible utters the most solemn warnings against sexual sins. The inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by fire and brimstone for such transgressions. Onan was struck dead in the act of committing a vileness of this sort. For similar vices, the wicked inhabitants of Palestine were destroyed, and their lands given to the Hebrews. For a single violation of the seventh commandment, one of the most notable Bible characters, David, suffered to the day of his death. Those who imagine that this sin is not a transgression of the seventh commandment may be assured that this most heinous, revolting, and unnatural vice is in every respect more pernicious, more debasing, and more immoral than what is generally considered as violation of the commandment which says, "Thou shalt not commit adultery," and is itself a most flagrant violation of the same commandment. Those who imagine that they have a right to do as they please with themselves, so long as no one else is immediately affected, must learn that we are not our own masters. We belong to our Creator, and are accountable to God not only for the manner in which we treat our fellow men, but for how we treat ourselves, for the manner in which we use the bodies which He has given us. The man who commits suicide, who takes his own life, is a murderer as much as he who kills a fellow man. So also, he who pollutes himself in the manner we are considering violates the seventh commandment, although the crime is in both cases committed against himself. Think of this, ye youth who defile yourselves in secret, and seek to escape the punishment of sin. In heaven, a faithful record of your vile commandment-breaking is kept, and you must meet it by and by. You are fixing your fate for eternity, and each daily act in some degree determines what it shall be. Are you a victim of this fascinating vice? Stop, repent, reform before you are forever ruined, a mental, moral, and physical wreck. Self-murders of all the vices to which human beings are addicted, no other so rapidly undermines the Constitution, and so certainly makes a complete wreck of an individual as this, especially when the habit is begun at an early age. It wastes the most precious part of the blood, uses up the vital forces, and finally leaves the poor victim a most utterly ruined and loathsome object. If a boy should be deprived of both hands and feet and should lose his eyesight, he would still be infinitely better off than the boy who for years gives himself up to the gratification of lust in secret vice. For such a boy to become a strong, vigorous man is just as impossible as it would be to make a mammoth tree out of a currant bush. Such a man will necessarily be short-lived. He will always suffer from the effects of his folly, even though he shall marry. If he has children he may become incapable, they will be quite certain to be puny, weak, scrofulous, consumptive, rickety, nervous, depraved in body and mind, or otherwise deprived of the happiness which grows out of the possession of a sound mind in a sound body. Let us notice a little more closely the terrible effects resulting from this most unnatural and abominable vice. What makes boys dwarfs? How many times have we seen boys who were born with good constitutions, with force and stamina sufficient to develop them into large, vigorous men, become puny dwarfs? At the time when they ought to begin to grow and develop more rapidly than ever before, their growth is checked and they cease to develop. They are, in fact, stunted, dwarfed, like a plant which has a cankerworm eating away at its roots. Indeed, there is a veritable cankerworm sapping their vitality, undermining their constitutions, and destroying their prospects for time and for eternity. Anxious friends may attribute the unhappy change to overwork, overstudy, or some similar cause. But from a somewhat extended observation, we are thoroughly convinced that the very vice which we are considering is the viper which blights the prospects and poisons the existence of many of these promising boys. A boy who gives himself up to the practice of secret vice at an early age, say as early as 7 to 10 years of age, is certain to make himself a wreck. Instead of having a healthy, vigorous body with strong muscles and a hardy constitution, he will be weak, scrawny, sickly, always complaining, never well, and will never know anything about that joyous exuberance of life and animal spirits which the young antelope feels as it bounds over the plain, or the vigorous young colt as it frisks about its pasture, and which every youth ought to feel. Scrawny, hollow-eyed boys ought to be fresh and vigorous as little lambs. They ought to be plump, rosy, bright-eyed, and sprightly. A boy who is pale, scrawny, hollow-eyed, dull, listless, has something the matter with him. Self-abuse makes thousands of just such boys every year, and it is just such boys that make vicious, shiftless, haggard, unhappy men. This horrible vice steals away the health and vitality which are needed to develop the body and the mind. And the lad that ought to make his mark in the world, that ought to become a distinguished statesman, orator, clergyman, physician, or author, becomes little more than a living animal, a mere shadow of what he ought to have been. Old boys often have we felt sad when we have heard fond mothers speaking in glowing terms of the old ways of their sons, and rather glorying that they looked so much older than they were. In 9 cases out of 10, these old-looking boys owe their appearance to this vile habit, for it is exceedingly common, and its dreadful effects in shriveling and dwarfing and destroying the human form are too plainly perceptible, when present, to be mistaken. Oh, this dreadful curse! Why will so many of our bright, innocent boys pollute themselves with it? What makes idiots, reader? Have you ever seen an idiot? If you have, the hideous picture will never be dissipated from your memory. The vacant stare, the drooping, drooling mouth, the unsteady gait, the sensual look, the emptiness of mind, all these you will well remember. Did you ever stop to think how idiots are made? It is by this very vice that the ranks of these poor daft mortals are being recruited every day. Every visitor to an insane asylum sees scores of them, ruined in mind and body, only the semblance of a human being, bereft of sense. Lower than a beast in many respects, a human being hopelessly lost to himself and to the world. Oh, most terrible thought! Yet once pure. Intelligent, active, perhaps the hope of a fond mother, the pride of a doting father, and possibly possessed of natural ability to become greatly distinguished in some of the many noble and useful walks of life. Now sunk below the brute, through the degrading, destroying influence of a lustful gratification. Boys, are you guilty of this terrible sin? Have you even once in this way yielded to the tempter's voice? Stop, consider, think of the awful results, repent, confess to God, reform. Another step in that direction, and you may be lost, soul and body. You cannot dally with the tempter. You must escape now or never. Don't delay. Young dyspeptics, if we leave out of the consideration the effects of bad food and worse cookery, there is in our estimation no other cause so active in occasioning the early breaking down of the digestive organs of our American boys. A boy of 10 or 12 years of age ought to have a stomach capable of digesting anything not absolutely indigestible. But there are today thousands and thousands of boys of that age whose stomachs are so impaired as to be incapable of digesting any but the most simple food. The digestion being ruined, the teeth soon follow suit. Hardly one boy in a dozen has perfectly sound teeth. With a bad stomach and bad teeth, a foundation for disease is laid, which is sure to result in early decay of the whole body. In this awful vice do we find a cause, too, for the thousands of cases of consumption in young men. At the very time when they ought to be in their prime, they break down in health and become helpless invalids for life, or speedily sink into an early grave. Upon their tombstones might justly be graven, "Here lies a self-murderer." Providence is not to blame, nor is climate, whether overwork, overstudy, or any other even seemingly plausible cause, to be blamed. Their own sins have sunk them in mental, moral, and physical perdition. Such a victim literally dies by his own hand, a veritable suicide. Appalling thought. It is a grand thing to die for one's principles, a martyr to his love of right and truth. One may die blameless, who is the victim of some dire contagious malady which he could not avoid. Even the poor, downcast misanthrope, whose hopes are blighted and whose sorrows multiplied, may possibly be in some degree excused for wishing to end his misery with his life. But the wretched being who sheds his lifeblood by the disgusting maneuvers of self-pollution, what can be said to extenuate his guilt? His is a double crime. Let him pass from the memory of his fellowmen. He will perish, overwhelmed with his own vileness. Let him die and return to the dust from which he sprang. The race ruined by boys, the human race, is growing steadily weaker year by year. The boys of today would be no match in physical strength for the sturdy youths of a century ago, who are now their grandparents. An immense amount of skillful training enables now and then one to accomplish some wonderful feat of walking, rowing, or swimming. But we hear very little of remarkable feats of labor accomplished by our modern boys. Even the country boys of today cannot endure the hard work which their fathers accomplished at the same age. And we doubt not that this growing physical weakness is one of the reasons why so large a share of the boys whose fathers are farmers, and who have been reared on farms, are unwilling to follow the occupation of their fathers for a livelihood. They are too weakly to do the work required by an agricultural life, even by the aid of the numerous labor-saving inventions of the age. What is it that is undermining the health of the race and sapping the constitutions of our American men? No doubt much may be attributed to the unnatural refinements of civilization in several directions, but there can be no doubt that vice is the most active cause of all. Secret sin and its kindred vices yearly ruin more constitutions than hard work, severe study, hunger, cold, privation, and disease combined. Boys, the destiny of the race is in your hands. You can do more than all the doctors, all the scientists, and most eminent political men in the world to secure the prosperity and future greatness of the nation by taking care of yourselves, by being pure, noble, true to yourselves, and to the demands of high moral principle. Cases illustrating the effects of self-abuse. The land is full of poor human wrecks who have dashed in pieces their hopes for this world, and too often for the next also, against this hideous rock, which lies hidden in the pathway of every young man who starts out upon life's stormy voyage. Gladly would we draw the veil and cover them with all their dreadful deformities, with the mantle of charity from the gaze of their fellow beings. But their number is so great that this could scarcely be done, and the lesson to be learned from their sad fate is such a grave one, and so needful for the good of the generation of young men who are just encountering the same dangers, that we cannot resist the promptings of duty to present a few examples of the effects of vice in men and boys that have fallen under our own observation. We have seen hundreds of cases of this sort, have treated many scores of persons for the effects of the terrible crime which we are seeking to sound a warning against, and the number of cases we might describe would fill a volume, but we will select only a very few. 2 young Rex Charles and Oscar B. were the sons of a farmer in a western state, aged respectively 10 and 12 years. They possessed well-formed heads and once had beautiful faces, and were as bright and sprightly as any little boys of their age to be found anywhere. Their father was proud of them, and their fond mother took great pleasure in building bright prospects for her darling sons when they should attain maturity and become competent to fill useful and honorable positions in the world. Living in a rapidly growing Western community, they had every prospect of growing up to honorable usefulness, a comfort to their parents, a blessing to the world, and capable of enjoying life in the highest degree. But suddenly, certain manifestations appeared which gave rise to grave apprehensions on the part of the parents. It was observed that the elder of the little boys no longer played about with that nimbleness which he had formerly shown, but seemed slow and stiff in his movements. Sometimes, indeed, he would stagger a little when he walked. Soon, also, his speech became affected in some degree. He mumbled his words and could not speak distinctly. In spite of all that could be done, the disease continued, increasing slowly in all its symptoms from week to week. Soon the hands, also, became affected, so that the little boy could not feed himself. The mind now began to fail. The bright eyes became vacant and expressionless. Instead of the merry light which used to shine in them, there was a blank, idiotic stare. Imagine the grief and anguish of the poor mother. No one but a mother who has been called to pass through a similar trial could know how to sympathize with such a one. Her darling son she saw daily becoming a prey to a strange, incurable malady, with no power even to stay the progress of the terrible disease. But there was still greater grief in store for her. Within a year or two, the younger son began to show symptoms of the same character, and in spite of all that was done, rapidly sank into the same helpless state as his brother. As a last resort, the mother took her boys and came a long journey to place her sons under our care. At that time they were both nearly helpless. Neither could walk but a few steps. They reeled and staggered about like drunken men, falling down upon each other and going through the most agonizing contortions in their attempts to work their way from one chair to another and thus about the room. Their heads were no longer erect, but drooped like wilted flowers. On their faces was a blank, imbecile expression, with a few traces of former intelligence still left. The mouth was open, from the drooping of the lower jaw, and the saliva constantly dribbled upon the clothing. Altogether, it was a spectacle which one does not care to meet every day. The impression made was too harrowing to be pleasant even from its interest from a scientific point of view. We at once set to work to discover the cause of this dreadful condition, saying to ourselves that such an awful punishment should certainly be the result of some gross violation of nature's laws somewhere. The most careful scrutiny of the history of the parents of the unfortunate lads gave us no clue to anything of an hereditary character, both parents having come of good families and having been always of sober, temperate habits. The father had used neither liquor nor tobacco in any form. the mother could give no light on the matter, and we were obliged to rest for the time being upon the conviction, which fastened itself upon us, that the cases before us were most marked illustrations of the results of self-abuse begun at a very early age. The mother thought it impossible that our suspicions could be correct, saying that she had watched her sons with jealous care from earliest infancy and had seen no indications of any error of the sort. But we had not long to wait for confirmation of our view of the case, as they were soon caught in the act, to which it was found that they were greatly addicted, and the mystery was wholly solved. Every possible remedy was used to check the terrible disease which was preying upon the unfortunate boys, but in vain. At times the symptoms would be somewhat mitigated, and the most sanguine hopes of the fond, watching mother would be excited, but in vain. The improvement always proved to be but temporary, and the poor sufferers would speedily relapse into the same dreadful condition again, and gradually grew worse. At last, the poor mother was obliged to give up all hope, in utter despair watching the daily advances of the awful malady which inch by inch destroyed the life, the humanity, the very mind and soul of her once promising sons. Sadly, she took them back to her Western home, there to see them suffer, perhaps for years before death should kindly release them, the terrible penalty of sin committed almost before they had arrived at years of responsibility. How these mere infants learned the vice, we were never able to determine. We have no doubt that opportunities sufficient were presented them, as the parents seemed to have very little appreciation of danger from this source. Had greater vigilance been exercised, we doubt not that the discovery of the vice at the beginning would have resulted in the salvation of these two beautiful boys, who were sacrificed upon the altar of concupiscence. 2 or 3 years after we first saw the cases, we heard from them, and though still alive, their condition was almost too horrible for description. 3 or 4 similar cases have come to our knowledge. Boys, are you guilty? Think of the fearful fate of these boys, once as joyous and healthy as you. When you are tempted to sin, think of the fearful picture of the effects of sin which they present. Have you ever once dared to commit this awful sin? Stop, never dare to do the thing again. Take a solemn vow before God to be pure. Your fate may be as sad, your punishment as terrible. No one can tell what the results may be. Absolute purity is the only safe course. A prodigal, you say. 1000, son of a gentleman of wealth in Ohio, early acquired the evil practice which has ruined so many bright lads. He was naturally an intelligent and prepossessing lad, and his father gave him as good an education as he could be induced to acquire, affording him most excellent opportunities for study and improvement. But the vile habit, which had been acquired at an early age, speedily began its blighting influence. It destroyed his taste for study and culture. His mind dwelt upon low and vile subjects. He grew restless of home restraint and surroundings, and finally left the parental roof. Wandering from city to city, he grew rapidly worse, sinking into deeper depths of vice, until finally he became a base, besotted, wretched creature. Broken down in health by his sins, he could no longer enjoy even the worst sensual pleasures, and with no taste for or capability of appreciating anything higher, he was most wretched indeed. The poor fellow now fell into the hands of quacks. His kind father sent him money in answer to his pitiful appeals for help, and he went anxiously from one to another of the wretched villains who promise relief to such sufferers, but only rob them of their money and leave them worse than before. At last, in total despair of everything else, the poor fellow came to us. He seemed quite broken-hearted and penitent for his sins, and really appeared to want to lead a better life if he could only be made well again. We faithfully pointed out to him the dreadful wickedness of his course, and the fact that a cure could only be effected by the most implicit obedience to all of nature's laws during his whole future life. Indeed, we were obliged to inform him of the sad fact that he could never be as well as before, that he must always suffer in consequence of his dreadful course of transgression. We gave him a most earnest exhortation to begin the work of reform where alone it could be effectual, by reforming his heart, and the tears which coursed down his sin-scarred cheeks seemed to indicate true penitence and a real desire to return to the paths of purity and peace. Earnestly we labored for this young man, for months, employing every means in our power to lift him from the slough of sin and vice upon the solid pathway of virtue and purity again. Gradually, the hard lines on his face seemed to lessen in intensity. The traces of vice and crime seemed to be fading out by degrees. We began to entertain hopes of his ultimate recovery. But alas, in an evil moment, through the influence of bad companions, he fell, and for some time we lost sight of him. A long time afterward, we caught a glimpse of his bloated, sin-stained face, just as he was turning to skulk away to avoid recognition. Where this poor human wreck is now leading his miserable existence, we cannot say, but have no doubt he is haunting the dens of iniquity and sin in the cities, seeking to find a little momentary pleasure in the gratification of his appetites and passions. A hopeless wreck, with the lines of vice and crime drawn all over his telltale countenance, he dares not go home, for he fears to meet the reproachful glance of his doting mother and the scornful looks of his brothers and sisters. We never saw a more thoroughly unhappy creature. He is fully conscious of his condition. He sees himself to be a wreck in mind, in body, and knows that he is doomed to suffer still more in consequence of his vices. He has no hope for this world or the next. His mother gave him earnest, pious instructions, which he has never forgotten, though he has long tried to smother them. He now looks forward with terror to the fate which he well knows awaits all evildoers, and shudders at the thought, but seems powerless to enter the only avenue which affords a chance of escape. He is so tormented with the pains and diseased conditions which he has brought upon himself by vice that he often looks to self-destruction as a grateful means of escape. But then comes the awful foreboding of future punishment, and his hand is stayed. Ashamed to meet his friends, afraid to meet his Maker, he wanders about an exile, an outcast, a hopeless wreck. Young man, youth, have you taken the first step on this evil road? If so, take warning by the fate of this young man. At once cease to do evil and learn to do well. Before, like him, you lose the power to do right, before your will is paralyzed by sin so that when you desire to do right, to reform, your will and power to execute your good determinations will fail to support your effort. Barely escaped 50. R. Of H, a young man of about 25 years of age, presented himself for treatment, a few years ago, for the consequence of self-abuse. Having been taught the habit by evil companions when just emerging into manhood, he had indulged his passions without restraint for several years, not knowing the evil consequences until he began to suffer the effects of sin. Then, being warned by his own experience and by the fortunate thoughtfulness of an intelligent friend who surmised his condition and told him faithfully of the terrible results of the vile habit, he made a manly effort to reform and claimed to have wholly broken the habit. To his great grief he found, however, that the years in which he had devoted himself to sin had wrought sad havoc in his system. In many ways his health was greatly deranged, and his once powerful constitution was broken down. The sexual organs themselves were greatly diseased, so much so that a serious and painful surgical operation was necessary. With shame and mortification, he looked upon his past life, and saw what a hideous work of evil he had wrought. His vileness stood out before him in a vivid light, and he felt ashamed to meet the gaze of his fellows. After performing the necessary surgical operation upon this poor unfortunate, we dealt faithfully with him, pointing out to him the way by which he might with proper effort in some degree redeem himself by a lifelong struggle against every form of impurity. He felt, and rightly, that the task was a most severe one. He well knew that the stamp of sin was on his countenance and in his mind. Thoughts long allowed to run upon vile subjects, forming filthy pictures in the imagination, are not easily brought back to the channel of purity and virtue. The mind that has learned to love to riot in impure dreams does not readily acquire a love for the opposite. But he determined to make a brave and earnest effort, and we have every reason to believe that he has, in a measure at least, succeeded. But if so, he has made a narrow escape. A few more years of sin, and his rescue would have been impossible. Both mind and body would have been sunk so deep in the mire of concupiscence that none but almighty power could have saved him from utter destruction. Thousands of boys and young men are today standing on the slippery brink of that awful precipice, from which but very few are snatched away. Soon they will plunge headlong over into the abyss of debasement and corruption, from whence they will never escape. Oh, that we had the power to reach each one of these unfortunate youth before it is too late, and to utter in their ears such warnings, to portray before them such pictures of the sure results of a course of sin, that they might be turned back to the paths of chastity and virtue before they have become such mental, moral, and physical wrecks as we every day encounter in the walks of life. But not 1 in 1,000 can be reached when they have gone so far in sin. When they have ventured once, they can rarely be checked in their downward course until great harm has been wrought which it will require the work of years to undo. The young man we have referred to made indeed a narrow escape, but no one can safely run such a risk. Even he must suffer all his life the consequences of a few years of sin. Alas, soul 1,000. 1,000 of was the son of a mechanic in humble circumstances. He was an only child, and his parents spared no pains to do all in their power to ensure his becoming a good and useful man. Good school advantages were given him, and at a proper age he was put to learn a trade. He succeeded fairly, and their hopes of his becoming all that they could desire were great, when he suddenly began to manifest peculiar symptoms. He had attended a religious revival and seemed much affected, professing religion and becoming a member of a church. To the exercises of his mind on the subject of religion his friends attributed his peculiar actions, which soon became so strange as to excite grave fears that his mind was seriously affected. At times he was wild, showing such unmistakable evidences of insanity that even his poor mother, who was loth to believe the sad truth, was forced to admit that he was deranged. After a few months, a change came over him which encouraged his friends to think that he was recovering. He became quiet and tractable, never manifesting the furious symptoms before observed. But the deception was only temporary, for it was soon evident that the change was simply the result of the progress of the disease and denoted the failure of the mental powers and the approach of imbecility. In this condition was the young man when he came under our care. We felt strongly impressed from our first examination of the case that it was one of sexual abuse, but we were assured by his friends in the most emphatic manner that such was an impossibility. It was claimed that the most scrupulous care had been bestowed upon him, and that he had been so closely watched that it was impossible that he should have been guilty of so gross a vice. His friends were disposed to attribute his sad condition to excessive exercise of mind upon religious subjects. Not satisfied with this view of the case, we set a close watch upon him, and within a week his nurse reported that he had detected him in the act of self-pollution, when he confessed the truth, not yet being so utterly devoid of sense as to have lost his appreciation of the sinfulness of the act. When discovered, he exclaimed, "I know I have made myself a fool," which was the exact truth. At this time, the once bright and intelligent youth had become so obtuse and stupid that he appeared almost senseless. His face wore an idiotic expression, which was rarely lighted up by a look of intelligence. It was only by the greatest exertion that he could be made to understand, or to respond when spoken to. In whatever position he was placed, whether lying, sitting, or standing, no matter how constrained or painful, he would remain for hours, staring vacantly and fixed and immovable as a statue. His countenance was blank and expressionless, except at rare intervals. His lips were always parted, and the saliva ran from the corners of his mouth down upon his clothing. The calls of nature were responded to involuntarily, soiling constantly his clothing and bedding in a most disgusting manner, and requiring the constant attention of a nurse to keep him in anything like a wholesome condition. We did what we could to relieve this poor victim of unhallowed lust, but soon became convinced that no human arm could save from utter ruin this self-destroyed soul. At our suggestion, the young man was removed to be placed in an institution devoted to the care of imbeciles and lunatics. The last we heard of the poor fellow, he was still sinking into lower depths of physical and mental degradation, a soul utterly lost and ruined. How many thousands of young men who might have been useful members of society, lawyers, clergymen, statesmen, Scientists have thus sunk into the foul depths of the quagmire of vice, to rise no more forever. Oh, awful fate! The human eye never rests upon a sadder sight than a ruined soul, a mind shattered and debased by vice. The results of one transgression, the following case, is a good illustration of the fact that a long course of transgression is not necessary to occasion the most serious results. A young man from an eastern state who visited us for treatment was suffering with the usual consequences of self-abuse. But he asserted in the most emphatic manner that he had never committed the act of self-pollution but once in his life. He had, however, after that one vile act, allowed his mind to run upon vile thoughts, giving loose rein to his imagination, and in consequence he found himself as badly off, suffering with the very same disorders as those who had practiced the vice for some time. Not the slightest dallying with sin is safe. The maintenance of perfect purity and chastity of body and mind is the only right and safe course. By a few months' treatment, the young man recovered his health in a great measure, and marrying an estimable young lady, settled down happily in life. Many tears of remorse and repentance did he shed over that one sinful act, and bitterly did he reproach the evil companion who taught him to sin. But he was fortunate enough to escape without suffering the worst effects of sin, and is now living happily. A hospital case, one of the most wretched creatures we ever saw among the many sufferers from sexual excesses whom we have met, was a man of about 30 years of age whom we found in the large charity hospital on Blackwell's Island, New York City. In consequence of long indulgence in the soul and body destroying habit, he had brought upon himself not only the most serious and painful disease of the sexual organs themselves, but disease of the bladder and other adjacent organs. He was under severe and painful treatment for a long time without benefit, and finally a surgical operation was performed, but with the result of affording only partial relief. An old offender, never were we more astonished than at the depth of depravity revealed to us by the confessions of a patient from a distant country who was upwards of 60 years of age, and was yet a victim of the vile habit to which he had become addicted when a youth. The stamp of vice was on his face, and was not hidden by the lines made by advancing age. The sufferings which this ancient sinner endured daily in consequence of his long course of sin were sometimes fearful to behold, and yet he continued the habit in spite of all warnings, advice, and every influence which could be brought to bear upon him. So long had he transgressed, he had lost his sense of shame and his appreciation of the vileness of sin, and it was impossible to reform him by any means which could be brought to bear upon him. He left us still a sufferer, though somewhat relieved, and, we have every reason to believe, as vile a sinner as ever. Undoubtedly, before this time his worthless life is ended, and he has gone down into a sinner's grave, hoary with vice. A terrible end. The sad end of a young victim 150, a young man residing in a large southern city, was the youngest son of parents who were in moderate circumstances, but appreciated the value of education, and were anxious to give their children every advantage possible for them to receive. With this end in view, the young man was sent to college, where he did well for a time, being naturally studious and intelligent. But after a brief period, he began to drop behind his classes. He seemed moody and obtuse. He could not complete his tasks, even by the most severe application. It seemed impossible for him to apply himself. The power of concentration appeared to be lost. Soon he was seized by fits of gloominess, from which he did not seem to have power to free himself. His strength began to fail to such a degree that he could hardly drag himself to his meals, and at last he was almost confined to his room. He became greatly emaciated. The failure of his mental powers seemed to keep pace with the wasting of his body, so that it was soon evident that he must abandon all hope of pursuing his studies for some time at least. His case being brought to our notice, we gave him every attention possible, and spared no effort to rescue him from his condition. We readily perceived the cause of his troubles, but for a long time he did not acknowledge the truth. At last he confessed that he had sinned for years in the manner suspected, and was suffering the consequences. A knowledge of his guilt weighed upon him and haunted him day and night. He promised to reform, But if he did, it was too late, for the wasting disease which was fastened upon him continued. At his mother's request, he returned to his home, and a few weeks later, we received the awful intelligence that he had ended his miserable life by blowing out his brains with a pistol. Thus tragically ended the career of this young man, who might, with the advantages afforded him, have become a useful member of society. In total despair of this life or the next, he rashly ended his probation, and with his own hand finished the work of destruction which he had himself begun. No words can tell the grief of his stricken mother, but fortunately she was spared the knowledge of the whole truth, else would her sorrow have been too great to bear. From bad to worse 100. A young man from the West, was sent to us by his father with the request that we would do what we could to save him. His father's letter intimated that the son had been a source of grief to him, but he hoped that he had repented of his prodigal course and was really determined to reform. Though scarcely more than 20 years of age, the young man's face wore an aspect of hardness, from familiarity with vice, that we have rarely seen. He was reduced to a mere skeleton by the vice which he made no secret of, and was so weak that he could scarcely walk a rod. It seemed as if every organ in his body was diseased, and that he had so squandered his vital resources that he had no power to rally from his wretched condition, even should he carry out the determination to reform which he announced. However, we gave him the best counsel and advice within our power, and placed him under treatment. After a few weeks, it was evident that nature was still willing to respond to his endeavors to reform, by vigorous efforts to restore him to a condition of comparative health. Thus he was snatched, as it appeared, from the very jaws of death. Under these circumstances, it would seem that the most hardened criminal would reform, at least for a season, and lead a life of rectitude. But so utterly depraved was this poor wretch that no sooner did he find that he was not liable to die immediately than he began at once again his career of sin. By long indulgence his moral sense had become, apparently, obliterated. He seemed to be utterly, without the restraint imposed by conscience. In less than a month he was detected in the crime of theft, having stolen a watch from a fellow patient. Upon his arrest, stimulated by the hope of in some degree mitigating his punishment, he confessed to have been carrying on a series of petty thieving for weeks before he was finally detected, having scores of stolen articles in his possession. The last time we saw the wretched fellow, he was being led away in irons to prison. We have since heard that he continues in his downward career, having served out his time in prison, and will undoubtedly end his life in a felon's cell unless he is shrewd enough to escape his just deserts. Having lost all desire to do right, to be noble, pure, and good, all efforts to reform and restore him to the path of rectitude were fruitless. It was only the fear of impending death that caused him to pause for a few days in his criminal course. Young man, take warning by this sad case, enter not the pathway of vice. A course of vice once entered upon is not easily left. A youth who once gives himself up to sin rarely escapes from going headlong to destruction. An indignant Father case came to our knowledge through a gentleman who brought his daughter to us for treatment for the effects of self-abuse, of a father who adopted a summary method of curing his son of the evil practice. Having discovered that the lad was a victim of the vile habit, and having done all in his power by punishment, threats, and representations of its terrible effects, but without inducing him to reform, the father, in a fit of desperation, seized the sinful boy and with his own hand performed upon him the operation of castration as he would have done upon a colt. The boy recovered from the operation, and was of course effectually cured of his vile habit. The remedy was efficient, though scarcely justifiable. Even a father has no right thus to mutilate his own son, though we must confess that the lad's chances for becoming a useful man are fully as good as they would have been had he continued his course of sin. Disgusted with life, A was a young man of promise, the son of ambitious parents, proud-spirited, and without respect for religion. While still quite young, he enlisted in the service of the government, and after a time rose to the position of an officer in the U.S. Army. Having in boyhood acquired the habit of self-abuse, he had stimulated his passions without restraint, and was readily led still farther astray by the evil companions with whom he was surrounded. He indulged his passions in every way and on every occasion when he found opportunity, and speedily began to feel the effects of his vices. Before he was fully aware of his condition, he found himself being literally devoured by the vilest of all diseases, which only those who transgress in this manner suffer. The disease made rapid advances and speedily reduced him to a condition of almost absolute helplessness. He was obliged to obtain a furlough, but his vital forces were so nearly exhausted that he did not rally even under skillful treatment, and when his furlough expired, he was still in the same pitiable condition. Getting it extended for a time, he by accident came under our care, and by the aid of very thorough treatment he was in a measure improved, though the progress of the disease was simply stayed. When apprised of his real condition, he exhibited much agitation, walking nervously about his room, and finally exclaimed that he was utterly disgusted with life anyway, and after a few weeks or months more of suffering, he should blow his brains out and end his misery. He had no fears of death, he said, and we presume that he could not imagine it possible that there was any greater suffering in store for him than he already endured. We pitied the poor fellow from the bottom of our heart. He had natural qualities which ought to have made him distinguished. He might have risen high in the world of usefulness. Now he was compelled to look back upon a short life of squandered opportunities, a pathway stained with vice, memories of vile debaucheries which had wasted his youth and broken his constitution. Wretched was he indeed. Notwithstanding his vileness, he was not lost to shame, for his greatest fear was that his friends might ascertain the real cause of his sufferings, to conceal which he was obliged to resort to all sorts of subterfuges. As soon as he was able to travel, he left us, being obliged to report to his superior officers, and we have heard nothing of him since. Scores of similar cases we might recount in detail, but we have not here the space. These will suffice to give to the young reader an idea of the terrible results of this awful vice, which are suffered by its victims. We have not dared to portray on these pages one half the misery and wretchedness which we have seen as the results of self-abuse, and the vices to which it leads. The picture is too terrible for young eyes to behold. We most sincerely hope that none of our readers will ever have to suffer, as we have seen boys and young men do, languishing in misery as the result of their own transgressions of the laws of chastity. We will now devote the remaining pages of this chapter to the consideration of some of the causes of the vice, the avenues that lead to the awful sin which we are considering, and the terrible consequences which attend it. Bad company, the influence of evil companionship, is one of the most powerful agents for evil against which those who love purity and are seeking to elevate and benefit their fellow men have to contend. A bad boy can do more harm in a community than can be counteracted by all the clergymen, Sabbath school teachers, tract distributors, and other Christian workers combined. An evil boy is a pest compared with which the cholera, smallpox, and even the plague are nothing. The damage which would be done by a terrific hurricane sweeping with destructive force through a thickly settled district is insignificant compared with the evil work which may be accomplished by one vicious lad. No community is free from these vipers, these agents of the archfiend. Every school, no matter how select it may be, contains a greater or less number of these young moral lepers. Often they pursue their work unsuspected by the good and pure, who do not dream of the vileness pent up in the young brains which have not yet learned the multiplication table and scarcely learned to read. We have known instances in which a boy of 7 or 8 years of age has implanted the venom of vice in the hearts and minds of half a score of pure-minded lads within a few days of his first association with them. This vice spreads like wildfire. It is more catching than the most contagious disease and more tenacious, when once implanted, than the leprosy. Boys are easily influenced either for right or for wrong, but especially for the wrong. Hence, it is the duty of parents to select good companions for their children, and it is the duty of children to avoid bad company as they would avoid carrion or the most loathsome object. A boy with a matchbox in a powder magazine would be in no greater danger than in the company of most of the lads who attend our public schools and play upon the streets. It is astonishing how early children, especially boys, will sometimes learn the hideous, shameless tricks of vice, which yearly lead thousands down to everlasting death. Often children begin their course of sin while yet cradled in their mother's arms, thus early taught by some vile nurse. Boys that fight and swear, that play upon the streets and disobey their parents, may be wisely shunned as unfit for associates. In many instances, too, boys whose conduct is in other respects wholly faultless sometimes indulge in vice, ignorant of its real nature and consequences. At the first intimation of evil on the part of a companion, a boy who is yet pure should flee away, as from a deadly serpent or a voracious beast. Do not let the desire to gratify a craving curiosity deter you from fleeing at once from the source of contamination. Under such circumstances, do not hesitate a moment to escape from danger. If an evil word is spoken, or an indecent act of any sort indulged in by a companion, cut the acquaintance of such a boy at once. Never allow yourself to be alone with him a moment. On no account be induced to associate with him. He will as surely soil and besmear with sin your moral garments, as would contact with the most filthy object imaginable your outer garments. It were better for a boy never to see or associate with a lad of his own age than to run any risk of being corrupted before he is old enough to appreciate the terrible enormity of sin and the awful consequences of transgression. It should be recollected also that not only young boys, but vicious youths and young men are frequently the instructors in vice. It is unsafe to trust any but those who are known to be pure. Bad language. We have often been astonished at the facility with which children acquire the language of vice. Often we have been astounded to hear little boys scarcely out of their cradles, lisping the most horrible oaths and the vilest epithets. The streets and alleys in our large cities, and in smaller ones too in a less degree, are nurseries of vice, in which are reared the criminals that fill our jails, prisons, workhouses, schoolships, and houses of correction. Many a lad begins his criminal education by learning the language of vice and sin. At first, he simply imitates the evil utterances of others, but soon he learns the full significance of the obscene and filthy language which he hears and repeats, and then he rapidly progresses in the downward road. A boy that indulges in the use of foul language will not long be chaste in acts. It is a safe rule to be followed by those who wish to grow up pure and unsullied by sin, untainted by vice, that those who use bad language are persons to avoid, to keep away from. Even those who are well fortified against vice, who have been faithfully warned of its consequences and fully appreciate its dangers, cannot be safely trusted to associate with vile talkers. The use of bad language by old and young is an evil which is of the very greatest moment. It is too often ignored. Too little is said about it. Far too often it is disregarded as of little consequence, and persons who are really not bad at heart thoughtlessly encourage the evil by listening to and laughing at obscene and ribald jokes, and impure language which ought to make a virtuous man blush with shame to hear. Boys, if you want to be pure, if you wish to be loved by a pure mother, an innocent sister, and when you are grown to manhood to be worthy of the confidence of a pure, virtuous wife, keep your lips pure. Never let a vile word or an indecent allusion pass them. Never, under any circumstances, give utterance to language that you would blush to have your mother overhear. If you find yourself in the company of persons whose language will not bear this test, escape as soon as possible, for you are in danger. Your sense of what is right and proper in speech is being vitiated. You are being damaged in a variety of ways. Bad books. A bad book is as bad as an evil companion. In some respects, it is even worse than a living teacher of vice, since it may cling to an individual at all times. It may follow him to the secrecy of his bedchamber, and there poison his mind with the venom of evil. The influence of bad books in making bad boys and men is little appreciated. Few are aware how much evil seed is being sown among the young everywhere through the medium of vile books. It is not only the wretched volumes of obscenity of which so many thousands have been seized and destroyed by Mr. Comstock, which are included under the head of bad books, and which corrupt the morals of the young and lead them to enter the road to infamy, but the evil literature which is sold in dime and nickel novels. and which constitutes the principal part of the contents of such papers as the Police Gazette, the Police News, and a large proportion of the sensational storybooks which flood the land, and too many of which find their way into town and circulating libraries and even Sunday school libraries, which are rarely selected with the care that ought to be exercised in the selection of reading matter for the young. Bad books often find their way even where evil companions would not intrude, and undoubtedly affect a work of evil almost as great as is wrought by bad associations. Look out, boys, for the tempter in this guise. If a companion offers you a book the character of which is suspicious, take it home to your father, your mother, or some reliable older friend for examination. If it is handed you with an air of secrecy, or if a promise to keep it hidden from others is required, have nothing to do with it. You might better place a coal of fire or a live viper in your bosom than to allow yourself to read such a book. The thoughts that are implanted in the mind in youth will stick there through life, in spite of all efforts to dislodge them. Hundreds of men who have been thus injured when young, but have by some providence escaped a life of vice and shame, look back with most intense regret to the early days of childhood and earnestly wish that the pictures then made in the mind by bad books might be effaced. Evil impressions, thus formed, often torture minds during a whole lifetime. In the most inopportune moments, they will intrude themselves. When the individual desires to place his mind undividedly upon sacred and elevated themes, even at the most solemn moments of life, these lewd pictures will sometimes intrude themselves in spite of his efforts to avoid them. It is an awful thing to allow the mind to be thus contaminated, and many a man would give the world, if he possessed it, to be free from the horrible incubus of a defiled imagination. Vile pictures, obscene and lascivious pictures, are influences which lead boys astray too important to be unnoticed. Evil men, agents of the arch-fiend, have adopted all sorts of devices for putting into the hands of the boys and youths of the rising generation pictures calculated to excite the passions, to lead to vice. Thousands of these vile pictures are in circulation throughout the country, in spite of the worthy efforts of such philanthropists as Mr. Anthony Comstock and his co-laborers. In almost every large school, there are boys who have a supply of these infamous designs and act as agents in scattering the evil contagion among all who come under their influence. Under the guise of art, the genius of some of our finest artists is turned to pandering to this base desire for sensuous gratification. The pictures which hang in many of our art galleries that are visited by old and young of both sexes often number in the list views which to those whose thoughts are not well trained to rigid chastity can be only means of evil. A plea may be made for these paintings in the name of art, but we see no necessity for the development of art in this particular direction, when nature presents so many and such varied scenes of loveliness in landscapes, flowers, beautiful birds, and graceful animals, to say nothing of the human form protected by sufficient covering to satisfy the demands of modesty. Many of the papers and magazines sold at our newsstands and eagerly sought after by young men and boys are better suited for the parlors of a house of ill repute than for the eyes of pure-minded youth. A newsdealer who will distribute such vile sheets ought to be dealt with as an educator in vice and crime, an agent of evil, and a recruiting officer for hell and perdition. Evil thoughts know one can succeed long in keeping himself from vicious acts whose thoughts dwell upon unchaste subjects. Only those who are pure in heart will be pure and chaste in action. The mind must be educated to love and dwell upon pure subjects in early life, as by this means only can the foundation be laid for that purity of character, which alone will ensure purity of life. When the mind once becomes contaminated with evil thoughts, it requires the work of years of earnest effort to purge it from uncleanness. Vile thoughts leave scars which even time will not always efface. They soil and deprave the soul, as vile acts do the body. God knows them, if no human being does, and if harbored and cherished, they will tell against the character in the day of judgment as surely as will evil words and deeds. Influence of other bad habits, evil practices of any sort, which lower the moral tone of an individual, which lessen his appreciation of and love for right and purity and true nobility of soul, encourage the development of vice. A boy who loves purity, who has a keen sense of what is true and right, can never become a vicious man. Profanity, falsehood, and deception of every sort have a tendency in the direction of vice. The use of highly seasoned food, of rich sauces, spices and condiments, sweetmeats, and in fact all kinds of stimulating foods has an undoubted influence upon the sexual nature of boys, stimulating those organs into too early activity and occasioning temptations to sin which otherwise would not occur. The use of mustard, pepper sauce, spices, rich gravies, and all similar kinds of food should be carefully avoided by young persons. They are not wholesome for either old or young, but for the young they are absolutely dangerous. The use of beer, wine, hard cider, and tobacco is especially damaging to boys on this account. These stimulants excite the passions and produce a clamoring for sensual gratification, which few boys or young men have the willpower or moral courage to resist. Tobacco is an especially detrimental agent. The early age at which boys now begin the use of tobacco may be one of the reasons why the practice of secret vice is becoming so terribly common among boys and young men. We never think a boy or young man who uses tobacco safe from the commission of some vile act. The use of tea and coffee by boys is also a practice which should be interdicted. All wise physicians forbid the use of these narcotic drinks, together with that of tobacco, and always with benefit to those who abstain. In France, the government has made a law forbidding the use of tobacco by students in the public schools. In Germany, a still more stringent law has been made, which forbids the use of tobacco by boys and young men. These laws have been made on account of the serious injury, which was evidently resulting from the use of the filthy weed to both the health and the morals of the young men of those countries. There is certainly an equal need for such a law in this country. Closing advice to boys and young men, one word more, and we must close this chapter, which we hope has been read with care by those for whom it is especially written. Let every boy who peruses these pages remember that the facts here stated are true. Every word we have verified, and we have not written one half that might be said upon this subject. Let the boy who is still pure, who has never defiled himself with vice, firmly resolve that with the help of God he will maintain a pure and virtuous character. It is much easier to preserve purity than to get free from the taint of sin after having been once defiled. Let the boy who has already fallen into evil ways, who has been taught the vile practice the consequences of which we have endeavored to describe, and who is already in the downward road, let him resolve now to break the chain of sin, to reform at once, and to renounce his evil practice forever. The least hesitancy, the slightest dalliance with the demon vice, and the poor victim will be lost. Now this moment is the time to reform. Seek purity of mind and heart. Banish evil thoughts and shun evil companions. Then with earnest prayer to God, wage a determined battle for purity and chastity until the victory is wholly won. One of the greatest safeguards for a boy is implicit trust and confidence in his parents. Let him go to them with all his queries, instead of to some older boyish friend. If all boys would do this, an immense amount of evil would be prevented. When tempted to sin, boys, think first of the vileness and wickedness of the act. Think that God and pure angels behold every act and even know every thought. Nothing is hid from their eyes. Think then of the awful results of this terrible sin, and fly from temptation as from a burning house. Send up a prayer to God to deliver you from temptation, and you will not fall. Every battle manfully and successfully fought will add new strength to your resolution and force to your character. Gaining such victories from day to day, you will grow up to be a pure, noble, useful man, the grandest work of God, and will live a happy, virtuous life yourself, and add to the happiness of those around you. A chapter for girls. We have written this chapter especially for girls, and we sincerely hope that many will read it with an earnest desire to be benefited by so doing. The subject of which we have to write is a delicate one, and one which, we regret exceedingly, needs to be written about. But our experience as a physician has proven to us again and again that it is of the utmost importance that something be said, that words of warning should be addressed particularly to the girls and maidens just emerging into womanhood, on a subject which vitally concerns not only their own future health and happiness, but the prosperity and destiny of the race. Probably no one can be better fitted to speak on this subject than the physician. A physician who has given careful attention to the health and the causes of ill health of ladies, and who has had opportunities for observing the baneful influence exerted upon the bodies and minds of girls and young women by the evil practices of which it is our purpose here to speak, can better appreciate than can others the magnitude of the evil, and is better prepared to speak upon the subject understandingly and authoritatively. Gladly would we shun the task which has been pressed upon us, but which we have long avoided, were it not for the sense of the urgent need of its performance, of which our professional experience has thoroughly convinced us. We cannot keep our lips closed when our eyes are witnesses to the fact that thousands of the fairest and best of our girls and maidens are being beguiled into everlasting ruin by a soul-destroying vice which works unseen, and often so insidiously that its results are unperceived until the work of ruin is complete. The nature of our subject necessitates that we should speak plainly, though delicately, and we shall endeavor to make our language comprehensible by anyone old enough to be benefited by the perusal of this chapter. We desire that all who read these pages may receive lasting benefit by so doing. The subject is one upon which every girl ought to be informed, and to which she should give serious attention, at least sufficiently long to become intelligent concerning the evils and dangers to which girls are exposed from this source. Girlhood nothing is so suggestive of innocence and purity as the simple beauty of girlhood when seen in its natural freshness, though too seldom, nowadays, is it possible to find in our young girls the natural grace and healthy beauty which were common among the little maidens of a quarter of a century ago. The ruddy cheeks and bright eyes and red lips which are indicative of a high degree of healthy vigor are not so often seen today among the small girls in our public schools and passing to and fro upon the streets. The pale cheeks, languid eyes, and almost colorless lips which we more often see indicate weakly constitutions and delicate health, and prophesy a short and suffering life to many. Various causes are at work to produce this unfortunate decline, and while we hope that in the larger share of cases, bad diet, improper clothing, confinement in poorly ventilated rooms with too little exercise, and similar causes are the active agents, we are obliged to recognize the fact that there is in far too many cases another cause, the very mention of which makes us blush with shame that its existence should be possible. But of this we shall speak again presently. Real girls are like the just opening buds of beautiful flowers. The beauty and fragrance of the full-blossomed rose scarcely exceed the delicate loveliness of the swelling bud, which shows between the sections of its bursting calyx, the crimson petals tightly folded beneath. So the true girl possesses in her sphere as high a degree of attractive beauty as she can hope to attain in after years, though of a different character. But genuine girls are scarce. Really natural little girls are almost as scarce as real boys. Too many girls begin at a very early age to attempt to imitate the pride and vanity manifested by older girls and young ladies. It is by many supposed that to be ladylike should be the height of the ambition of girls as soon as they are old enough to be taught respecting propriety of behavior, which is understood to mean that they must appear as unnatural as possible in attempting to act like grown-up ladies. Many mothers who wish their daughters to be models of perfection, but whose ideas of perfect deportment are exceedingly superficial in character, dress up their little daughters in fine clothing, beautiful to look at, but very far from what is required for health and comfort, and then continually admonish the little ones that they must keep very quiet and act like little ladies. Such a course is a most pernicious one. It fosters pride and vanity, and inculcates an entirely wrong idea of what it is to be ladylike, to be a true lady, to be true to nature as a girl. Such artificial training is damaging alike to mind and body, and it induces a condition of mind and of the physical system which is very conducive to the encouragement of dangerous tendencies. How to develop beauty and loveliness? All little girls want to be beautiful. Girls in general care much more for their appearance than do boys. They have finer tastes and greater love for whatever is lovely and beautiful. It is a natural desire and should be encouraged. A pure, innocent, beautiful little girl is the most lovely of all God's creatures. All are not equally beautiful, however, and cannot be, but all may be beautiful to a degree that will render them attractive. Let all little girls who want to be pretty, handsome, or good-looking give attention, and we will tell them how. Those who are homely should listen especially, for all may become good-looking, though all cannot become remarkably beautiful. First of all, it is necessary that the girl who wishes to be handsome, to be admired, should be good. She must learn to love what is right and true. She must be pure in mind and act. She must be simple in her manners, modest in her deportment, and kind in her ways. Second in importance, though scarcely so, is the necessity of health. No girl can long be beautiful without health, and no girl who enjoys perfect health can be really ugly in appearance. A healthy countenance is always attractive. Disease wastes the rounded features, bleaches out the roses from the cheeks and the vermilion from the lips. It destroys the luster of the eye and the elasticity of the step. Health is essential to beauty. In fact, if we consider goodness as a state of moral health, then health is the one great requisite of beauty. Health is obtained and preserved by the observance of those natural laws, which the Creator has appointed for the government of our bodies. The structure of these bodies we may do well to study for a few moments. The human form divine. Go with us to one of the large cities, and we will show you one of the most marvelous pieces of mechanism ever invented, a triumph of ingenuity, skill, and patient, persevering labor for many years. This wonderful device is a clock which will run more than 100 years. It is so constructed that it indicates not only the time of day, the day of the month and year, itself making all the necessary changes for leap year, but shows the motions of the Earth around the Sun, together with the movements and positions of all the other planets and many other marvelous things. When it strikes at the end of each hour, groups of figures go through a variety of curious movements, most closely resembling the appearance and actions of human beings. The maker of this remarkable clock well deserves the almost endless praise which he receives for his skill and patience, for his work is certainly wonderful. But the great clock, with its curious and complicated mechanism, is a coarse and bungling affair when compared with the human body. The clock doubtless contains thousands of delicate wheels and springs, and is constructed with all the skill imaginable, and yet the structure of the human body is infinitely more delicate. The clock has no intelligence, but a human being can hear, see, feel, taste, touch, and think. The clock does only what its maker designed to have it do, and can do nothing else. The human machine is a living mechanism. It can control its own movements, can do as it will within certain limits. What is very curious indeed, the human machine has the power to mend itself, so that when it needs repairs it is not necessary to send it to a shop for the purpose, but all that is required is to give nature an opportunity, and the system repairs itself. A wonderful process. We have not space to describe all the wonderful mechanism of this human machine, but must notice particularly one of its most curious features, a provision by which other human beings, living machines like itself, are produced. All living creatures possess this power. A single potato placed in the ground becomes a dozen or more by a process of multiplying. A little seed planted in the earth grows up to be a plant, produces flowers, and from the flowers come other seeds, not one, but often a great many, sometimes hundreds from a single seed. Insects, fishes, birds, and all other animals thus multiply. So do human beings, and in a similar manner. The organs by which this most marvelous process is carried on in plants and animals, including also human beings, are called sexual organs. Flowers are the sexual organs of plants. And flowers are always the most fragrant and the most beautiful when they are engaged in this wonderful and curious work. Human buds, a curious animal which lives near the seashore, in shallow water, attached to a rock like a water plant, puts out little buds which grow a while and then drop off, and after a time become large individuals like the parent, each in turn producing buds like the one from which it grew. Human beings are formed by a similar process. Human buds are formed by an organ for the purpose possessed only by the female sex, and these, under proper circumstances, develop into infant human beings. The process, though so simply stated, is a marvelously complicated one, which cannot be fully explained here. Indeed, it is one of the mysteries which it is beyond the power of human wisdom fully to explain. The production of these human buds is one of the most important and sacred duties of woman. It is through this means that she becomes a mother, which is one of the grandest and noblest functions of womanhood. It is the motherly instinct that causes little girls to show such a fondness for dolls, a perfectly natural feeling which may be encouraged to a moderate degree without injury. How beauty is marred, as already remarked, mental, moral, and physical health are the requisites for true beauty, and to secure these, obedience to all the laws of health is required. The most beautiful face is soon marred when disease begins its ravages in the body. The most beautiful character is as speedily spoiled by the touch of moral disease or sin. The face is a mirror of the mind, the character. And a mind full of evil, impure thoughts is certain to show itself in the face in spite of rosy cheeks and dimples, ruby lips and bewitching smiles. The character is written on the face, as plainly as the face may be pictured by an artist on canvas. To be more explicit, the girl who disregards the laws of health, who eats bad food, eats at all hours or at unseasonable hours, sits up late at night, attends fashionable parties and indulges in the usual means of dissipation there afforded, dancing, wine, rich suppers, etc., who carefully follows the fashions in her dress, lacing her waist to attain the fashionable degree of slenderness, wearing thin, narrow-toed gaiters with French heels, and insufficiently clothing the limbs in cold weather, and who in like manner neglects to comply with the requirements of health in other important particulars, may be certain that sooner or later, certainly at no distant day, she will become as unattractive and homely as she can wish not to be. Girls and young ladies who eat largely of fat meat, rich cakes and pies, confectionery, iced creams, and other dietetic abominations cannot avoid becoming sallow and hollow-eyed. The cheeks may be ever so plump and rosy, they will certainly lose their freshness and become hollow and thin. Chalk and rouge will not hide the defect, for everybody will discover the fraud, and will of course know the reason why it is practiced. A beauty-destroying vice, but by far the worst enemy of beauty and health of body, mind, and soul, we have not yet mentioned. It is a sin concerning which we would gladly keep silence, but we cannot see so many of our most beautiful and promising girls and young ladies annually being ruined, often for this world and the next alike, without uttering the word of warning needed. As before remarked, the function of maternity, which is the object of the sexual system in woman, when rightly exercised, is the most sacred and elevated office which a woman can perform for the world. The woman who is a true mother has an opportunity of doing for the race more than all other human agencies combined. The mother's influence is the controlling influence in the world. The mother molds the character of her children. She can make of their plastic minds almost what she will if she is herself prepared for the work. On the other hand, misuse or abuse of the sexual organism is visited in girls and women, as in boys and men, with the most fearful penalties. Nothing will sooner deprive a girl or young lady of the maidenly grace and freshness with which nature blesses woman in her early years than secret vice. We have the greatest difficulty in making ourselves believe that it is possible for beings designed by nature to be pure and innocent, in all respects free from impurity of any sort, to become so depraved by sin as to be willing to devote themselves to so vile and filthy a practice. Yet the frequency with which cases have come under our observation, which clearly indicate the alarming prevalence of the practice, even among girls and young women who would naturally be least suspected, compels us to recognize the fact. The testimony of many eminent physicians whose opportunities for observation have been very extensive shows that the evil is enormously greater than people generally are aware. Instructors of the youth, of large experience, assert the same. Nor is the evil greater in America than in some other countries. One writer declares that the vice is almost universal among the girls of Russia, which may be due to the low condition in which the women of that country are kept. Terrible effects of secret vice, the awful effects of this sin against God and nature. This soul and body destroying vice becomes speedily visible in those who are guilty of it. The experienced eye needs no confession on the part of the victim to read the whole story of sinful indulgence and consequent disease. The vice stamps its insignia upon the countenance. It shows itself in the walk, in the changed disposition, and the loss of healthy vigor. It is not only impossible for a victim of this sinful practice to hide from the all-seeing eye of God the vileness perpetrated in secret, but it is also useless to attempt to hide from human eyes the awful truth. Headache, sideache, backache, pains in the chest, and wandering pains in various parts of the body, these are but a few of the painful ailments from which girls who are guilty of this sin suffer. Many of the tender spines, which cause great solicitude on the part of parents and physicians, who fear that disease of the spine is threatening the life of a loved daughter, not infrequently originate in this way. Much of the hysteria, which renders wretched the lives of thousands of young ladies and the fond friends who are obliged to care for and attend them, arises from sexual transgression of the kind of which we are speaking. The blanched cheeks, hollow, expressionless eyes, and rough, pimply skins of many schoolgirls are due to this cause alone. We do not mean by this to intimate that every girl who has pimples upon her face is guilty of secret vice. But this sin is undoubtedly a very frequent cause of the unpleasant eruption, which so often appears upon the foreheads of both sexes. It would be very unjust, however, to charge a person with the sin unless some further evidence than that of an eruption on the face was afforded. The inability to study, to apply themselves in any way except when stimulated by something of a very exciting character, which many girls exhibit, is in a large proportion of cases due to the practice of which we are writing. Often enough the effects which are attributed to overstudy are properly due to this debasing habit. We have little faith in the great outcry made in certain quarters about the damaging effects of study upon the health of young ladies. A far less worthy cause is in many cases the true one, to which is attributable the decline in health at a critical period, when all the vital forces of the system are necessarily called into action to introduce the activity of a new function. Hundreds of girls break down in health just as they are entering womanhood. At from 12 to 18 years of age, the change naturally occurs which transforms the girl into a woman by the development of functions previously latent. This critical period is one through which every girl in health ought to pass with scarcely any noticeable disturbance. And if during the previous years of life the laws of health were observed, there would seldom be any unusual degree of suffering at this time. Those who have before this period been addicted to the vile habit of which we are writing will almost invariably show at this time evidences of the injury which has been wrought. The unnatural excitement of the organs before the period of puberty lays the foundation for lifelong disease. When that critical epoch arrives, the organs are found in a state of congestion, often bordering on inflammation. The increased congestion, which naturally occurs at this time in many cases, is sufficient to excite most serious disease. Here is the beginning of a great many of the special diseases, which are the bane and shame of the sex. Displacements of various sorts, congestions, neuralgia of the ovaries, leukorrhea or whites, and a great variety of kindred maladies, are certain to make their appearance at this period or soon after in those who have previously been guilty of self-abuse. If the evil influences already at work are augmented by tight lacing, improper dressing of the extremities, hanging heavy skirts upon the hips, and fashionable dissipation generally, the worst results are sure to follow, and the individual is certain to be a subject for the doctors for a good portion of her life. A talented writer some time since contributed to a popular magazine an article entitled, "The Little Health of Women," which contained many excellent hints respecting the influences at work to undermine the health and destroy the constitutions of American women. But he did not even hint at this potent cause, which, we firmly believe, is responsible for a far greater share of the local disease and general poor health of girls, young women, and married ladies than has been generally recognized. These are startling facts, but we are prepared to substantiate them. Remote effects not, all of the effects of the vice appear in girlhood, nor even during early life. Not infrequently, it is not until the girl has grown up to be a wife and mother that she begins to appreciate fully the harm that has been wrought. At this time, when new demands are made upon the sexual organism, when its proper duties are to be performed, there is a sudden failure. New weaknesses and diseases make their appearance, new pains and sufferings are felt, which no woman who has not, in some way, seriously transgressed the laws of health will suffer. In not a few instances, it is discovered that the individual is wholly unfitted for the duties of maternity. Often, indeed, maternity is impossible, the injury resulting from the sins committed being so great as to render the diseased organism incapable of the functions required. In the great majority of cases, these peculiar difficulties, morbid conditions, and incapacities are attributed to overwork, overstudy, taking cold, getting the feet wet, or some other cause wholly inadequate to account for the diseased conditions present. Although in many instances it may be true that some such unfortunate circumstance may be the means of precipitating the effects of previous sin upon organs already relaxed, debilitated, and thus prepared readily to take on disease. Causes which lead girls astray, the predisposing causes of sexual vices, have already been dwelt upon so fully in this volume that we shall devote little space to the subject here. We may, however, mention a few of the causes which seem to be most active in leading to the formation of evil habits among girls. Vicious companions. Girls are remarkably susceptible to influence by those of their own age. A vicious girl who makes herself agreeable to those with whom she associates can exert more influence over many of her companions than can any number of older persons. Even a mother rarely has that influence over her daughter that is maintained by the girl whom she holds as her bosom friend. The close friendships, which are often formed between girls of the same age, are often highly detrimental in character. Each makes a confidant of the other, and thus becomes estranged from the only one competent to give counsel and advice, and the one who of all others is worthy of a young girl's confidence, her mother. From these unfortunate alliances often arise most deplorable evils. Vicious companions not infrequently sow the seeds of evil habits far and wide, contaminating all who come within their influence. Whom to avoid, a girl will always do well to avoid a companion who is vain, idle, silly, or frivolous. Girls who have these evil characteristics are very likely to have others also which are worse. A girl who is rude in her manners, careless in her habits, irreverent and disobedient to parents and teachers is always an unsafe companion. No matter how pretty, witty, stylish, or aristocratic she may be, she should be shunned. Her influence will be withering, debasing wherever felt. A girl may be gay and thoughtless without being vicious, but the chances are 10 to 1 that she will become sinful unless she changes her ways. Sentimental books the majority of girls love to read, but unfortunately, the kind of literature of which they are chiefly fond is not of a character which will elevate, refine, or in any way benefit them. Storybooks, romances, love tales, and religious novels constitute the chief part of the reading matter, which American young ladies greedily devour. We have known young ladies still in their teens who had read whole libraries of the most exciting novels. The taste for novel reading is like that for liquor or opium. It is never satiated. It grows with gratification. A confirmed novel reader is almost as difficult to reform as a confirmed inebriate or opium eater. The influence upon the mind is most damaging and pernicious. It not only destroys the love for solid, useful reading, but excites the emotions, and in many cases keeps the passions in a perfect fever of excitement. The confessions of young women who were to all appearance the most circumspect in every particular, and whom no one mistrusted to be capable of vile thoughts, have convinced us that this evil is more prevalent than many, even of those who are quite well informed, would be willing to admit. By reading of this kind, many are led to resort to self-abuse for the gratification of passions, which overstimulation has made almost uncontrollable. Some have thus been induced to sin who had never been injured by other influences, but discovered the fatal secret themselves. Mothers cannot be too careful of the character of the books which their daughters read. Every book, magazine, and paper should be carefully scrutinized. Unless its character is already well known, before it is allowed to be read. In our opinion, some of the literature which passes as standard, which is often found on parlor center tables and in family and school libraries, such as Chaucer's poems and other writings of a kindred character, is unfit for perusal by inexperienced and unsophisticated young ladies. Some of this literature is actually too vile for anyone to read, and if written today by any poet of note, would cause his works to be committed to the stove and the ragbag in spite of his reputation. Various causes bad diet, the use of stimulating and exciting articles of food, late suppers, confectionery and dainties all, these have a very powerful influence in the wrong direction by exciting functions which ought to be kept as nearly latent as possible. The use of tea and coffee by young ladies cannot be too strongly condemned. Improper dress, by causing local congestion, often predisposes to secret vice by occasioning local excitement. Probably a greater cause than any of those last mentioned is too great familiarity with the opposite sex. The silly letters which girls sometimes allow themselves to receive from the boys and young men of their acquaintance, and which they encourage by letters of a similar character, must be condemned in the most thorough manner. Upon receiving such a letter, a pure-minded girl will consider herself insulted, and has just reason for so doing. The childish flirtations, which girls and boys sometimes indulge in, often lead to evils of a most revolting character. Modesty woman's safeguard true modesty and maidenly reserve are the best guardians of virtue. The girl who is truly modest, who encourages and allows no improper advances, need have no fear of annoyance from this source. She is equally safe from temptation to sin which may come to her in secret, when no human eye can behold. Maidenly modesty is one of the best qualities which any young lady can possess. A young woman who lacks modesty, who manifests boldness of manner and carelessness in deportment, is not only liable to have her virtue assailed by designing and unscrupulous men, but is herself likely to fall before the temptation to indulge in secret sin, which is certain to present itself in some way sooner or later. This invaluable protection is speedily lost by the girl who abandons herself to secret vice. The chances are very great, also, that by degrees her respect for and love of virtue and chastity will diminish until she is open to temptations to indulge in less secret sin. And thus she travels down the road of vice until she finds herself at last an inmate of a brothel or an outcast wanderer, rejected by friends, and lost to virtue, purity, and all that a true woman holds most dear. A few sad cases, although we do not believe it right to harrow the feelings of those who have sinned and suffered with a rehearsal of sad cases when no good can be accomplished by such accounts. We deem it but just that those who are not yet entangled in the meshes of vice should have an opportunity of knowing the actual results of sin and profiting by the sad experience of others. It is for this purpose that we shall mention a few cases which have come under our observation, taking care to avoid mentioning any facts which might lead to identification, as the facts we shall use were, many of them, received in strict confidence from those who were glad to unburden their hearts to someone, but had never dared to do so, even to their friends. A pitiful case several years ago, we received a letter from a young woman in an eastern state in which she described her case as that of an individual who had early become addicted to secret vice, and had continued the vile habit until that time, when she was about 32 years of age. In spite of the most solemn vows to reform, she still continued the habit, and had become reduced to such a miserable condition that she would almost rather die than live. She sent with her letter photographs representing herself at 20, and at that time, so that we might see the contrast. It was indeed appalling to see what changes sin had wrought. Her face, once fair and comely, had become actually haggard with vice. Purity, innocence, grace, and modesty were no longer visible there. The hard lines of sin had obliterated every trace of beauty, and produced a most repulsive countenance. Though greatly depraved and shattered by sin and consequent disease in body and mind, she still had some desire to be cured, if possible, and made a most pitiful appeal for help to escape from her loathsome condition. We gave her the best counsel we could under the circumstances, and did all in our power to rescue her from her living death. But whether in any degree successful, we cannot tell, as we have never heard from the poor creature since. We have often wished since that we might but show those two pictures to every girl who has been tempted to sin in this way, to all who have ever yielded to this awful vice. The terrible contrast would certainly produce an impression which no words can do. We sent them back to their wretched original, however, by her request, and so cannot show the actual pictures. But when any who read these lines are tempted thus to sin, we beg them to think of these two pictures, and by forming a vivid image of them in the mind, drive away the disposition to do wrong. A mind dethroned a young lady who had received every advantage which could be given her by indulgent parents, and who naturally possessed most excellent talents, being a fine musician, and naturally so bright and witty as to be the life of every company in which she moved, suddenly began to show strange symptoms of mental unsoundness. She would sometimes be seized with fits of violence, during which it was with great difficulty that she could be controlled. Several times she threatened the lives of her nurses, and even on one occasion attempted to execute her threat, the person's life being saved by mere accident. Everything was done for her that could be done, but the mania increased to such a degree of violence that she was sent to an asylum for the insane. Here she remained for months before she became sufficiently tractable to be taken to her home and cared for by friends. Too close application to study was the cause at first assigned for her mental disorder, but a careful investigation of the case revealed the fact that the terrible sin which has ruined the minds of so many promising young men and brilliant young women was the cause that led to the sad result in this case also. The punishment of sin, especially of sexual sins, is indeed terrible, but the sin is a fearful one, and the penalty must be equal to the enormity of the crime. Not all young women who indulge thus will become insane, but anyone who thus transgresses may be thus punished. There is no safety but in absolute purity. A penitent victime young woman who had been ill for years, and whose physicians had sought in vain to cure her various ailments, until her parents almost despaired of her ever being anything but a helpless invalid, came to us for treatment, resolved upon making a last effort for health. She had grown up in utter ignorance of the laws of health and of the results of the vice of which we are writing, and having been early taught the sin, she had indulged it for a number of years, with the result of producing a most terribly diseased condition of the sexual organs, which had baffled the skill of all the physicians who had attended her, none of whom had ever been made acquainted with the true cause of the difficulties. When apprised of the real facts in the case, that she was alone responsible for the sad condition into which she had fallen, her eyes were opened to see the wickedness and vileness of her course. She bitterly bemoaned her past life, and heartily repented of her sins. Of the sincerity of her repentance, she gave evidence in the earnest efforts which she put forth to help herself. She spared no pains to do well all required on her part, and was soon rewarded by feeling that her diseases were being removed and health was returning. Still, she was constantly reminded of her former sins. When the will was off its guard, during sleep, the mind, long indulged in sin, would revert to the old channels and riot in vileness. Unchaste dreams made her often dread to sleep. As she awoke from these unconscious lapses, enervated, weak, and prostrated as though she had actually transgressed. But though often thus almost disheartened, she continued the struggle, and was finally rewarded by gaining a perfect victory over her mind, sleeping as well as waking, and recovering her health sufficiently to enable her to enjoy life and make herself very useful. Not a few similar cases have come under our observation, and it seems to us that the pain, anguish, and remorse suffered by these poor victims ought to be a warning to those who have never entered the sinful road. What a terrible thing it is for a pure and lovely being, designed by God to fulfill a high, holy, and sacred mission in the world, to become a victim to such a filthy vice. No girl of sense would in her right mind raise her hand to dash in pieces a beautiful vase, to destroy a lovely painting, or a beautiful piece of statuary. A girl who would do such a thing would be considered insane and a fit subject for a madhouse. Yet is not the human body, a girl's own beautiful, symmetrical form, infinitely better, more valuable, and more sacred than any object produced by human art? There can be but one answer. How, then, is it possible for her thus to defile and destroy herself? Is it not a fearful thing? A terrible vice? A ruined girl, one of the most remarkable cases of disease resulting from self-abuse which ever came under our observation was that of a young lady from a distant western state whose adopted parents, after consulting many different physicians for a peculiar disease of the breast, placed her under our care. We found her a good-looking young woman about 17 years of age, rather pale and considerably emaciated, very nervous and hysterical, and suffering with severe pain in the left breast, which was swollen to nearly double the natural size, hot, tense, pulsating, and extremely tender to the touch. Occasionally, she would experience paroxysms in which she apparently suffered extremely, being sometimes semi-conscious and scarcely breathing for hours. We suspected the cause of these peculiar manifestations at the outset, but every suggestion of the possibility of the suspected cause was met with a stout denial and a very deceptive appearance of innocent ignorance on the subject. All treatment was unavailing to check the disease. Though sometimes the symptoms seemed to be controlled, a speedy relapse occurred, so that no progress toward a cure was made. Finally, our conviction that our first impression respecting the case was correct became so strong that we hesitated no longer to treat it as such. By most vigilant observation, we detected evidences of the soul-corrupting vice which we considered unmistakable. And then the young woman who had pretended such profound ignorance of the matter confessed to an extent of wickedness which was perfectly appalling. Every paroxysm was traced to an unusual excess of sinful indulgence. So hardened was she by her evil practices that she seemed to feel no remorse, and only promised to reform when threatened with exposure to her parents unless she immediately ceased the vile practice. In less than 10 days, the mysterious symptoms, which had puzzled many physicians, disappeared altogether. The swollen, tender breast was no larger than the other, and was so entirely restored that she was able to strike it a full blow without pain. So great was the depravity of this girl, however, that she had no notion of making a permanent reform. She even boasted of her wickedness to a companion, and announced her intention to continue the practice. We sent her home, and apprised her parents of the full facts in the case, for which we received their deepest gratitude, though their hearts were nearly broken with grief at the sad revelation made to them. Notwithstanding their most earnest efforts in her behalf, the wretched girl continued her downward career, and a year or two after we learned that she had sunk to the very lowest depths of shame. Once this now wretched, disgraced creature was an attractive, pure, innocent little girl. Her adopted father lavished upon her numerous presents and spent hundreds of dollars to obtain her recovery to health. Yet through this awful vice she was ruined utterly, and rendered so wholly perverse and bad that she had no desire to be better, no disposition to reform. God only knows what will be her sad end. May none who read these lines ever follow in her footsteps. The danger of boarding school some years ago, a young lady came under our medical care who had suffered for some time from a serious nervous difficulty, which had baffled the skill of all the physicians who had had charge of her case, and which occasioned her a great amount of suffering, making it necessary that she should be confined to her bed most of the time, the disease being aggravated by exercise, and the patient having been much weakened by its long continuance. All the remedies usually successful in such cases were employed with little or no effect, and we were feeling somewhat perplexed concerning the case, when the young lady sent for us one day, and upon our going to her room in answer to her call, she immediately burst into tears, and acknowledged that she had been addicted to the habit of self-abuse, and that she was still suffering from involuntary excitement during sleep. Having been placed in a boarding school when quite young, she had there learned the vile habit, and had practiced it without knowing anything of the ill effects or really appreciating its sinfulness. When she learned, some years after, that the habit was a most pernicious vice and of a character to bring destruction to both soul and body of one addicted to it, she endeavored to free herself from its shackles, but she found herself too securely bound for escape. It seemed, indeed, an utter impossibility. Her thoughts had long been allowed to run in sentimental channels, and now they would do so in spite of the most earnest efforts to the contrary during her waking hours. And in sleep, while the willpower was not active, the imagination would run riot uncontrolled, leaving her, upon awaking, exhausted, enervated, and almost desperate with chagrin. Knowing that she was daily suffering for her transgressions, she was filled with remorse and regret, and would have given all to undo the past. But alas, she could not, and could only suffer with patience until relief could be secured. Her love for sentimental literature occasioned another battle for her to fight, for she could scarcely resist the temptation daily offered her to while away some of the weary hours with such stories of love and sentiment as she had been accustomed to enjoy. But she fought the battle earnestly, and finally succeeded in conquering the evil tendencies of her mind, both while awake and when asleep. And from that time she began to make slow progress toward recovery. The last we saw of her, she was doing well, and hoped in time to arrive at a very comfortable state of health. A desperate Keisei little girl about 10 years of age was brought to us by her father, who came with his daughter to have her broken of the vile habit of self-abuse into which she had fallen, having been taught it by a German servant girl. Having read an early copy of this work, the father had speedily detected the habit, and had adopted every measure which he could devise to break his child of the destructive vice which she had acquired, but in vain. After applying various other measures without success, it finally became necessary to resort to a surgical operation, by which it is hoped that she was permanently cured, as we have heard nothing to the contrary since, and as the remedy seemed to be effectual. It was a severe remedy, and may seem a harsh one, but every other means utterly failed, and the father insisted upon the performance of the operation as a trial. This little girl, naturally truthful and honest, had, through the influence of this blighting vice, been made crafty and deceptive. She would tell the most astonishing falsehoods to free herself from the charge of guilt or to avoid punishment. The gentleman, her father, felt so deeply upon the subject and was so thoroughly awake to the consequences of the sin that he declared he would take his daughter away into the wilderness and leave her to die, if need be, rather than allow her to grow up to womanhood with this vile blight upon her, and run the risk of her contaminating with the same vice his other, younger children. He felt so deeply that the tears coursed down his cheeks as he talked, and we were most happy to be of service to him in aiding his daughter to overcome the fascinating vice. She seemed willing to try to help herself, but was unable to break the bonds of sin without the extraordinary help which she received. We might continue this rehearsal of cases to an almost indefinite length, but we must soon bring this chapter to a close. Those described are only a few examples of the many we are constantly meeting. None have been overdrawn. Much has been omitted for the sake of delicacy, which the exposure of the whole truth would have required us to present. We sincerely hope that these examples may be a warning to those who have never marred their purity of character by an unchaste act. To those who may have already sinned in this manner, let the words come with double force and meaning. Do you value life, health, beauty, honor, virtue, purity? Then, for the sake of all these, abandon the evil practice at once. Do not hesitate for a moment to decide, and do not turn back after deciding to reform. A last word, girls, as one who has only your best interests in view, and who would do you good, we beg of you to give heed one moment to the important matter which we have been presenting before you. It is of no frivolous character. It is one of the most important subjects to which your attention can be called. Only those who are utterly ignorant of the dangers which surround them in the world, or who are already hardened in sin, will treat this matter lightly or scornfully. If you are still pure and possess a character unsoiled by sin, thank God that you have been preserved until now, and humbly petition Him to enable you to remain as pure and unsullied as you now are. Cultivate all of the heavenly graces. Make your dear mother your confidant in all your perplexities and trials. Go to her for information on all subjects upon which you find yourself ignorant. Let no foreign influence beguile away your confidence from her who is most worthy of your love and respect, and who is best prepared to instruct you on all subjects, no matter how delicate. Trust in God for help to resist evil under every guise. Flee from temptation under whatever form it may appear. Thus may you escape the suffering, the sorrow, and the remorse which is endured sooner or later by all who enter the road of sin, no matter how short a time they may travel therein. To those who have already fallen, who have been led astray either ignorantly or through weakness in yielding to temptation, we will say, turn from your evil way at once. Misery, sorrow, anguish, and everlasting ruin stare you in the face. Perdition is before you. You need not think to escape the punishment that others suffer, for there is no way of escape. The penalty will surely come. Make haste to return to the paths of purity before it is too late to mend the past. It may take years of pure and upright living to repair the evil already done, but do not hesitate to begin at once. With the help of God, resolve to become pure again. God can cleanse you from all unrighteousness. He can enable you to chase from your mind and heart every impure thought and unclean desire. Through His grace, you can successfully battle with temptation and redeem the black record of the past. A few words to boys and girls. Of the last two preceding chapters, one was devoted exclusively to advice and instruction to boys, the other being written expressly for girls. Now we have a few words in conclusion for boys and girls together. It is of the greatest importance that our boys and girls should be in every way improved as much as possible. They are to become the men and women of the next generation, when their fathers and mothers have retired from active life. 20 years from today, the world will be just what the present boys and girls shall make it. Boys who are chaste, honest, obedient, and industrious will become useful and noble men, husbands, and fathers. Girls who are pure, innocent, and dutiful will become honored and lovely women, wives, and mothers. Boys and girls are placed in families together, and thus are evidently designed by nature to associate together, to obtain their education and preparation for life together. When secluded wholly from each other's society, both suffer a loss. But while this is true, it is also true that certain evils may and often do grow out of the association of the two sexes of young people, so serious in character that many wise and good men and women have felt that the sexes should be reared and educated apart as much as possible. These evils are the result of too intimate and improper associations of boys and girls. Associations of this sort must be most sedulously avoided. Boys and girls who are in school together must be extremely careful to avoid too close associations. On all occasions, a modest reserve should be maintained in the deportment of the young of both sexes toward each other. Too early friendships formed often lead to hasty marriages, before either party is prepared to enter into the married state, and before the judgment has been sufficiently developed to make either capable of selecting a suitable partner for life. These facts are usually learned when it is too late for the information to be of any value. Parents and teachers are especially responsible for guarding these early associations and giving timely warning when needed. The youth should always be ready to take advice on this subject, for with their inexperience, they cannot know their wants so well as do their elders. Nothing is more disgusting to persons of sound sense than youthful flirtations. Those misguided persons who encourage these indiscretions in young people do an immense amount of injury to those whom they ought to be prepared to benefit by wise counsel. We have seen promising young people made wretched for life through the influence of one of these mischief-makers, being most unhappily mated, and repenting too late of a hasty marriage for which they were utterly unprepared. Young persons often labor under the erroneous impression that in order to be agreeable they must talk small talk. This literally means silly twaddle, which disgusts everybody, and yet which all seek to imitate. Whenever the two sexes meet in society or elsewhere, as at all other times, the conversation should be turned upon subjects of real interest, which admit of the exercise of sound sense and will be a means of culture. Such associations do not result in injury to anyone, and may be the means of much profit. But nothing is more execrable than the frivolous, silly, often absolutely senseless observations which make up the great bulk of the conversation of young people in fashionable society. The most ready means of disclosing the superficial character of the minds of a large share of the young persons who move in fashionable circles is to introduce some topic requiring depth of thought and sound judgment. Such a subject will usually produce either an instant lull in the conversation or a display of ignorance, which cannot fail to reveal the shallowness of the speaker's intellect. It is this superficial class of minds that most easily fall victims to a sickly sentimentalism, which readily leads to digressions from the pathway of rigid virtue. A boy who has the elements of true manliness in him will carry a gentlemanly bearing wherever he goes. In all his deportment, and especially in his conduct toward the opposite sex, he will act the gentleman. And the boy whose gentility is genuine will manifest the same kind deference toward his mother and sisters as toward other ladies and girls. So also the young lady who is a lady at heart will never allow herself to forget the rules of propriety, whether she is in the company of her father and brothers or that of other gentlemen. All the rules of etiquette are worth little compared with the one simple rule which is applicable to both sexes and all ages: have the heart right, and then act natural. One so governed will not go very far astray under any circumstances, but it is of the greatest importance that the heart be right. To make it such is, indeed, the great business of life. Blessed are the pure in heart. Index. Pay. Abortion, 271. Results of 280. Accidental pregnancy, 236. Adaptation to marriage, 127. Advice to boys, 468. Advice to girls, 499. Advice to boys and girls, 501. Afterbirth, 68. Amativeness, 177. Amaurosis, 369. Amenorrhea, 95. Animalcula, 26. Antenatal influences, 105. Antediluvian wickedness, 286. Bad language, 461. Bad company, 458. Bad books, 462. Influence of, 463. Effects of, 486. Balls demoralizing effect of, 204. Beauty, how to develop, 473. Beer drinking by nursing mothers, 71. Beer, evil effects of, 467. Betrothal of infants, 138. Birth changes at, 69. Bladder, irritation of, 203. Boarding schools, danger of, 495. Books bad, 186. Obscene, 187. Brain, male and female, 42. Breasts, 70. Atrophy of the, 374. Breath causes of foul, 89. Bundling, 140. Cancer, cause of, 253. Of the womb, 374. Castration, 114. Catamenia, 81. Causes of unchastity, 181. Cells development of, 104. Chastity, 174. Chlorosis, 95, 343. Cider, evil effects of, 467. Circumcision, 113, 410. Civilization, perverting influence of, 181. Classification of living creatures, 27. Clitoris, 57, 73. Coitus, 57. Colds, how to prevent, 84. Colostrum, 70. Conception, prevention of, 250. Condiments, 210, 292. Conjugal onanism, 250. Constipation, 202. Consumption, 365. Cause of 230, 435. Continence, 205. Male, 256. Not injurious, 205. Difficulty of, 208. Helps to, 209. Conversation, trifling, 503. Copulation, 57. Courtship, 136. Evils of, 137. Courtships, long, 140. Crime source of, 107. Cause of, 454. Criminality hereditary, 107. Critical period, of 482. Dancing, 196. Daydreams, 177. Desirable qualities, how to produce, 113. Development, 59, 477. Premature, 78. Development in higher animals, 61. Diet, 390. Influence on chastity, 182. Disease, 301. Obscure causes of, 376. Diurnal emissions, 359. Divorce, loose laws of, 153. Dozing, danger of, 212. Dreams, 396. How to control, 397. Dress and sensuality, 190. Dressing unhealthfully, 89. Dress reform, 193. Drinks stimulating, 392. Drugs, 411. Dwarfs, 431. Dysmenorrhea, 94. Dyspepsia, 366. Cause of, 434. Early associations, 314. Marriage, 126. Training, 310. Lack of, 295. Decline, cause of, 481. Egypt a hotbed of vice, 286. Electricity, 407. Embryo, 63. Simple structure of, 64. Stages of growth of, 65. Emissions, effect of, 356. Internal, 361. Nocturnal, 353. Endurance of women, 43. Epilepsy, 344. Cause of, 244. Evil habits, 427. Excesses marital, 216. Results of, 225. Effects of on wives, 231. Effects of on husbands, 226. Extrauterine pregnancy, 97. Eyes, weakness of, 369. Fallopian tube, 74. False delicacy, 92. Training, 473. Fashion, 294. And vice, 192. Fashionable dissipation, 478. Fecundation, 52. In flowers, 53. Modes of, 55. In fishes, 56. In reptiles, 56. In higher animals, 56. In hermaphrodites, 59. Feeling apparatus, 425. Females imperfect, 58. Female organs, 73. Organs of flowers, 48. Fetus, respiration of, 67. Influence through the blood, 67. Fishes, development in, 60. Fecundation in, 56. Filthy dreams, 179. Talkers, 180. Flirtation, evils of, 143. Youthful, 144. Childish, 487. Flowers, polygamous, 47. Female organs of, 48. Fecundation in, 53. Fomentations, 405. Foods, stimulating, 392. Force life, 29. Functions of life, 30. General debility, 365. Generation, laws of, 219. Physiological, 112. Spontaneous, 31. Ancient theory of, 32. Gestation, duration of, 66. Girlhood, 471. Girls, a chapter for, 470. Causes which lead astray, 484. How ruined, 493. Gluttony, 292. Habit, power of, 496. Health essential to beauty, 474. Health hints, 8893. Heart disease, 367. Heredity, 102. Laws of, 243. Of disease, 109. Of crime, 107. Hermaphrodism, 36. Hermaphrodites, fecundation in, 59. Hip baths, 93. Human machine, the, 423. Human rex, 437. Human form, 474. Human buds, 476. Husbands, improvident, 170. Hybrids, 100. Hymen, 73. Hysteria, 95, 343. Causes of, 96, 375. Idiocy, 371. Cause of, 433. Idleness, 189. Ignorance, 300. Ill health of girls, causes of, 472. Illustrative cases, 437. Imbecility, 371. Impotence, 363, 410. Not produced by continence, 207. Infanticide, 271. Among various nations, 273. Infant intoxication, 70. Infants betrothal of, 138. Insanity, 370. Cause of, 447, 490. Instinct, lessons from, 220. A Safe Guide, 224. Internal emissions, 361. Intestinal worms, 202. Juke family, the 108. Labia, the 73. Labor, 68. Lacing, 90. Law of heredity applied, 126. Of sex, 101. Legalized murder, 233. Vice, 309. Leucorrhea, 346. Libidinous blood, 290. Licentious worship, 287. Licentiousness, results of 302. Life, 25. Beginning of, 52. Force, 29. Origin of, 33. Modern modes of, 203. When it begins, 262. Uterine, 66. Literature, poisonous, 189. Living beings, 25. Love, perverted, 178. Lust, effect upon child, 111. Male organs, 71. Continence, 256. Mammary glands, 70. Marriage, 124, 402. Evils of ill-mated, 131. Effect of late, 132. Experimental, 141. Forbidden, 155. Of cousins, 163. Of criminals, 164. Of paupers, 167. But not love, 235. Customs of different nations, 125. Marital excesses, 216. Rights, 234. Masturbation, 315, 428. Treatment of, 378. Prevention of, 378. Effects in females, 373. Effects on offspring, 376. Self-helps to cure, 385. Menopause, the 82. Menorrhagia, 91. Menses, 81. Menstrual period, duration of 82. Menstruation, 81. Nature of 83. Mental unchastity, 174. Culture, 313. Milk, influence of upon children, 70. Mind, cause of unbalanced, 129. Mormonism, 148. Monsters, 99. Mock piety, 338. Moderation, 248. Modesty, 488. Mothers, a warning to, 201. Their work, 479. Moral contagion, 459. Moving apparatus, 425. Multiple births, 98. Navel, the 68. Nervous diseases, 368. Debility, treatment of, 378. Nocturnal emissions, 353. Novel reading, 486. Nursing, 70. Nutrition, 30. Nutritive apparatus, 425. Nymphy, the 73. Nymphomania, 301. Objects of life, 423. Obscene books, 187. Obscenity, 462. Oneida community, the 258. Organized beings, 28. Organization, 28. Ovary, 51. Ovum, 51. Discharge of, 83. Size of, 52. Expulsion of from ovary, 74. Union of the, with the zoosperm, 57. Pangenesis, doctrine of, 103. Paralysis, 369. Parturition, 68. Painless, 68. Passion, inherited, 121. Passions, how excited, 183. Pedestrianism, 40. Pernicious books, influence of, 297. Penis, the 56, 71. Physical differences in sex, 39. Piles, 350. Pimples, 342. Placenta, 67. Plants, sex of 37. Pictures, vile, 464. Poisonous literature, 189. Polyandry, 152. Polygamous flowers, 47. Polygamy, 145. Defense of, 148. Exposed, 149. Of great men, 152. Precocity, 77. Sexual, 117. Indications of, 119. Pregnancy, 62. Duration of, 66. Extrauterine, 97. Indulgence during, 241. Premature development, 78. Decay, 419. Prevention of conception, 250. Priapism, 350. Prostate gland, 72. Enlargement of the, 349. Prostitution, 400. In Greece, 287. Pruritus, 374. Puberty, 74. Premature, 75. Influence of diet on, 76. Changes at, 79. Influence of climate on, 75. Pudenda, the 73. Purifying apparatus, 425. Quacks, 362, 412. Race degeneration, cause of 436. Religion, help of 213. Religious novels, 297. Insanity, 371. Reproduction, 31, 424, 476. Elements of 45. In polyps, 58. Anatomy of 71. Curious modes of 57. In the honeybee, 58. In lower animals, 218. Reproductive organs, 71. Functions, 217. Apparatus, 426. Elements, union of 57. Reptiles, fecundation in 56. Development in 60. Respiration in woman, 44. Of the fetus, 67. Results of abortion, 280. Roman emperors, licentiousness of 288. Satyriasis, 124. Scrotum, the 71. Secret vice, 428. Evidences of, 481. Prevalence of, 480. Terrible effects of, 480. Self-abuse, 315, 428. Causes of, 321, 487. Effects of, 437. The signs of, 331. Results of, 347. Treatment of, 378. Not a modern vice, 319. Physical causes of, 329. How to cure the habit of, 382. Self-control, 311. Self-pollution, 428. Self-murder, 431. Seminal fluid, the 51, 72. Senility, 420. Senile children, 134. Sexuality, 123. Sentimental books, 485. Young women, 190. Literature, influence of 296. Sex, 35. In plants, 37. In animals, 38. Law of 101. Of fetus, 102. Sexual differences, 38. Organs of plants, 46. Of animals, 48. Relations, the 116. Precocity, 117. Causes of, 122. Activity, the limit of, 124. Shaker views, 258. Sitz baths, 404. Sleeping, 393. Social lepers, 146. Evil, the 284. Causes of the 290. Cure of the 308. Solitary vice, 315. Alarming prevalence of 316. Unsuspected cause of 318. Spaying, 115. Spermatozoa, 48. Size of 50. Spermatoria, 353. Spinal irritation, 369. Sterility, 374. Stimulants the cause of self-abuse, 330. Stricture, 348. Suicide, cause of 453. Tarrying, 140. Tea and coffee, 292. Bad effects of 467. Testicles, position of 48. Wasting of 352. Temperaments, 166. Thinking apparatus, 425. Thoughts, evil, 465. Throat disease, cause of 229. Time to marry, 125. Tobacco, 292. Evil effects of 467. Grave charges against, 185. Twins, 98. Umbilical cord, 67. Unchaste conversation, 179. Unchastity, causes of 181. Of the ancients, 274. Physical causes of 201. Unconsidered murders, 260. Uterus, 61. Uterine life, 66. Douche, 93. Disease, 233, 373. Gestation, 62. Urinary diseases, 349. Urethra, the 72. Vagina, the 5674. Varicocele, 352. Vegetable husbands, 47. Vice legalized, 309. Vicious companions, 484. Vital force, definition of 29. Organs of man and woman, 43. Vision, dimness of 369. Vulva, the 73. Waltz, the its sensuality, 199. Weak backs, 339. Wine, evil effects of 467. Wives on trial, 139. Sale of among the Russians, 138. Woman, servitude of 263. Her responsibility, 270. Woman's rights, 264. Women, Indian, 86. Hebrew, 87. Womb, cancer of the 374. Works by the same author. The Home Handbook of Domestic Hygiene and Rational Medicine. This work has met with a most cordial reception everywhere, from both physicians and the common people. Over 6,000 copies were sold within 6 weeks of the announcement of the work, and 8,000 while the first edition was in press. Nearly 1,600 royal octavo pages, over 500 cuts, 22 colored plates. Muslin, $6.50. Library, $7.50. Send for circular. Plain facts for old and young, a book for the times, treating upon all subjects pertaining to the anatomy and physiology of reproduction. A special chapter for boys and girls. Thousands who have read the book pronounce it invaluable. Hundreds of physicians and clergymen have given it most unqualified commendation. 20,000 sold last year. Octavo, 512 pp. Muslin, $3.25. Sheep, $3.75. Half Morocco, gilt, $4.50. Good agents wanted. Digestion and dyspepsia. This work embodies the results of the author's extensive experience in dealing with a large number of patients suffering from all forms of the disease, in all of its stages, and is a most thoroughly rational, practical and popular treatise on this prevalent malady. It has an illuminated frontispiece in 5 tints. Muslin, 75 CTS. The household manual book that everybody wants. It is brim full of information on 100 useful topics. Tells how to treat most common diseases successfully with simple remedies, how to disinfect and ventilate, what to do in case of accidents, how to resuscitate the drowned, and gives much other equally important information. 20,000 have been sold in 2 years. Bound 172 pp, 60 CTS. Uses of water in health and disease, a book for every physician and every family. Careful explanations and instructions are given respecting the uses of water as a preventive of disease and as a valuable remedy in nearly all classes of maladies. In cloth 166 pp, 60 CTS. Alcoholic poisonoir, the physical, moral, and social effects of alcohol as a beverage. And as a medicine, this pamphlet is the best compendium of the temperance question published. The scientific part of the argument is particularly full. Its statements are brief, concise, and to the point. Every temperance worker ought to have it. Paper covers 128 pp, 25 cts. Diphtheria, a concise description of the nature, causes, modes of prevention, and most successful mode of treatment of this now prevalent and fatal malady. The most carefully written and reliable popular treatise on the subject. Every family should have it. 3 colored plates. This book has saved many lives. 64 pp, 25 cts. EVILS of fashionable dress, and how to dress healthfully. This little work considers the subject of fashionable dress from a medical standpoint and thoroughly exposes its evils. It does not stop here, but points out an easy and acceptable remedy. 40 pp, 10 cts. Proper diet for a scientific discussion of the question of vegetable versus animal food. Ultra notions are avoided, and the subjects treated are handled with candor. Paper covers 15 cts. A textbook of anatomy, physiology, and hygiene especially adapted to families. Untechnical, concise, interesting, and practical. 350 pp. 150 cuts, 15 colored plates, muslin bound, leatherback, $1.50. Wine and the Bible. A demonstration that the Bible in no degree sustains the habitual use of alcoholic drinks of any sort. Just the thing for temperance work. In press. Accidents and emergencies, a complete answer to the question, what to do in cases of accidents of all sorts. The most complete and practical popular treatise on the subject. Profusely illustrated. In press. Diseases of women, a work which should be in the hands of every woman. It gives a concise account of the nature, causes, and proper treatment of all the diseases to which the female sex is subject. Numerous illustrations. In press. Plain facts for girls, a work which ought to be in the hands of every girl and young woman in the land. The information it contains will save years of suffering. In press. Plain facts for boys, every boy and young man cannot, but be made better by the perusal of this work. Every parent or teacher having boys under his charge should put this book into their hands. In press. Consumption. How to prevent and how to cure. The author believes that consumption is a preventable disease, even when hereditary, and is curable, even when considerably advanced. He proves his views by illustrative cases and points out the road to health. He also believes that consumption is a contagious malady and adduces proof of this startling fact. Illustrated. In press. Nasal catarrh. The causes of this common malady are thoroughly discussed, and successful methods of treatment clearly pointed out. Illustrated. In press. Dyspepsia, a popular treatise on the symptoms and home treatment of this disease. Paper covers 25 cts. Tracts. Bible temperance, in press. The drunkard's arguments answered leaves no excuse for tipplers, either moderate drinkers or habitual drunkards. 16 pp, 2 cts. Alcoholic medication, a protest against the wholesale employment of alcoholic compounds in the form of bitters, tonics, blood purifiers, etc. 16 pp, 3 cts. Pork. This tract exposes the filthy scavenger in all his uncleanliness. It destroys all appetite for ham and sausage. Republished in England. 16 pp, 2 cts. Moral and social effects of intemperance, a forcible statement of facts and statistics. 8 pp, 1 ct. Cause and cure of intemperance. A very valuable tract, especially designed for wide circulation. 8 pp, 1 ct. Alcohol, what is it? An explanation of the nature of alcohol and the mode of its production. 4 pp, 1 2 ct. True temperance. This tract views intemperance as a far-reaching evil which includes every form of artificial stimulation, as well as alcoholic intoxication. 4 pp. 12 ct. Evil effects of the use of tea and coffee. 8 pp. 1 ct. 10 arguments for the use of tea and coffee, briefly answered. 8 pp. 1 ct. Tobacco poisoning. 8 pp. 1 ct. Tobacco using a cause of disease. 8 pp. 1 ct. Tobacco using a relic of barbarism. 4 pp. 12 ct. Any of the above publications will be sent free of postage to any address upon receipt of retail price. A liberal discount to health and temperance associations and others who buy in large quantities. Send for agent circular. Address Good Health, Battle Creek, Michigan. Good Health J. A. KELLOGG 1500, editor. Monthly 32 PAGAS, $1 a year. The best health journal in the world. This journal has long enjoyed the largest circulation of any health journal in this or any other country. This eminent popularity is doubtless attributable to the fact that this journal, now 1881, just beginning its 16th volume, has always been a practical journal for the people. Each number contains an illustrated article on some practical health topic and a practical article on the home treatment of some common malady. Send stamp for specimen copy. Address Good Health, Battle Creek, Michigan. Home Handbook of Domestic Hygiene and Rational Medicine. By J. A. KELLOGG 1000.5. This new work is the most complete of any popular treatise on the subjects of anatomy and physiology, hygiene, and rational domestic medical practice. The work is illustrated with over 500 engravings, including 22 full-page colored plates, and contains nearly 1,600 PAGES, Royal Octavo size. The work is printed on fine, tinted paper and is bound in a substantial as well as attractive manner. PRACS muslin, embossed in gold and jet, $6.50. Library, embossed in gold and jet, $7.50. Address Publisher's Home Handbook, Battle Creek, Michigan. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook of Plain Facts for Old and Young, by John Harvey Kellogg.